All right, so everybody that's tapped in, don't forget to like and subscribe. We're going to talk about in California, very normal, not just LA. Now, the question is, because this is an MMA page, how is this going to affect UFC 311? You see, the truth is, when you guys watch news, whether in a particular city, right? Usually, I'm going to be honest, a lot of you guys really don't care. You really don't care about what is going on in the city. And guess what? This is literally why we have this live stream going on right now, is because I'm trying to explain to you that I know you don't care about what's going on in LA. Because if you're a UFC fan, the only thing that you're worried about in January is UFC 311. And that right there is in jeopardy at the current moment of time. UFC 311 is in jeopardy. So we have to be very understanding of the circumstances that is happening right before our very eyes. You see, January 8th stream through, there's issues with the sounds or what. I don't understand that expression. But anyways, there's a lot that's going to be at stake here when it comes to whether this fight is going to happen or not. And there's a good chance that it's not going to happen. But the question remains, do we have a different location for this event? Well, I tell you what, there's a great chance that it's going to be Nevada. I'm going to be honest with you guys, okay? There is a great chance that the venue is going to be the state of Nevada. I promise you, because it's closer. You want proof of this? How about when John Jones got into that little steroid scandal before the second Gustafsson fight? What did they do? They moved the fight from Vegas all the way to LA, right? They moved the fight from Vegas all the way to LA. So it is a great possibility that they will do exactly that. But who knows? You never know. Hold on, I'm going to drive back to my crib, get a chair, because where I'm going, by the way, guys, stay tuned, because you know where I'm going to go? I'm going to go to one of the forest areas here so that I can show you a little bit of some context as to what is going on in this side of the world, okay? So stay tuned. Everybody stay in the chat. Everybody stay online because we're going for a ride. By the way, I'm going to give you guys a bit of a tour in the, what do you call this? In the Yolo County of Sacramento. Hold on just a second. Tuned. Okay. Hey, hold on. I'll be right back. I want you guys to understand, to be back, but won't be able to see the pixels that represent you, okay? Sodom on fire. Oh, wow. Who would have thought? Haha. Okay, that's an interesting point. Sodom on fire. Who would have thought? I mean, LA is, it's not on fire. Who would have thought? I mean, LA is, it's not exactly the most moral place on earth, is it? Right. Any of those people easily cause a fire in their area. Very easily cause a fire. And this is how these things happen, and it spreads like wildfire, as they say, right? And well, now we got to think about whether there is going to be a fight for UFC 311. Now look, LA is the place where the Olympics are going to be hosted in 2028. So as a result of that, I mean, that's a long way. I'm sure they're going to rebuild everything by then. The construction companies, for sure, are going to get paid off of this natural disaster. That's a fact. A lot of the people that work in construction, that work in these particular areas and these particular expertise, they're going to be making all of the money for this unfortunate incident that has happened. Make no mistake about it. But that's a cost and opportunity type of situation, right? The cost is that a lot of people have lost their homes. A lot of people have lost their property, their personal belongings, memories of pictures, although it's not the 90s anymore, right? It's a digital age where most of your pictures are available online. Now, God forbid, let's say you get banned from a social media site, then bam, just like that, all of your content is gone. Everything, right? Everything that you've worked for is gone, just like that when it comes to the pictures, when it comes to the memories. But I will say, if you've ever been banned by Facebook before, they do give you an opportunity to download all of your content in some kind of way. So let's keep that in mind. Let me show you where I am right now, okay? Just to give you guys a little picture of where I'm at. See that vast open lands of forest, farms, rivers. Check that out. In that same river, we would have big ships coming through from around the world, whether that would be from Hong Kong, Panama, wherever, right? They got it everywhere around here. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of some tour of my little hideout spots. So I got into this beef with Smack. For those of you that have been following my channel, right? The dude that was on here, Smack, I believe he was on the Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight, and then the next day we also did a live stream for the John Jones and the Steve Baby Miocic fight. Well, yeah, me and that guy, we had a little bit of a fallout because he was upset that I called Jay-Z a nuts. Can you imagine? This is a guy who, I mean, he doesn't even know Jay-Z. Like, I could understand if Memphis Bleak, sorry, I give him the location, I tell him where I'm at, and what does he do? He says, N-word, that's 40 minutes from my house. I'll tell you where he lives at, it's nowhere near 40 minutes, okay? I can tell you that. The area that he lives at versus this area is not really that far. And guess what? If you want to run the fade with somebody, you better make sure that there are no cameras around. So guess what? I try to facilitate that. But as a result, he backed down like a punk, and that's really all there is to it. Hey, can you come and help me pick up the... Having a bit of a side conversation here, but yeah, nonetheless. So yeah, guys, LA is on fire, and UFC 311 is in B. But I will assure you guys, be a location change for sure. There will be a location change, no doubt about it. So keep that in mind. Let's see here. Show you guys some more. I'm about to cut this guy off right here. Watch. The open road, guys. The open road. Ain't nothing like it. What does this say right here? Shalom, rising, grand rising, happy new year, and yeah. All right, shout outs to Deep Brown, my man. Shout outs to you. Let me know where you guys are from and what part of the world you're at. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We're heading into no man's land right now. I'm going to show you my little hiding spot and where I ask people to come through to pull up for some fades because there ain't no cameras around here. Unlike the no jumper situation with Adam and Whack, right? Obviously, for those of you that follow No Jumper, Whack 100, and the LA hip hop scene, there was a beatdown that happened at the No Jumper studio, and it left one person in a coma right now, which could lead to very bad results if it gets bad enough for that person. This is why I tell people, if you want to pull up for fades, you want to pull up for a conflict and handle it, you got to do it in an area that has no cameras. Okay? You got to do it in an area that has no cameras. There's no way around it. Otherwise, what are you doing it for? Right? So, here we are. Right here, my little dirt road that we're about to get into right now. See, for a lot of you that think I'm only a city boy or a suburb guy or this and that, man, I understand the countryside as well. I understand nature. I understand all of that. So, Wakanda, Maple Kush, Canada. Oh, my man, Wakanda, Maple Kush, Canada. Okay, so you're talking about burning it up, huh? So you burn or what? Let me know. Check this out. Dirt road right here. What do you guys think of my hopefully I get some connection here. So here we are right here, guys. Go. I'm going to put on my head. Okay, can you Okay, can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me. I had to put on my headphones for this one. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Let me know if I'm being heard. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Throw me a 1 on the comment section if you can hear me. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Just to make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, we're gonna get to the topic at hand with UFC 311. Can you hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me. Is this on? Okay, I believe this is on. Let me know. Able to hear you a little muffled as if in armpit. Okay, okay, so good. Islam sleeps Armin. Yes, hopefully there is a fight to happen first and foremost, right? That's one of the things that we have to worry about is if there is even going to be a fight going on in the first place. So that we don't know. Check this out. Pull out a little chair right here. Have a little sit down, talk some MMA, talk some UFC. Jerry getting slept by Jamal. Jerry, yes, you know what? Jerry is actually a good matchup for Jamal Hill. right? Or I'm sorry, the other way around. Because styles make fights, and for all we know, he could probably outpoint him for all 3 rounds. That is given that this fight is only 3 rounds. So if the fight is, let's say, only 3 rounds, a great chance that, yeah, he outpoints him. And I'm sorry, Jiri has a high susceptibility of getting knocked out because he's just, technically inefficient. Will Umar be unbeatable like his brother Khabib? Zark81 asks. You know what? I'm gonna say yes on that one. Okay, because right now the 135 division is very tough. Just like Khabib had a very tough outing in the 105 division. However, he might even fight longer than Khabib because I don't know. I feel like he got the title shot a whole lot quicker than Khabib did. I mean, Khabib had to wait from, like, I believe 6 years after his debut. Omar, he hasn't been in the UFC that long, and he's already got a title shot. So that tells you a lot right there, right? What is your ethnicity, by the way? I am Arabic. I'm half Arabic, and yeah. What is yours? Let me know what your ethnicity is, or where you're from. Let me know where you guys are from. We got some people from Toronto tapping in. We got people from around the world tapping in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm about to talk to you guys about why this natural disaster happened. Okay, there's a religious aspect to it that I want to share with you why this happened. Okay, so don't mind me if I'm Algerian. Oh, okay, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Shout outs to Algeria, by the way. Very beautiful country. Uh, great people, Muslim people at that, and yeah, you couldn't ask for more when it comes to Algeria. But speaking of religion and things of that nature, all right, this is what I'm going to talk to you guys about, right? Now, look, first and foremost, I love Los Angeles, California. I absolutely love LA. LA is one of my favorite cities on earth, no doubt about it. It is absolutely one of my favorite cities on earth. I love everything about LA. I love everything that it has to offer. I love that there's a lot of opportunities in that country. Can Uncle Aya beat Pereira? Yes, he can. And I'm going to get to that in a second. So, as much as I love LA, as much as I love the people down there, as much as I love everything about it, I have to be honest from a religious standpoint and say, you know what? This particular land is corrupt. There's a lot of corruption going on. There's a lot of zina. There's a lot of fornication. There's a lot of drug use. There's a lot of gang banging that goes on in LA. Now, look, I'm not the type of person that comes to, let's say, violence in any kind of way, right? I'm not the type of person that what happened in LA. Oh, shout out to Zane Musa Boxing Dosage. So, Zane, what happened in LA was that there's a forest fire going on, right? I believe one hotel got set on fire. It caught on to, I believe, a piece of wood or a piece of tree. And then once the fire hits the tree, it starts spreading like wildfire. And, at this time of the year right now, it's a little bit colder. Shit, you okay? Oh, yeah, I'm okay, brother. I'm in Northern California right now. So, everything is okay. Zark81 says LA is a cursed place. It is, brother. It is. Look, I told you, Mr. Algeria, Zark, right? I love LA. I love everything about it. I love that it's a big city. I love that there's great opportunities with different types of jobs, whether that would be media, whether that would be films, or whether that would be TV or podcasting. They got it all. And then they got the history behind them, which, by the way, all got burnt down. But by the end of the day, LA is an extremely corrupt place. It is an extremely corrupt place. And as a result, man, this is the reason why all of this happened, because Allah doesn't let anything go unpunished. And that's something you always got to remember. You always got to remember that Allah never allows anything to go unpunished. So understand that. Okay, what did my man here say? Trump won't change anything in America. It would still be the same. You know what? Facts, bro. What did he say here? Oh yeah, facts, bro, from Zane. And then Zark says Trump won't change anything. Look, so Zark, I got to tell you, there's some truth to that, right? Because right now, Trump is going to be in office while all of this is going on. So now he's got to deal with LA. Now Trump got to deal with Syria. Now Trump has to deal with the conflict with Palestine and Israel. And now he's got to deal with the economic mess that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris left behind. I think you're right about that. It's going to be very difficult for him to change things around. And as a result of trying to change things around, he's going to be met with resistance. Now, I will say the Republican and Senate and Congress right now are in a dominant position, right? It's all mostly Republicans, so they're not really going to fight him on a lot of different topics and issues. So let's keep that in mind. Okay, yeah, so that's something you guys have to understand, right? Nothing on this earth goes unpunished. And LA, as much as I love it, it really is a place of deviant people. It really is, man. Look, I got a lot of homies in LA. I got a lot of family in LA. I got a lot of good friends in LA. I got a lot of close associates in LA. And guess what? LA has some of the best gyms in the world when it comes to boxing and MMA. Ask my man Zain Musa Boxing Dosage about that. He's got his homie Hamza Shiraz that trains up in here. One of the best boxers in the world, coming straight out of the UK right now. So okay. Yeah, man. As much as I love LA, this is just a reality of LA in general, right? It got burnt down simply because there's just, I don't know, man. I mean, it's an accident. It's an accident, but you know what? It was an accident that caused a disproportionate amount of disaster, right? So let me see if I can cross this bridge for you guys right here. Yeah, see, getting a little. Look at this. What did this one say? Many Armenians live in LA. Yes. And okay, so you just brought up a very interesting conversation topic at hand, right? Many Armenians live in LA. Yes. So the fact that many Armenians do live in LA, so the fact that many Armenians do live in LA, I think is the reason why this venue was chosen, right? Simply because, let's just be honest, right? Armin Sarukian, that's going to be his hometown. But Islam Makhachev, it's also his hometown. LA is also his hometown, and let me explain why. So obviously, Islam trains out of San Jose, which is right up here, up in the north, right? So if you train up here, you're representing California. There's a lot of Muslims in California. There's a lot of Arabs in California, in particular in Anaheim. But there's more Armenians. And as a result of Armenians, as a result of the Armenians being such a strong population in LA, I mean, it was going to be a big driving force for the quarterly pay-per-view numbers of the UFC, right? Because look, it's January, they're opening up, they're starting a new season, so they want to start it off big. And how do you start it off big? Well, I don't know if you guys hear that. There's gunshots going off here. I don't know if you guys are hearing any of that. There's people out here practicing and all of that. So welcome to America, guys. You know what I mean? We got guns out here and all of that. So your predictions for DDP versus Strickland. Who takes home? Let's see here. Who takes home the 185 championship? Okay, so I'm going to answer that question right now. I think that in this fight, it's going to be Sean Strickland that's going to win it. And the reason why is because I don't think that the first fight is really going to be different than the second fight. See, I think there's going to be huge similarities in the first fight and the second fight. The only difference is that there are going to be different judges. Look, guys, you got to understand something. When it comes to high-level MMA, when it comes to high-level boxing, a lot of these guys are going to be so dead even that most of their fights against each other are going to end by decision. That's what you got out of the Arthur Beterbiev fight versus Bivol. That's what you got out of the Tyson Fury fight versus Usyk. And that's what you're going to get out of Tom Aspinal and John Jones. And by the way, check out that video that I made regarding Tom Aspinal and John Jones, the psychology breakdown of it, just to kind of understand in full context, what I mean by high-level MMA and high-level boxing and why a lot of these fights go to a decision in the way that they do. So check that out so that you can get an in-depth look of what high-level fighting looks like for many of these guys as I broke down how that fight went. Now, with the DDP and the Strickland fight, it would really be no different. Once again, the fight is going to look the same. The only difference is that there's going to be different judges that are going to score this particular fight. And that's where this fight is going to be very different. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. What do you guys think of this beautiful nature that we got in front of us right now? Let me know what you guys think about the river, about all of these things that we got in front of us. Bro, if you say Strickland is going to win, then he is F, because the next fight for Strickland, correct. Horrible match stylistically. Kamzat will ragdoll him and submit Strickland. I 100% agree with your assessment to the max. And let me explain something about that, right? Sean Strickland, back 2019, came onto my Facebook page when I made a video about, weirdly enough, the forest fires that were going on in Brazil. They had a Saudi billionaire, a private citizen, by the way, donate fire equipment to the Brazilians and any type of situation that they needed to sort of get themselves the proper help that they needed to fight these fires, right? So what does Sean Strickland say? He says, oh, I can't believe Muhammad loves the trees but not the women. So guess what I did? I went and DM'd Sean Strickland and I told him, listen, bro, I got this Chechnyan Swedish dude that will beat your behind in your next matchup in the UFC. Lo and behold, these two guys ended up sparring each other
Khamzat and Sean Strickland, and after they ended up sparring each other, now they're on the verge of potentially being contenders and champions against each other. And look how all of this came full circle just by the end of it all, right? Imagine that. All of this came in full circle. Now we got Strickland versus Khamzat Chimaev. One guy who's a former neo-Nazi from LA versus a former, well, I don't want to say fundamentalist, right? Because if you're a Muslim to a certain degree, you are fundamental. The only difference is whether you're willing to take things to the extreme or not, right? That's really what it comes down to. But I think the Sean Strickland and Khamzat fight will be a whole lot better. It will be a whole lot better in terms of popularity, in terms of notoriety, and things of that nature. Speaking of which, DDP and Khamzat Chimaev sometime down the road can fight if, let's say, Khamzat Chimaev loses the belt, right? Or maybe even loses the title shot against Sean Strickland. And that will be a fight that can happen sometime down the road, maybe at a big main card of some sort, at a pay-per-view. And speaking of big matchups that were supposed to happen a long time ago, how about Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury? A little too late? Is it a little too late? Let's talk about it before we talk about that and I get into the monologue of Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. Let me see if I got any new. Okay, no new chats, so we'll just keep going with the Joshua and the Tyson Fury conversation. So I got to tell you, I really like that Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua have an opportunity to fight each other now. You want to know why? I'm going to tell you why I like this. Because even though the notoriety of this fight is not as big as it should have been, or not as big as it once was, these two guys are fighting the best version of themselves because of Usyk. If they never fought Usyk, they would never, and I mean ever in their whole entire life have to deal with this whole entire process. Okay? Sorry, I heard some gunshots over there, so kind of needed to duck out of the way of that one real quick. All right, so yeah, man, if it wasn't for Alexander Usyk, Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua would not be the best version of themselves right now. Unfortunately, due to the fact that they lost, many people are going to look at this as somewhat of a sham of a fight, right? But once again, these are that don't understand boxing. These are people that don't understand fighting to the highest order, right? Yes, Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury are no longer world champions, but they are better fighters as a result of the Alexander Usyk fight. Always remember that. They are better fighters because of that fight. So, why are they better fighters? Because of Alexander Usyk and having two fights with both of them. Because they had to step up their A game. Can you imagine? You got to step up your A game to a guy like Usyk, right? A guy who's smaller, but a guy who is dangerous. Now, because of Alexander Usyk, Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua are better, bigger men because of it. Now, here's the only concern that I have with Anthony Joshua taking on Tyson Fury. His chin is suspect. I swear to you. The chin of Anthony Joshua right now is suspect. Dubois damaged Anthony Joshua to the fullest extent. He absolutely damaged him, unfortunately. And it's going to water this fight down a little bit. Because although they are better than they were before, the reality is that he's damaged, even though he's better, which creates a vulnerability in the stage of Anthony Joshua's career. I want you to keep that in mind. He's in a very vulnerable stage of his career. But it's a better fight nonetheless. So always remember that. Always remember, it's a better fight. It's a better fight with vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities on the side of Anthony Joshua. But as for Tyson Fury, listen, guys, I'm going to be honest. He is the number 2 guy in the world right now. I don't care what none of you say. He's the number 2 guy in the world. And you know what? Here's the interesting thing about that, too. Daniel Dubois is potentially the number 1 guy in the world. And you're probably wondering, how is that possible? He lost to Joe Joyce. Guys, welcome to heavyweight fighting. This is heavyweight fighting in a nutshell. Everybody beats everybody, and the top guy gets beat by the guy that is the least expected. Let me say that again. For those of you that really want to understand heavyweight fighting, whether it's at MMA or boxing, okay? Everybody can beat everybody, and the top guy can be beat by an absolute nobody. I think that's what I said. I think I said something to that extent. But yeah, that's one thing that you got to understand. So next topic at hand. We're jumping into all different topics today, but the next topic that we got, let me see the chat here real quick before I move on to the next topic at hand. Okay, so my man here says, bro, you see Strickland is going to win, then he is F because, okay, yeah, we did read that. Yes, okay. So next topic at hand. 30 million for John Jones. I say well-deserved. What do you guys think? Is it well-deserved? I think it is. 100%, I think it's well-deserved. $30 million. Now, look, right now, they are at the negotiation phase of this whole entire contract negotiation, right? Understand. There is the initial offer. Like with all negotiations, right? Something that I learned in the car business, something that I learned in the corporate world, something that I learned in contract negotiations with sports management and things of that nature is that you got to bid high to get the most satisfactory result that you can look for. And what do I mean by that? Okay, so he's shooting for 30 million to fight Tom Aspinal, right? Meanwhile, Tom Aspinal is sort of stuck in a contract where he's just going to make normal championship money. What exactly is that? 2 million. That's what a champion makes in the UFC when you are Tom Aspinal. Big name, but not really a mainstream name, and that's what you get. John Jones, he's shooting for something higher. You see, John Jones has lived through the George St. Pierre era, in which George St. Pierre has made the majority of his money through sponsorships, through making movies with Captain America and Marvel and all these other venues that George St. Pierre is getting himself into outside of the octagon. And then John Jones also lived through the Jose Aldo era. Then now it's the Conor McGregor era. And now in the Islam Makhachev era. He's lived through all of these eras. And every single one of these other champions before him weren't really getting paid, right? They weren't really getting paid that much back then. But now the increase of pay is exponentially high to the point where it's incentivizing John Jones to stay. So 30 million he shoots for, right? Is he going to get 30 million? No. What's going to happen is that he is going to go down somewhere between, at most, 25 million that the UFC will settle for. But in the most hard bargaining tactics of the UFC, he's probably going to come out with 15 to 20 million minimum, and 25 as the minimum or the maximum of that wish that he's looking for. That's what he's going to get. This is how the UFC plays hardball with you. This is how most people play hardball with you when it comes to negotiating prices and things of that nature. And then there are situations where people are just straight up into a hard bargaining deal of a hard line and a number that they're not going to budge by. Okay? Now, what if John Jones won't budge for 30 million less? Look, here's the thing, right? 30 million is actually not that outrageous for John Jones. It's really not. You know how much Conor got paid for the Khabib fight? 30 million. He got paid 30 million flat. Okay, a little less than the Floyd fight, but nonetheless, it was what it was, and it was one of the biggest pay-per-views ever. Never mind just MMA, all of combat sports, one of the biggest ever, and he got paid 30 million for that, as opposed to the Floyd fight, but you get the picture and you understand, yeah, the dynamics between boxing and MMA on that end, right? So there it is. It's not unrealistic, because guess who is in the mix of today, right? After all the eras that I had mentioned about boxing, about MMA, about George St. Pierre's era as opposed to Conor McGregor's era, it's a different world with Turkey Al-Sheikh in the mix right now. When you say completely different world. Because check this out, right? We keep saying this over and over again ever since the Saudis have made their way into combat sports, right? We keep saying it over and over again. What is that? They have unlimited amount of money. They can make things happen. With the Saudis coming into this whole entire mix, they can flex to the whole entire world and say, hey, you know what? We brought UFC Fight Night or UFC International Fight Week summertime in Saudi Arabia. We brought it here. And as a result of bringing it here, it's a big flex for the nation. So they're going to be incentivized to pay John Jones that money, maybe even Tom Aspinal under the table money. That is a possibility. Okay? So that's what you have going on in this situation. You got John Jones, who wants 30 million after years and years, by the way, of going through different eras, MMA and in the world of the UFC, and all these different stars that we've had over the years, right? He's gone through all of that. Could you imagine, right? John Jones, I believe, was a rookie in 2009, or was it 2008 in the UFC? And then ever since then, yeah, man, he's never lost. He's never lost. I mean, look, the Matt Hamill fight is a fluke, right? By the way, I have an opinion about the Matt Hamill fight, right? Since John Jones is all super religious and all that. Here's what I got to say about that whole situation. Okay. John Jones is a Christian. He's a believer of God. Matt Hamill has a disability in which he can inspire the world. Matt Hamill defeated John Jones on paper. It doesn't matter what anybody says. For all we know, the match could have gone a different way. Even though John was beating his ass, the reality is John Jones lost on paper. And that right there is something you have to contend with, because you cannot battle what is on paper. You lost, you lost. You won, you won. There's nothing to it. That's just really what it is. It's as simple as that. Right? Plain as day. Black and white, no gray. And Matt Hamill won. So that can inspire a lot of different kids around the world. Because you got to remember, people only care about the result of what is on paper. So, yeah, that's my little take on the Matt Hamill and John Jones situation. So, finally, another live, my boy. What's up? All right, my man. How you doing, man? 300 in New Jersey. Shout out to 300 New Jersey, one of my biggest supporters on this channel. And Lionheart could have get into situation. Yeah, correct. He could have gotten. You know what? That's a good point, man. You know, that disqualification with Lionheart, he absolutely could have, gotten that win, but he didn't. And you know what? Here's the thing, right? I'm going to be honest with you. This is going to be a very controversial take regarding Anthony Smith. Oh boy, we're dropping gems today. I'm about to give you a hot take on Anthony Smith and the John Jones situation, right? Because I have a situation that sort of relates to that matter at hand. Okay? I'm going to tell you guys a story about, so this Anthony Smith and what he did in the John Jones fight, taking that disqualification or not. In my humble opinion, I think that Anthony Smith did the wrong thing. He did the wrong thing. Let me tell you why I think Anthony Smith did the wrong thing, okay? He lost out on sponsorships that he's never going to have in his whole entire career. He lost out on another big money fight with John Jones, which could have set up his whole entire retirement fund, right? One fight could have been a generational wealth retirement fund based on the fact that you are a former champion or a current champion, based on the fact that you beat John Jones by disqualification. And then you create this George Groves versus Carl Froch type of storyline with him just for more money later down the road. And all you had to do was take the disqualification. But you know what? Anthony Smith did exactly the same thing that I did when I fought back in 2012. You see, when I fought back in 2012, I had this opponent, right? Hugo Valdez. He went on to officially beat me in the fight, right? But let me explain how. Okay, so according to the record, it was deemed TKO strikes, right? And how I was finished. But the reality of the matchup, I was doing good. I nearly knocked him out. I hit him pretty hard, rattled his brain off. But when I went and shot in for a takedown, he went and kicked my head illegally while both of my knees were on the ground. Okay? So instead of just staying down and allowing the referee to create that disqualification, I stood right back up and fought again. Okay, but later down the road, it was ruled a no contest, and as far as I'm concerned, it was a fight that happened on paper, but on paper, by the end of it all, was just nothing more of a no contest. But either way, Anthony Smith did exactly that, but he got nothing out of it. You see, in that level of MMA, the only thing that really matters there is just, the reputation. Okay, so you had a no contest, but you almost finished him, and then he almost finished you, or he did an illegal move, and then as a result, that's what ruled it. That's what it is, right? It didn't change my life financially in any kind of way. It didn't change anything that I had going on. It didn't change, the fact that I continued on training and doing all these other things involving MMA. It didn't change any of that. But for Anthony Smith, it would have changed a lot for him because it was a bigger fight. It was a championship fight. And then on top of that, he really had money behind just holding. Sorry, very bad reception in this area. I was saying that Aljo, on the other hand, he did exactly that and took the belt. But after he took the belt, he then proved on that he was a real formidable champion. That was until he lost to Sean O'Malley. But that's the reality of the fight game in and of itself, right? So going back to Anthony Smith, I really think that he made the wrong decision. Because even my coach, in that fight, when I went back to the locker room, he said, "Man, listen, next time just stay down, right? Especially with something like that, you couldn't just stay down, right?" But obviously, it got ruled a no contest later down the road, and that's what it was, due to that illegal hit. But Anthony Smith, man, I'm telling you, people forget, man. People forget. Anthony Smith missed out on a bag. And that's the reality of it. He missed out on the bag. Yeah, he missed out on a bag that he could have had. It's sad. It's sad to think about. But Anthony Smith, man, you really missed out on a bag. But what can you do? What can you do? That's the fight game. That's the reality of this game, is that at any given moment, one choice can ultimately change your whole entire life trajectory. One choice and one wrong move. And you know what? This is why you guys really have to give a lot of respect to these athletes that step in there. Because one wrong move that they do, it could absolutely destroy their career or their whole entire life. And you know what? A lot of people don't understand that you could die in fighting. You could die in a street fight. By the way, a little bonus content we're going to get into right now. How about Whack 100 and Loose Cannon jumping those guys at the No Jumper studio, right? Whack 100 jumping those dudes at the studio, I think it was a bad choice, which is what a lot of people are going to say. But at the same time, I think you could plead a self-defense case. But moral of the story is this: you're not invincible. Nobody is. And danger can happen at any given time. And as a result, your life could easily be taken away by any moment. So it's really humbling to think about, right? But it's a reality of life. it's humbling to think about that we are all vulnerable. And you know what? I think MMA is a great sport to sort of highlight that. But that is all that I have for this particular segment of this live stream. Conclusion, as of right now, UFC 311 LA is still going on, but I would anticipate a move in, let's say, a different location, a different state, maybe even in Nevada, in Las Vegas, maybe the T-Mobile Arena. They will move the whole entire fight, perhaps. Or they'll scrape it all together, or keep the fight as is, and maybe that part of LA is not much of a disaster. Then we talked about John Jones, 30 million. Is there a possibility of John Jones getting 30 million? Well, rewind back with the explanation that I have for the contract negotiations that come with this particular matter. Rewind back if you want to check out some information on that matter and how John is going to obtain 30 million as opposed to obtaining something a little bit lower than that in the hardball bargaining that he's going to have to face with the UFC. And then we talked about Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. Is the fight a little too late? Who knows? Maybe it's a little too late for that fight. But if you're a hardcore fan and you understand boxing, you will know that this fight now is worth a little bit less, but a little bit more in terms of skill because of the career trajectory that they have experienced in dealing with some real big top names like Usyk, right? Fighting Usyk twice, I think is really going to do wonders on the new skill level that you're unlocking. Obviously, they didn't win against Usyk, but they gained something out of fighting Usyk. And Anthony Joshua has possibly fought the best heavyweight in our era right now, which is probably Daniel Dubois. But how will he do against Tyson Fury? Being that Tyson Fury maybe is a number 2, number 3 guy in the world? Who knows? But one thing, rest assured, we do know is that boxing right now, especially in a heavyweight division, in all divisions, are getting even more competitive the way that the UFC competitive structure has been going on for years. And with that, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next content to come, inshallah. And check out my new content that I got, the ones that I got going on in the future and the ones that I got going on in the past, because I got nothing.
Tapping in 1 minute, exactly 60 seconds. I'm going to preview the whole entire card that we are going to live stream today. All right, so here we go. Obviously, it's been a long time coming. We've wanted to get a fight night because it was the Christmas break, right? It's just what the UFC does. Obviously, the UFC is not a Muslim owned organization, even though they do have a lot of dealings with the Saudis and Emirates. However, with that said, they have to take a break. And with that break, it caused a lot of anxiety with a lot of MMA fans. When he asked, when do the fights start, brother? Shout outs to West. Thank you for tapping in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. The start time for the fight is going to be, let's take a look at the prelims here, 1 p.m. West Coast time. So right now, it is 10:36 in the West Coast out here in sunny Sacramento, California. And it's going to start in 1 p.m. So that's going to be approximately 2 hours and less than 30 minutes from now, to be exact. And in the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to preview the fights. We're going to talk about the fights and we're going to react to the fights when the fights do start. I wanted to get an early start because I have this firm belief that the earlier that you start something, the more that you are ahead of everybody else. So that is the reason why I wanted to do that. And plus, I knew that today there was going to be a high turnout due to the fact that, hey, the heart grows fonder when you're gone for a long time. And that's exactly what we got. I mean, look, to be honest with you, a lot of you people that were so distraught of the fact that, oh wow, West, shout outs. I'm in SAC also. Good morning, bro. Shout out to you, Wes. So I don't know. Have we met before, Wes? I don't know if I've met you at a gym or anywhere else, but let me know. Let me know if you've met me, if you're if you're not an anonymous person in any way, because some people online want to be anonymous, and that's perfectly okay. Sometimes I have some of my homies here that are anonymous, don't really want to be known, and they come and tap in here. And then there are some that are known YouTubers that do tap in and let me know exactly who they are. So yeah, if you are or you're willing to let me know, let me know. But yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad to get some local contingency of audiences here in the local Sacramento area. And because understand, right, Sacramento is a big mixed martial arts town. And as a result of being a big mixed martial arts town, we have a lot of history with Uriah Faber, with TJ Dillashaw, with Cody Garbrandt. And then you can go back even to some of the older days with the likes of James Irvin, or maybe even the likes of who else was a big Sacramento guy from back in the day? Chad Mendez, even though he is from Hanford, California. A lot of these guys are from different parts of California, but nonetheless, we have we have yet to meet. Okay, okay. So I said I'm just asking because sometimes I do run across a lot of people in SAC. I do tell them about my podcast. And for those of you that are up and coming YouTubers, such as myself, this is the best way to promote yourself, right? That is if you're not a very shy person. Go out there, meet people, and tell them, hey, you know what? I have a channel because if you're not going to believe in your product, nobody else is going to believe in your product. And as for me, I 100% believe in my product and what I offer to the mixed martial arts world. And that is why we are here right now to react to these fights together. So, starting from the beginning of the card, let's see who is the first fight of the night. Okay, so we got some interesting fights here. Nuro Aliyev taking on Joe Selesky. I would assume this guy, Nuro Aliyev, right here. I believe he's a 155, or maybe he's an internet personality. Is that right? Okay, he's straight out of Tajikistan. So let's take a look at this man's record right here. 9-0. Tajiki Eagle. Okay, very interesting. He does kind of look like resemble Khabib in a way, right? Like a young Khabib of some sort. But then again, anybody who has a beard and no mustache, such as myself, I mean, we all kind of resemble each other in that kind of way, right? In different weight classes, body types, and all of that. He was out of the Contender Series, beat Josh Wick, not John Wick, but Josh Wick. Imagine you got to win over a man named John Wick, right? Obviously, not the real John Wick, not that John Wick is even a real character to begin with. But yeah, either way, Rafael Alves gets a majority decision in his UFC debut about last year in almost 2 years ago now. So this guy's been a bit inactive. Eagle FC, this is exactly where I had recognized this guy to be from. Okay, so quite standard, the standard ground and pound Eastern European Dagestani type of fighter, even though he's not really Dagestani, but has a beard that has no mustache. Let's take a look at his opponent, who he's taken on. Joe Zaleski. So let's see here. Okay, so Joe Zaleski. Okay, 31 years old, 155. Gym O. I don't know where that gym is located, maybe somewhere out in North Carolina. Currently, the number 51 in the whole entire world of MMA 155. Not a bad number considering there's a lot of 155ers out there and it's a tough division because most men are sized at 155. What do we have here? Mike Malott trains at Team Alpha Male. Yes, he does. What do we have here? I never was a fan of Joe Zaleski, and the way he got slammed KO was crazy. Yes, that's right. He was that guy that got slammed like that, right? And you remember what was that guy's name? That guy that Rampage slammed as well. I don't think he was ever the same after that as well. So he just came off of a grappling competition. Obviously, a great way to come back after a decision loss from Grant Dawson and then getting slammed by Jakar Close. His last win in the UFC was a rear naked choke against Carl Deaton. I'm going to predict this fight right now. I'm going to say that this fight is going to end in a decision. Decision by Aliev. I'm going to go with Aliev on this one. It's going to be a decision on his part. I don't know if he's going to be able to finish him. You see, it's all going to be really hyper dependent on the pace that Aliev is willing to push in this fight, or if he's even going to push a certain particular pace at all. He's got great grappling. Obviously, he had the ankle. He had a straight ankle lock in the first round against Peter Fazikis, which is in a grappling competition, the CFFC organization to be exact. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Aliev on this one by decision. Let's move on to the card and take a look at who the next fight is going to be. So, yes, my first prediction of the night, I'm going to go with Aliev. Let's see if that prediction comes true later down the road. He was supposed to fight Yanal Amouche. Now, Yanal Amouche, I got to tell you what's really interesting about the Yanal Amouche guy. Ricardo Arona was the name, yes. That slam KO was crazy. It was 2 slams back-to-back on the card, correct. That's the one man pride was so ahead of its time. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So Yamouche, I was going to tell you guys about this Yamouche guy, right? Who was supposed to fight tonight, but obviously got canceled for whatever reason. I believe Yanel Yamouche, he's Israeli, but he's of Arab descent. And I believe they mistaken him for being Israeli because he fights out of the Israeli flag. Sort of like if you're an immigrant in America, right? But you live in America or you have family that's a citizen or whatever, they're going to classify you as American, at least under the flag of whatever stat is, is being presented about you. So just a little interesting fact on that one. Fatima Klein versus Victoria Dudatka. Good record between these two, right? 6-1, 8-1. Let's take a look at the competition that they both have faced in the past. And by the way, we're going to look at it on Tapology. Okay. The best news or information in all of combat sports, not just MMA. They literally, I mean, look, they even have better information than Box Rec, but obviously Box Rec specifically just focuses strictly on boxing. So Victoria Dudka. Okay, let's take a look at the competitions that she's faced. Coming off of a split decision loss against Sam Hughes, Jinyu Fry unanimous decision, injury dislocated elbow against Istal Yunus. Let's take a look at her opponent, Fatima Klein. So coming off of a split decision, here's something you guys got to understand about coming off of a split decision, right? It's very deceptive, okay? And also quite dishonest if you are, let's say, an MMA content creator or somebody that does picks and you look at it and you say something to the effect of, well, you know what? Because of this loss, I'm going to take that into consideration. That's what they did to Kamaru Usman against his post fight with Kamzat. That's what they did with Alexander Volkov in his last fight against Cyril Gane. And obviously, many people, including Dana White, said that Cyril Gane had won that fight, and he said that he was going to make it up to him. Now, what exactly does that mean when he says that he's going to make it up to him? I believe what he is going to say is that uh, maybe he might get a Pereira fight in the horizon. That's a great possibility. So let's see. Klein is a big favorite. I could see an upset potential in this one. Well, okay, so let's check this out, right? She obviously has a Cage Fury belt here. What exactly does that mean? It's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu fighter. I'm not sure if she's a black belt or what her rank is, but Jiu-Jitsu is her specialty. She's undefeated in Invicta, 4-0. Unanimous decision over Andre. Oh, okay. She came off of a unanimous decision loss against Jasmine Juvesca. So these are two women that are coming off of a unanimous decision. You know what? I'm going to go with Fatima Klein by split decision on this one. I think that this fight is going to be extremely even on the feet, on the ground, and I think that she's going to edge this one out. I think just having championship experience like that in the regional scenes is going to do her wonders. So that is my official prediction for that card. I'm going to go with Fatima Klein, and let's move on up to the card. By the way, a really interesting little breakdown that we're doing on the day of the fight, right? Just hours before. I know most guys, what they do is they get in there and they basically do the predictions like days before. Not so much with myself, right? You know, I guess I'm doing this today. Most days. Or, you know what? The big fight coming up with Islam Makhachev and Arman Sarukian, if that is still happening, I'm going to do a full card prediction on that one. So the next card that we got coming up, let's see here. What is the next card we got coming up here? All right. So this is what we got coming up right now. Magomed Gazuliev, 205er against Bruno Lopez. I'm going to go with my man Magomed on this one, right? But we're going to take a look at their stats just for a little bit. Let me play this video in the meantime while I handle something real quick. But we will continue on with the full card analysis, and we're going to leave off right here with Magomed Gazadilov versus Bruno Lopez. So let's first put some videos on for this one real quick. Hold on just a second. So Brendan Schaub has mentioned something to the effect of, if these American athletes that have chosen basketball, football, and things of this nature were to choose MMA sometime in the early stages of their career or their life, they would absolutely dominate. Now, this conversation right here is not about American athletes, but rather the difference between the Dagestanis and Ireland. And the interesting aspect of this is that the whole entire argument is based on two contrasting lifestyles of people in the Western world as opposed to people that are in Dagestan or maybe even in the Iranian Olympic system of Iran. You could even throw Afghanistan in there. I know Egypt is very deep into the whole wrestling, as well as, I would say, yeah, a lot of the Eastern European and Central Asian countries, to be exact. So what is significant about that in contrasting to the Irish people? Well, when it comes to the Irish, many of them, and like many other Western fighters, they sort of use fighting as a way of escaping, let's say, a 16-year-old type of job that they don't want to do. They don't want to clean windows. They don't want to wait tables or anything like that. So what is the next goal to make is MMA as a particular career to get out of whatever situation you're at. Leon Edwards is a prime example of that. Diego Sanchez will tell you that he's also a prime example of that. Nate Diaz will tell you that he's an example of that. And Conor McGregor will tell you that when he was a plumber, he said, this life isn't for me. I got to go out there, get up, get out, and get something. And that is jumping in the cage, jumping in the ring, and making something out of yourself. And that's what a lot of these guys had to do. In contrasting to the Dagestanis, since 3 years old, they were trained in whatever compository sport that is relevant to MMA, whether that would be wrestling, boxing, judo, jiu-jitsu. Now you see strikers such as Sharaputin, Magomedov, and things of that nature. I mean, this is the reality of their system in the way that they raise children to be Olympic athletes from a very young age. So as a result of that, you got to understand there is two different sides of the world that we're looking at here. We're looking at the Irish, who have a different lifestyle and a culture in and of itself when it comes to the Dagestanis, right? Obviously, one is a particularly Muslim-dominated country, and the other one is a Catholic country, depending on what your metric of exactly what a Catholic is. Because a lot of people in Ireland right now really don't claim a religion. And to be honest with you, maybe that is the problem. Maybe the problem is that there isn't this sense of religious purpose higher than yourself to motivate you further into your training modules, or the way that you go about your life trajectory, such as drinking outside or smoking or doing all of these recreational drugs that really are not beneficial to your enhancement of the sport. So as a result, this is what you get, right? You got a country such as Dagestan that, ironically, you got to be honest with this, right? They are dominant because they are experienced. But it's not just that. There are other factors as well. Obviously, there's a lot of different factors and attributes that we can give one people or one group of people over the other when, let's say, if they were to be predispositioned to a certain high vertical leap, right? Or a certain level of strength, which, by the way, may translate a lot into the cardio that comes from living in the mountains, such as the Dagestanis, right? This is just the reality of the situation. But the other reality of the situation is the sports preference between the nations. And that is something that is really important to understand here. Now, why is it important to understand? Well, take this into consideration, right? In America, in England, in Ireland, there's too many sports. We can name all of them. There's baseball, basketball, football, hockey, soccer, And then when you go to England, there's soccer, there's Gaelic football, there's rugby, and then there's cricket, and then there's horse racing, and then there's all these other types of sports that, quite frankly, make a whole lot more money than fighting. But with the Dagestanis, this is all they know. Now, look, do I know of any particular Dagestani or Chechen that has came out of there to, let's say, play for the Premier League or play basketball or this and that? I tell you what, MMA Guru said something very interesting, which I thought was sort of mind-blowing, but at the same time really telling. And it goes something like this, right? What he mentioned is a lot of these Dagestanis are winning because of the experience that they've had, as opposed to, let's say, look at Dustin Poirier, right? He gave Dustin a pretty good fight. And this is a kid who literally grew up from the time he was a teenager and then started training, whereas a lot of these guys started training when they were 3. How you doing? Don't mind me. I'm just filming, a mixed martial arts podcast. If you guys want to say hi. Yeah, so there it is. So, yeah. So, as I was saying, there's a contrasting difference. What was that? Oh, yes. Say hi, guys. This is, I'm right here in front. What is the name of this restaurant again?
Rock and Soul.
Rock and Soul. So if you guys are in Sacramento, be sure to tap into Rock and Soul. And don't forget to like and subscribe as well. So going back to the subject matter at hand that I was saying, right, is that there's a contrasting difference in the way that they grew up. Dustin, from the time he was 16, decided, you know what? I'm going to be an MMA fighter now because there's no other choice or options in my way in terms of economic upliftment. With the Dagestanis, a lot of these guys are funded. Now, are there horror stories of these guys living poor and in destitute situations? Absolutely. This is a reality. But you got to understand, their reality of being poor is a little bit different when they are state funded. And you know, the Russians, they were once communists at some point. As a result of that communist mentality, it sort of seeped into the post-Soviet era of their nation. And what did they do in return? They started funding the athletes. You look at the Olympic athletes in Russia as opposed to the United States. What is the difference? The big difference is that these American athletes have to scrape for every dollar that they earn to go and compete, whereas a lot of these Dagestani foreign athletes are state funded, and their whole entire purpose is to dominate and win. So here's something that I want you guys to understand. Obviously, this is in reference to the Paul Hughes and Usman Nurmagomedov fight that is coming up, which, by the way, I think Usman is easily going to dominate. But I think Paul Hughes is going to make a great account of himself. And just like Conor McGregor, he made a great account of himself against Khabib. But what is the difference? The difference, once again, is the time and effort that these guys have decided to put themselves into as a result of that. So all I got to say right now is don't forget to like and subscribe. And I will see you guys in the next one. I'm going to end the video with giving you guys a little bit of a tour in downtown Sacramento, which is in S Street. This right here is Rock and Soul Restaurant in front of me. If you guys want to tap in, a lot of good food, a lot of good stuff here. So here it is. As I sign off, don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, so if you guys want to see the rest of that and the rest of downtown Sacramento, check out that video that I just played with you guys. Khabib humiliates Irish fighters and Conor McGregor. That is the name of the title if you guys want to check out the rest of that. But going back to the topic matter at hand, we left off with Magomed versus Bruno Lopez. So yeah, I'm going to go with Magomed on that one, just like my man Anakin here said. Magomed won versus Ribeiro, while Lopez lost to Ribeiro. So I know MMA math. is not always accurate, but come on. We know that what we got going on here with Magomed is that he is going to wrestle, dominate him, just like what most Dagestanis do in the first place, right? But not so fast. You see, not all Dagestanis are on this trajectory of just wrestling you all the time. I mean, look at Sharaputin Magomedov. That guy looks like the reincarnation of Sagat from Street Fighter. I mean, it's just like he's Muay Thai pure all the way. So something to take that into consideration when it comes to the Dagestanis and their evolution of fighting. So moving on to the card, what do we got here? We got Ernesta Krakolite versus Nicolo Carelli. So 5-1-1 versus Nicolo Carelli. Let's take a look at their past fights that they've had going on. Okay, so heavy-handed. Ernesta heavy-handed. So straight out of Lithuania, I believe. Is that yes, this is correct. So okay, I'm very good with my flags. Okay, so this is from Lithuania, has one Contender Series fight. After her split decision against Carly Judas, she gets another decision loss against Dion Barbosa. Okay, so a split decision in the Contender Series, it makes me wonder, what is it that made Dana White sign her with a split decision? You don't often get signed into the UFC with a split decision, right? They usually want a definitive finish where you really hurt the guy or the gal and, made a statement. But maybe it was a hard-fought fight, and once again, it's women's fighting by the end of the day, right? A lot of them are going to be a decision, and I won't be surprised if this ends in a decision. Look at her kickboxing fight. It ended by a decision. So, but again, you never know. So let's take a look at Nicole Calarari. So from Brazil. What is the record? Hold on. 8-2. Okay, so 8-2. Has a Contender Series fight, has one LFA fight. Okay, so an arm bar, rear naked choke. Okay, this girl is a finisher. I'm going to go with Nicole by either rear naked submission overall. I think that she's going to catch her by submission on this one. I just think that there are some women in MMA that know how to finish. Like, for example, Ronda Rousey, when she came into the scene, she knew how to finish everybody. She knew how to get to that arm bar. She knew how to lock up with a person that eventually would get into a judo hip toss to get the arm bar. And the Brazilian girl from the Contender Series has nasty subs. Yeah. And that is why I'm predicting that she's going to get a submission on this one. So moving on to the next fight of the card. Let's take a look at the next fight of the next fight right here. We got Jacoby Smith versus Preston Parson. What is so special about this Jacoby Smith guy, right? Undefeated MMA profile. What is this? This is Kamaru Usman's picture. That's kind of weird. ESPN got that messed up right there. So Fortis MMA, fighting out of Dallas, Texas, college, Oklahoma State University. So this is a wrestler from Oklahoma State. Let's see what kind of finishes this guy gets, right? Ground and pound, punches. He gets a decision over Austin Jones. Very important early in your career to at least get that in, right? It's great to have all these finishes and this and that, but sometimes it's really good to go to a decision and know what it's like. And Ian Gary brought the limits to Shafkat on that one. Obviously, prior to that, Shafkat never went to a decision. Shane Carwin sort of had the same problem, right? He never went to a decision. All of it was first rounders up until he went to the second round for the first time in his career against Brock Lesnar. So it's good that he kind of got that early. But other than that, he's a first round finisher. And Preston Parson, I mean, this is a journeyman at best, right? The record is a 50-50 record. Well, not a 50-50 record per se, but a journeyman. That's the best way to really put it. He's a journeyman. See, takes a loss against Oban Elliott. By the way, Oban Elliott, one of the top elites of the 170 division right now. Shout outs to everybody in Wales. Matthew Sellemsberger, he gets a win over him, gets a loss over Oban Elliott. That's not, yeah, Trevin Giles, he gets a loss, split decision loss. So, okay, this is a good journeyman and gets knocked out by Daniel Rodriguez. So, yeah, I'm going to predict a finish on this one by ground and pound finish in the first round. So, let's go with first round finish by Jacoby Smith. So, moving on to the next card, the next fight of the card. Let's take a look at this right here. What is next? So I believe that is the end of the prelims, or do we have another prelims fight after that? Let's check this out. Okay. Okay, so Thiago Moises taking on Trey Ogden. Okay, so let's take a look at the past fights of Thiago Moises. Thiago Moises, 155. Okay, normal sized 155er. Okay, last loss against Klein. Let's see here. Well, wait, let's read the chats here first. I like Smith by KO. Yes, he has nice wrestling. Obviously, he almost stopped Lesnar too. Oh yeah, that is in regards to the Shane Carwin fight that I had mentioned earlier. He did, and then when he didn't finish him, look at what happened. Right? He gassed out. Brock Lesnar took advantage. Brock Lesnar has been through various rounds at that point in his MMA career, and at that point, it just seemed like Shane Carwin was just a novice, even though he had been this veteran. But he was a veteran that was never really tested. So yeah. Moving on to the fight. Let's see. So, okay. So Ludwig Klein, he loses to Ludwig Klein. Thiago Moises in his last fight gets a leg kick win over Mitch Ramirez. Let's take a look at Trey. Trey Ogden. Trey Ogden. Ogden. Or Ogden, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Okay, decision win over Loke. Win over Kurt. No decision over Nicholas. No contest. Okay. Gets a loss by a decision. Okay. Okay. You know what? I might have to go with Trey on this one for unanimous decision. I'm going to go with Trey for a unanimous decision on this one. Let's move on to the next fight. So the next fight coming up, let's see here. Next fight coming up, Jose Johnson versus Felipe Buenas. Okay, so let's check this out. Jose Johnson, 16-9 versus 13-7. These are the type of records, obviously, you will see with guys that fight in the prelims, sort of like borderlining in a journeyman. But at the same time, this is sort of the standard of MMA. In a way, if you're not a champion or if you're not top 15, you are a journeyman. And even if you are top 15, your record in MMA still looks like a journeyman's record. And that's just the nature of the game. Unless, of course, you're the Dagestanis that sort of really are meticulous in the way that they plan their matchmaking, especially earlier on in your careers and maybe even progressing into the big leagues such as the UFC, Bellator, PFL, and ONE FC and elsewhere. So Jose Johnson, a.k.a. Lobo. So we got a loss by Azu in his last fight. Again, unanimous decision losses or split decision losses especially are very tricky. Rear naked choke before that, gets submitted prior to that, gets a decision. Okay, now let's take a look at Felipe. What has he got going on? So Felipe, 13-7-0. Okay. What do we got here? He's fought in the ACA. That's an interesting little record right there. He's 0-1 in the UFC. ACB, he's 1-0. I thought that was the same organization. Okay, loses to Josh Van in his last fight. What weight class is this? I believe this is What weight class is this? Is this 135? Flyweight, 125. Okay, so Josh Fan. Yeah, I remember seeing that fight. That wasn't too long ago. Or actually, that was last year, exactly 1 year ago. So this guy hasn't fought in a year. He was supposed to fight Dennis Bondar. Okay. Okay, well, now let's take a look at Jose Johnson. I think the activity is going to help Jose Johnson, considering that he hasn't been inactive in comparison to. Okay, he did. Yeah. Prior to that, it was a year off, or not really that long, considering November to June. So okay, yeah, I'm going to go with Jose Johnson on this one by a close decision. I think that he's going to have enough to beat him, if not even finish him, just due to the inactivity of his opponent. So moving on to the next card, let's take a look at what is the next fight after this one. So I believe that concludes the prelims card. Let's now concentrate on the main card. So starting in the main card, we got a welterweight matchup between Uros Medic and Punas Soriano. I really like this fight right here, okay? And the Christian Rodriguez versus Austin Bashi fight, I really like that as well. Roman Kopylov versus Chris Curtis. That's going to be a great test for Chris Curtis, considering he is at the top of the division in middleweight, does train with Sean Strickland. Roman Kopylov wants to get that name and notoriety. Chris Curtis is a big name. It's great for him. Abdul Razak Al Hassan. I mean, he's been in the UFC for quite a while, taking on Cesar Almeida. Santiago Ponzinibbio versus Charleston Harris in the co-main event. And then we got Mackenzie Dern against Amanda Ribas. Let's start from the top with Amanda Ribas and Mackenzie Dern. So let's take a look at where Mackenzie Dern has been in her career as of late. Okay. Let's go to the trusted source in combat sports, which is Topology. So I don't know how much you want to take out of this. Obviously, everyone gets submitted in grappling competitions, right? In between George St. Pierre becoming a world champion, he was also submitted in grappling competitions that nobody even really saw or take into consideration. But prior to that grappling competition, she had a unanimous decision against Lupita Guinness, had a decision loss against Amanda Lemos, Angela Hill, a lot of unanimous decisions here. Jan, majority decision, Marina Rodriguez, and she lost to Amanda Ribas back in 2019. And here we are today. Now let's take a look at Amanda Ribas and where she is at in her current career trajectory right now. Okay. So what do we got in her current career trajectory right now? This is what we have. A loss against Rose Namajunas, 5-round decision, I don't think that was a 5-rounder. Or I believe it was. Spinning wheel kick punches, gets a loss by Macy Barber. Vivian Araujo, unanimous decision. Yeah, I think this is going to a unanimous decision again. I think this is going to go split decision. This is going to a split decision. But I'm going to have to go with Ribas on this one. I just have a feeling that she's going to edge out the decision on this one. You got Thiago by decision? Okay. So Jose missed weight, could see him getting subbed. Okay, that's a possibility. Or, you know what? Sometimes guys that miss weight for whatever reason, they end up, they end up winning just based on their sheer size alone. Getting finished by Van is interesting. He usually goes to a decision. Yeah, for real. And Josh Van, you know what? He's got great boxing. People forget, man. People forget. Josh Van has really good boxing. Did you go over to Hilo and Trillo? Let's see where we are at now with the card. I started up the top with the main event for the main card portion. Now let's take a look at the rest of the cards. So that particular fight that you are, yeah, I did go over that, I believe. Is that in the card? Marcos Trujillo. Oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't go over that one. Okay, you're right. You're right. Okay, so with this one, Marco Trujillo, 20-7, Iho Portilla. Let's take a look at where the career trajectory of Marco has been. Thank you for letting me know. I almost missed out on this one right here. So before we continue on with the main card. So let's see here. Gets a win, spinning back kick and punches, straight follow-up shots, decision. Okay, so this is sort of his UFC debut. Okay, against Ihor Potira. Now let's take a look at his UFC career here. The Ukrainian, I believe he's got a win over Shogun. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. A guy that is coming up from the regional scenes and from the Contender Series, now coming up here. You know what? I'm going to go with Marco Trujillo on this one by a decision. I think that the UFC jitters will get to him. But I think ultimately he is going to pull off a win on this one. So yeah, that's my decision on this one. I think he's going to get a unanimous decision. I think it's going to be very one-sided. I think he is going to show why the UFC had signed him. And as for the Ukrainian, I believe that the Ukrainian was just sent here to sort of give this Dana White Contender Series debutante a good fight, but in reality, a beatdown. So moving on with the rest of the cards. Let's get to the next card at hand right here. Yeah, so Ihor missed weight. Hopefully Marco wins. Yeah, I think he's going to win this one. So Santiago Ponzinibbio versus Charleston Harris. Let me see. I'm gonna have to go with Ponzinibbio on this one, right? Now, I haven't looked at Charleston Harris's record yet or what he's done in his career. Look, here's a 38-year-old Ponzinibbio who's been fighting at the high level, right? Who has Charleston Harris fought at his age, right? And at his experience in comparison to Ponzinibbio? Well, let's take a look, because the most fights that Ponzinibbio has over Charleston is at least 10, over 10 fights, right? And the majority of those fights were at a high level. But let's take a look at the career trajectory of Charleston Harris. So he's a boxer by his style in terms of how he likes to fight, likes to use his hands, has some very interesting experience across different regional promotions, Brave FC, XFC, Judo Brazil. He's fought down there. Now he's fought in the UFC, gets knocked out by Chaos Williams, gets a win against Jeremiah Wells. Anaconda choked Jaron Gooden, gets a unanimous decision. Shavkat Rakhmonov knocks him out, but he has wins over Christian El-Kheer, Impa Kasangai. How about that? He's got a win over Impa Kasangai. So again, look at Ponzinibbio, his particular career trajectory that he's got going on, right? Take a look at the names that he's fought. 29-8. I thought it's 30-8. I don't know why. I don't know. Sometimes they sort of missed out. So split decision loss against Jeff Neal, Pereira. Jing Liang gets knocked out, but okay, who doesn't? Gets a win over Neil Magny, Mike Perry, Gunnar Nelson, Dean Taleb, Zach Cummings. Yeah, I'm going with Ponzinibbio on this one, possibly a finish, right? But then again, Ponzinibbio's sort of old and, looking a little bit slow right now. Age really is not a big factor a lot of times, right? But man, when you look at Ponzinibbio, maybe it does matter for his end. Perhaps maybe it matters for his end in that. So I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Santiago Ponzinibbio on this one by decision, though. Next fight. So let's take a look at all these other matchups coming up next. So we went over that. We went over the main and co-main event. Now the rest of the card. Let's go. All right. By the way, none of that was I wasn't saying anything when all of that was muted. All of that was muted purposely. I just wanted to read both of their look. I'm gonna have to. I'm going with Abdul Razak Al Hassan on this one, right? Now, I'm gonna tell you exactly why, and this is the reason why I'm not a gambling site. I'm not a betting site, nor am I really a prediction site. But I do kind of give predictions here and there just to kind of show my knowledge of mixed martial arts and my knowledge of these fighters once in a while. But full disclosure, I'm going with Abdul Razak Al Hassan, and I think he's going to get it done by decision. And I'm just letting you know fourthhand that that's a biased pick because look at his last name, and you could kind of guess why I would be rooting for this guy. But there's great chances that he'll win this by unanimous decision. So moving on to the next card. All right, so Chris Curtis and Roman Kopylov. what is this? I'll be back in a half hour and for the prelims. All right. Well, shout outs to Snipe One. And I hope you do come back and tap in with us because we got an interesting card ahead of us. After I get done with these predictions and the preview to these fights, I'm probably going to play a video and then I'm going to keep the live stream going until the time of the fight. And I will cover the fights as well and come back for them. So yeah, I'm going to go with Roman Kopylov on this one, just based on the fact that I think Roman Kopylov doesn't have the type of mental packages or mental burden that Chris Curtis is walking into here. I mean, obviously, you look at all the documented issues that Chris Curtis has had, whether it was with other people or his teammates. Going into this fight, it's not going to help him. And I think Roman Kopylov is on his way up and Chris Curtis is on his way down. So moving on to the next fight. Yeah, let's not forget this guy right here, Christian Rodriguez. He's got to win over Raul Rojas Jr. Now let's take a look at Austin Bazzi and his stats right here. So 13-0. Interesting fact. Number one fighter in the whole state of Michigan. Right. This is what I love about Topology. They literally have the rankings for regional MMA, high level MMA, world level MMA, all of that. Right. They got all of it. Rear naked choke in the Contender Series, knockout after rear naked chokes. This guy's a finisher. He's went to a unanimous decision before. Elbows, punches, ground and pound. Yeah, I'm going to go with this guy for early stoppage. I think he's going to get an early stoppage on this one. All right, so next fights coming up. We don't have much fights left to take a look at. I believe the Soriano fight is the one of the fights left. Let's take a look. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, this is the only fight left. Okay, so very interesting fight. I honestly, I think this is my favorite fight of the night right here, which is why I treated this more like a main event than I did with Ribas and Mackenzie Dern, right? Again, I don't really understand what that fight is needed for. Maybe because Mackenzie Dern and Ribas don't have anybody to fight. I mean, it was like the pre-pandemic when they fought, but whatever. Anyways, Soriano versus Orzog. Let's take a look at their stats right here. Soriano. 32, 185er. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to go with Erzeg on this one. I'm going to tell you why, right? I think that even though Erzeg, in his last losses, have been predicated on submissions, I don't think that Soriano is going to be able to do that to him. But I think that he's going to ride off with a close split decision on that one. So, with that in mind, that concludes the preview for the fights. We will have the UFC live stream for Mackenzie Dern versus Amanda Ribas coming up here. But obviously, the stream is going to continue on, and I'm going to play some of my top hits that I got going on. How about this? Conor McGregor versus Logan Paul, the psychological and sociological breakdown of this whole entire fight. I'm going to be playing that. I'm also going to be playing a whole wide range of videos that you may not have seen yet. But this one right here, you're about to see, it's a members only content. So here we go. Enjoy this one for the next 30 minutes or so.
This is the shocking truth behind why Conor McGregor is fighting Logan Paul instead of Jake Paul. It's quite simple. You see, the WWE is owned by TKO. The Irish C word, and then called Dana a whole bunch of names that I'd rather not repeat because I don't want to sound like a petulant child in any kind of way. But either way, here we have right here in front of you the view of Sacramento late at night. So if you notice, just right close into the front right there, or just a little bit to the left of the blue beam. Okay, that's a beam that you see right there. It's sort of beamed up every time the Kings play. And there is the Kings symbol right there on the hotel just right across the bridge. So just thought I'd give you guys a little visualization there as I drop this video for you. So, furthermore, this fight is taking place in India. Now, what is significant about that? A lot of things are very much significant behind that, because what is India trying to do? Like most countries, compete in the global market. And as a result of competing in the global market, the Saudis are also in that competing market as well, as you've seen in combat sports. So in turn, what does India do? They go back and emulate exactly what the Saudis are doing. Get big names, bring them into India, and have big events, boxing matches, MMA, whatever it is. But for now, it's boxing with Logan Paul and Conor McGregor. Now, in the side of the Saudis, it seems that their whole prerogative is a lot more serious than the likes of circus fights. For example, obviously you look right here, this is Sacramento, this is the Sacramento Kings. It is a professional NBA team, and when you're playing at a high level like that in the NBA and also in the MLB, by the way, interestingly enough, the site that I am shooting this video right now, it's literally standing right next to the Sutter Health Center, which is
the hometown of the A's, the Oakland A's right now, because I believe they are moving from Oakland to Las Vegas, but for now they are staying here in Sacramento as a result. But yeah, the River Cats, the minor league team, was the main team for that. But obviously, this is not a mainstream sports conversation, but just thought I'd give you guys a little bit of information on that. But bottom line, serious professional sports requires serious competitive architecture. And I believe that the Saudis are very much in tune with that particular mind state and competition and packaging of what they would like to do in boxing. Very similar to the UFC. Look at all the boxing cards they have right now. Take a look at that Better Biev and that Bivol rematch that's going to be happening in February. Up and down that entire card is big. I believe Hamza Shiraz is in that card as well. That's what they're doing for boxing. Before, boxing was never like that. It was usually just an up and down card where, well, what do I mean by up and down card? Meaning that the first fight didn't really have a lot of significance. That's what I mean by up and down. Like, you're there for the up main events, but not really there for the down prelims and undercard fights. That's usually how boxing went. But when it was MMA, UFC in particular, especially in the 2010s, 2020s, and right around in those eras, it was absolute competition from first fight all the way to the main event. All the time. You had UFC 100, then you had UFC 200, and then you had UFC 300. That's sort of the era that we're in right now. With all that, you had constant competitive fights from top to bottom. And you never had that with boxing until the Saudis said, not so fast, let's do this. So what is India trying to do? They're trying to compete in a global market. That's the next thing that I want to emphasize is the rivalry between India and Saudi Arabia. I'm not saying there's a tension in any kind of way. That is if you want to account the geopolitical strategy behind, let's say, Pakistan to align themselves with Saudi Arabia. And we all know Pakistan's number one op in the world stage. Okay, so something to keep in mind. However, it's not always definitive with these loose and very complicated geopolitical matters that are taking place. So it's not as clear cut and dry as to say, well, Saudi Arabia is not really with India because they are with Pakistan. No, they benefit one way or the other from all these different countries. So as a result of that, this is what you have is economic competition. America does it with China. Economic competition. What else does America do with China? Well, they sort of commit espionage acts on each other while also doing business at the same time. Now, why am I bringing that up? Obviously, I'm not trying to make that into a geopolitical conversation in any kind of way, but what if the Saudis and the Indians come together to collaborate on cards? Because right now, with this Logan Paul and Conor McGregor card, all you can really do for India's combat sports is freak show fights, and that's what you have in front of you right now. Man, can you imagine the fact that Logan Paul and Jake Paul, two kids from Ohio, now have a fight with Mayweather. They had a fight with Mike Tyson, and now they're going to have a fight with Conor McGregor. Absolute legends in the game, right? And there's a story that's built in there as well. I mean, you got to take into consideration that Connor, his homie, had fought Paul previously, and I remember that fight vividly as well. I really remember that fight vividly as well because I was in Los Angeles University Studios. As a matter of fact, if I ever play this video in any of my continuing live streams that I usually do, where I just play repeat videos, and by the way, the reason why I do that is because I feel that is allowing your talent to be displayed over a period of time. If, let's say, those older videos don't get seen by a wider set of audience, right? So that's usually the reason why I play a lot of my videos, older videos, or newer videos, or just all my videos, period, during a live stream, in order to sort of just show different types of contents that I've done in the past that may not have been reached previously. Because when I looked at it by analytics, a lot of my engagement and views, they actually come from live streams and usually within fight nights. So it was a perfect time to place those videos in there. But nonetheless, yes, what India has going on right now is just the preliminary stages of what is going on when it comes to building a combat brand, but also creating a haven for tourism. Because we've known now that the Emiratis, the Saudis, especially in recent times, are now creating new haven of vacation spots, holidays, and well, that's exactly what Riyadh is. It's a consecutive amounts of days within months of different events. And I got to tell you, that Turkey El-Sheikh guy, he is probably the busiest royal family member, diplomat slash government official slash promoter that I've ever seen anywhere in the world. Because you see him with all the boxing, with all the MMA and the UFC with Dana White. You've seen him maybe do Arabic movies, facilitate Arabic music concerts, and not just Arabic concerts, maybe different concerts from around the world, perhaps different rappers, different acts, different people that are, well, in different genres, per se. So any type of entertainment value is the blueprint of what the Saudis are setting up for the world right now, and it is exactly what you use with India. That is hosting this whole entire card. I believe that they are $100 billion strong of a family, and probably, I believe, the second or fourth largest and richest family in all of Asia. So that's what we have here. And obviously they are of Indian national and descent. As a result, they're going to contribute back into the Indian market and the Indian economy. Now, let's get to the real juicy aspects of this conversation. Because what I've given you was a background of what the Indians are planning to do, what are their intentions, and also what they are seeking to accomplish within this competition against the Saudis. We talked about that. Now let's talk about really the star of this whole entire video, which is Conor McGregor. Now, one of the best ways to mitigate scandal, having a bad name, and things of that nature, the one way to clear all of these great charges that obviously was convicted of, and yes, argue that it is civil, but nonetheless, a bad look, And trust me, this is something that I understand from a public relations agent point of view, okay? What Conor McGregor has going on is really a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths in America, which is fine. You want to know why? Here in the United States, look at this. Good old America. By the way, I believe the blue beam has now disappeared. So they have a blue beam, as I was saying earlier, obviously to signify when the Kings are playing. So I believe when the blue beam is down, that symbolizes that now the Kings are no longer playing, and I believe that the game has concluded. So, just like Conor McGregor's career, right? It's come to somewhat of a conclusion. We are at the twilight end of it, however, not completely the end. But just like this game and just like this light in Sacramento with the Kings and the beam, they go down when the game is over. So, here we are. Conor McGregor's choice right now. He has to fight. Was this a fight that would have been available or possible before? If he was not into any of these scandals and he did not lose all of his money due to the sponsorships? The answer is no. He would have never done these fights. He is doing these fights based on desperation. I want that to sink in real quick, okay? That's the reason why I gave you guys that long pause, because it's desperation mode. And I gotta tell you, in the fight game, there's the aspect of A-side and B-side conversation, correct? The A-side and B-side conversation is who gets to walk out first? Who gets to have their music, either one music or three music? You know how it is. When you see boxing fights, MMA fights, the guys who are champions usually have three different music. I've seen it with Manny Pacquiao. They'll walk out to around, and then after that he walks out to an AC/DC song. Floyd does the same thing. They mix it up with a little bit of some Rocky theme and then some modern rap music and so on and so forth. Yeah, those are some of the things that are negotiated when it comes to talking about A-side and B-side. In fact, weirdly enough, Floyd gets out. They didn't even give him a robe. They just gave him his Irish flag, his trunks, walking out to the ring with just the notorious B.I.G. song, Hypnotize. As for Floyd, because he's the A side, he got to walk out with extreme extravagance. Okay? That is the way that I would describe all of Floyd's entrances. But then again, so the fact that Nassim's entrances are a whole lot more glamorous than that. But either way, not here to compare ring entrances or anything like that, but more to focus on Conor McGregor's desperation. Okay? He would have not have been in desperation if he never got caught. He would have been in the UFC. He would have had the leverage, and not only that, he would have had. Okay, sorry about that. He would have had the leverage. He would have had the options. But what is strange about those options is that they are harder fights for less money. You're talking about animals like Dan Hooker. Yes, who's got a 50-50 record. You can probably argue and say that he's a journeyman, but he's a seasoned fighter. And right now, MMA-wise, he could be very dangerous for Conor. That's one, okay? Here's the other thing. Michael Chandler would have been a very dangerous fight for him. We're not talking about the old Conor that was the Marlon Brando, the Jose Aldo, the Eddie Alvarez, or the Nate Diaz. None of that. That's not who we're talking about with Conor McGregor. We're talking about Conor McGregor in 2024, stressed out of his life and everything that is going on around him, and it's not stopping because then there's Arnold Lobov and then there's everything else. But guess what? He would have never went back into fighting if he had not been stripped of all these sponsorships. And as a result, he needed a huge compensation and a huge package of stimulus to get him back to where he was, if not get him into an even higher bracket. And we're talking about $250 million for both him and Logan Paul. And by the way, I don't want to get off the focus of Logan Paul and the Jake Paul and the Paul brothers because they have a big that I'd like to share. Because obviously right now what I'm sharing is the desperation of Conor McGregor. So fair enough. That is the desperation that he has going on. And that is the only reason why he's taking this fight. And would he have taken this fight in any other circumstance? The answer is no, but weirdly enough, like I said, he would have made less for the Chandler and the Hooker fights, but yet he would have really made even more with the Logan and the Jake Paul fights. Without the Saudis or the Indians, it would have probably been around 20 million, but now we're talking about a staggering over 100% increase in the whole matter at hand, right? 250 million for both of them. And for Logan Paul, fair play to the guy, he's already a billionaire. Okay, not only is he already a millionaire, he's close to being a billionaire. Everybody in Prime is using his drinks. Okay, he's using the drinks for Terrence Crawford. I believe he's sponsored. How about Erling Haaland and Manchester City sponsors him? He's got a whole range of different athletes and different sports companies that Logan Paul is now affiliated with through Prime. And to think this is the same guy that made that video in Japan in 2017 with a very touchy subject matter at hand. And I know you know what I'm talking about. And if you know, then you know. If you don't, I can't say the S word. But yeah. So we talked about the desperation of Conor McGregor. Maybe later on we can talk about his beginning and his history and where he's at now and the twilight of his career. But for now, let's focus on Logan Paul, the Paul brothers, and where they're at and how they got here and some of the biggest accomplishments that they've now made in their life. We all know about the Disney. We all know about what is that? Vimeo or Vimeo. Another form of YouTube. It's sort of like another form of motion or something like that. But YouTube, Disney, all of that, internet stars, influencers. This is everything that we're talking about with the Paul brothers. Were they always these guys? No, obviously you guys seen their dads. What is significant about the father of Logan and Jake Paul? You look at him, he looks like a stereotypical redneck American. Red-blooded American brother. And you know what? He was also a former Army guy who I believe turned into a contractor. And then the mother of Jake Paul and Logan Paul, I believe, was they said they grew up struggling, but anywhere else where you would be in the position of Jake Paul's mother or father, you would be considered middle class, a little above working class elsewhere. Here, I don't know what that would translate in Ohio, but from their accounts, they've sort of acclaimed a hard life in a way, right? Claimed that, hey, you know what? We've had to get it out of the mud, whatever that means. But the bottom line is this. Before all the Disney stuff, before all the influencer space that they were in, They were two Ohio kids, and not only that, they were two great athletes. So why is this very important information? Here it is. When they were growing up in Ohio, they were wrestlers. They were football players. So they were, in turn, real combat athletes. Even Jacob mentioned in the past how he wished to have wanted to become a Navy SEAL at some point of his life. Okay? So these guys have a warrior instinct. I think that's fair to say. But guess what? They lived in this small town. They had a big personality. A lot of those people didn't like the fact that they had a big personality. And as a result of having this super big personality that was too hard to contain for a small town in Ohio, they decided to move elsewhere in LA and then become influencers. So now they're immersed in this fake world of California and Los Angeles transactional relationships that they had to build with other creators and other YouTubers and other influencers as a result of the world that they are in. And then Jake Paul even more into the mainstream world of Disney. So it's a fake world. And then if you notice, a lot of YouTubers, especially these earlier guys that had to do a lot of these pranks, basically everything is just high up energy all the time. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, like and subscribe. Everything is fine and dandy all day, blah, blah, blah. Like high energy, high octane all the time, right? Very loose, and just constant into the max. That was the whole entire format of YouTube at the time. So what does that translate? It translates to something being very fake. But in return, when this whole Japan scandal with Logan happened, where he made a video of those people that hung themselves, he got canceled. The Rock canceled him. Everybody canceled him. And then KSI was doing this celebrity boxing match against another British influencer by the name of Joe Weller. And after he knocks him out in that amateur event, he then calls out Logan Paul. And this is how we all got here from the very beginning. And I saw it all unfold all the way back in 2017. And then here we are in 2024. So the blessing in disguise is now they've immersed themselves into this fake world, the Paul brothers, and now they've transitioned back into this real world of everything being all about the practicalities of discipline, warriorhood, brotherhood, and the bonding of all of these things combined. Okay? So what's important to understand about this is that there are aspects of struggle that they had to face and endure earlier on. But then when they found success in the world of fakeness, they ended up yearning for the sense of realism in the world of combat, which brings me to the history of Conor McGregor. Before you saw him in Ariel Awani's show eating blueberries, this was the prime Conor McGregor that we all wish to see and that can have all the capabilities of being the best in the world if he really put his mind to it. This is the guy that is needed to beat Logan Paul in the night of their fight. But before that, he was a young, hungry, focused fighter. He did all of these different acrobatics to increase mobility in his body, but not only that, create a haven of different ranges that he's fighting under. So while he's doing that, he's developing himself into a formidable striker, probably one of the best strikers in MMA. But somewhere down the line, Conor lost himself because of this big fight with Floyd, which leads me to this question. What is going to happen when Conor McGregor receives all of this money and crashes out again? Has anybody ever thought about that? Because now he has an opportunity to have something to be focused on again even though you may perceive this fight as a clown show, but it's not going to be for him. For him, it's a big championship boxing match with a big name and big money behind it, even if the rest of the world thinks it's a fake circus clown show. And it may very well be. He may just go in there and have a sparring match with Logan Paul. And when he's having a sparring match with Logan Paul, man, I'm telling you, I think a lot of people are going to be upset. But at the same time, hey, we got exactly what we signed up for. But at the same time, here's something you got to understand about Logan. The guy is a complete psychopath. And I mean that in a very good way, because you know what? When I'm in the gym and I train hard and this and that, I sort of try to put my mind in that psychopathic frame of just trying to get things done, right? That's what I mean in a positive way, but also in a way where he really will try and knock Conor McGregor's head to the third row. And a proof of this is, guess what? How about Bradley Martin, the influencer? You know, that guy that always challenges all the fighters saying, hey, who would win in a fight between you and me? Just because he thinks he is a 300-pound bodybuilder of some sort that he can beat, let's say, smaller but skilled fighters. That guy, he's the guy that asks all that question. Well, anyways, he challenged Logan Paul, showed up at his gym with a mouthpiece. They both got down in a street fight with mouthpieces on. And, hey, you know what? Logan Paul, he did him in, man. He did him in. Logan Paul is a dog. He is a dog. So as a result of that same type of dog mentality, is he going to bring that against Conor McGregor in this fight? I think he absolutely will. So the question remains, how will Conor McGregor perform in this pressure? I think he's going to do well. I think he'll have enough range and enough movement to mitigate a lot of the power of Logan Paul. But I also think that Logan Paul will really try and knock him out as a result of the psychology and everything that we have broken down with these two, their background, and what led up to all of this fight. But by the end, it's just an exhibition, at best a sparring match, and either way, it's just going to bring two things. Conor McGregor back to the UFC, and then even more money fight with Jake Paul and elsewhere in the influencer boxing space. This is all that I have for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Signing off from Sacramento, California, represent. Don't forget to share, like, tell a friend to tell a friend, and I will see you in the next content, live stream, and everything in between. Inshallah. you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half. Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch John Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. John is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for John Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. The only difference is that now we have to figure out who is the best heavyweight in the UFC. Now, I think that is besides the point of this video. You want to know why? Because obviously, Tom Aspinall is in a position right now where we can even argue the fact that he is better than John Jones. Now, we're not talking about just setting up the fights, because that right now is sort of up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen with that and the contract negotiations and the strategy behind John Jones's team in ways of trying to get more money from the UFC. Okay, but that is besides the point. What is important is understanding Tom Aspinall is already here. Now, he's not there yet because in terms of fighting John Jones, but he's there. Now, the question is, how did he get here? Because that is the main topic at hand that we want to talk about. Obviously, over the years, we've seen John Jones dominate the light heavyweight division for a very long time. And now all of a sudden, John had decided after the Dominic Reyes fight to jump into the heavyweight division. And now what happened? Cyril gone. He gets the undisputed championship, not the interim championship. And now the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world right now is so heavily disputed. But guess what? That right there is a life story for Tom Aspinall to complete later on. Right now, let's look at his past life experiences to sort of understand where this man is right now in his current career. And so the obvious theme that I'm trying to emphasize here is that you cannot have a plan B when it comes to searching for glory. And by the way, Tom Aspinall's dad, Andy Aspinall, is the main topic at hand of this particular story. Look, we all talk about the epidemic that is going on with fatherless homes and things of that nature, right? So it's very refreshing when we run across a story like Tom Aspinall and his dad. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that Tom Aspinall's dad had decided he was going to quit his job so that he can focus on Tom Aspinall's talent full time. He recognized early on, hey, you know what? This kid has a talent. And if I put all my eggs in this basket, it's going to work out. And I think this story right here is very important for a lot of people to really learn and understand. You want to know why? Because there's a lot of people out there that have, let's say, a halfway approach to the goals that they are trying to accomplish. Now, look, people need to understand, if you want to become a doctor, if you want to become an engineer, if you want to become a lawyer, these things are highly attainable, way more attainable than being the heavyweight champion of the world in the UFC, in the heavyweight division. However, there is something that Andy noticed about Tom that was special, and he decided he was going to go all in on that. And I think this is something a lot of you really need to understand. There's people out there that are going through life halfway into whatever goals that they want to do. And it starts very young. You see, when you're young, people tell you, hey, you know what? You got to go out there. You got to get a job. You got to go out there. You got to fulfill these particular obligations. You got to go to school. But here's a reality. What if a job or what if a school is not good for your journey? You see, during this weekend, not only did John Jones and Stipe fight, but another legend fought, and that was Jake Paul. Kidding. Obviously, Mike Tyson was also part of that. But the first trainer of Mike Tyson told him, hey, you know what? We can't put you in school. You want to know why? Because it's not a good environment for a future heavyweight champion. Now, I don't know why Cus D'Amato thought that. I could give you a couple of theories as to why. One is probably because of the fact that you do nothing in school but take orders all day, and you're sort of missing out in training. You see, you can wake up in the morning and train very early and this and that, but then where is your recovery time, right? You're going to be in school sitting in these hard chairs for 6 hours on and on, being told what to do, being programmed in your brain, being told that, hey, you know what? If you don't go to college, if you don't get a degree, or you don't do this and that, then you're never going to be anything. And then guess what? It does nothing but steer you towards a plan B. And this right here is the story that we're going to emphasize with Tom Aspinall and his dad, Andy Aspinall, which, by the way, is a very intriguing story in and of itself. So the best way to really convey this story is go through articles leading up to 3 or 4 major fights that sort of made Tom Aspinall the Tom Aspinall that we know him today as the number one threat to John Jones. And those 4 fights in particular are the Curtis Blades fight, his last loss, by the way, literally lost in 15 seconds due to a knee injury. And then the Myson Tybura fight, the Sergey Pavlovich fight, and then the Curtis Blades fight. Well, this article that we have in front of you right now was just right before the Curtis Blades fight. Okay. Very interesting story right here. UFC London's Tom Aspinall is the dad of 3 on the cusp of a UFC heavyweight glory who almost quit MMA out of frustration. By the way, there's the plan B diagnosis right there, right? Almost quit MMA out of frustration. And to be fair, and to be honest with you, Dana White said it best. MMA is an opportunity, not a career choice. Oftentimes you hear people complain about fighter pay and things of that nature, but that is the reality of the situation, right? It will make a lot of people quit out of frustration, even if you have a winning record. Okay, so Tom Aspinall set to rock the O2 Arena tonight. This was back in 22. Okay, will top the UFC bill tonight. Pivotal heavyweight showdown against Curtis Blades. Okay, so these are some of the photos that involve Tom Aspinall here. Aspinall is stunningly on the cusp of winning a world title, okay, less than 2 years after his debut in the promotion. I believe his debut in the promotion was in, when was that? That was in 2020. Okay, so he came in literally during the pandemic. So, yeah, Tom Aspinall came into the pandemic. He's not looked back since making his octagon bow on Fight Island, where he brutalized Jake Collier in 45 seconds, then earns 36,000 pounds, which is $50,000 in American dollars out of performance bonuses. See, I don't even understand the British pounds and the American dollar exchange, but I know that 36 equals to $50,000 because guess what? That is the performance bonus that they give out. So Tom Aspinall at the time was 29, has all comers in record time, 5 octagon outings. Okay, so, but let's go back to his father right here. But the Team Urban's journey, which began in his garden shed with his dad, Andy, at age 6, was far from an easy one, with financial struggles being ever present. And again, Remember, this is one of those situations that's going to want to make you quit. He told BBC MMA in the UK, especially being a heavyweight, it's near enough impossible to make a career out of it. I absolutely had no money and had decided to provide for my family. Some days I'd only have literally 20 quid to my name. Inactively early in a professional career, which was often the result of opponents pulling out at the last minute, not only deprived Aspinal of the opportunity to better himself, but denied him much needed money to feed his family. So you see, this right here, this is exactly what I'm talking about, okay? Is that you got to understand these types of pressures will make you quit. They will absolutely make you quit because you start thinking to yourself, you start really looking at the situation and you're like, well, is this really worth it? Is this journey really worth it? He recalled being a heavyweight MMA fighter in the UK is very tough. I had 3 little kids and had not a fight in 2 years because opponents kept pulling out all the time. There's just not a lot of active heavyweights, especially in the UK. So it's difficult to get fights and people want to protect their records. Yeah, it's just a tough time. By the way, Cain Velasquez had the same problem in the UFC. And not only that, even way before the UFC, he had one pro fight and they had to sign him to the UFC because realistically, nobody really wanted to fight him. And it made a very difficult time for his development. But eventually, Cain Velasquez made it to UFC, beat Brock Lesnar, went up through the rankings, and the rest was history. But Aspinal's frustration with not being able to get a fight, as well as his need for cash, almost prompted him to quit MMA, according to The Sun, USA. He said, I had a child, then we found out we were having twins. I wasn't getting regular fights, and people were like, what are you going to do? How are you going to provide for your family? Once again, talking about the whole Plan B situation, right? For whatever reason, Tom Aspinall believed in himself, and this is me saying this. I'm not quoting this news article right now, okay? He decided, you know what? I'm not going to have a plan B. I'm going to go through with this full commitment head on, and that's that. I was training all the time, but the fights weren't coming, and that was probably the toughest time of my career. But his mom and dad, who were happy to lend him a score or two to pay the bills, convinced him not to pack it in. So there it is. Andy told the BBC, me and his mom, we sat down and we lent him money and we helped out. There was a lot of arguing and crying. Now, obviously, this is one of the things that will make a lot of people quit. Okay, you got to understand when there's money situations involved and it becomes tough and it becomes hard, man, let me tell you, people start arguing, people start panicking, and people really start becoming jaded to your dreams and whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. So that right there is point taken right there, right? There was a lot of crying and a lot of arguing, according to The Sun. We told them, please give it a go and see how you get out. I always felt Tom could make it to the top, so we went through a heartfelt, you've got to do this. Eventually, he turned around and he came back. So in other words, there it is. This is the main theme of the story. Andy decided he was not going to have a plan B. And for Tom Aspinall to think about quitting, he was also telling him, look, you can't have a plan B. There is only plan A. And that is for you to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Now, it was a relief for Andy, who wholeheartedly believed his son could make it to the top of the sport and looks back on their early training with great fondness. Okay? Now, here's something you got to understand, right? Every fighter goes through this, which is why it's not the most ideal career. That's something that a lot of people have to understand. Andy recalled in a UFC interview, Tom started to grapple when he was 6 years old or even 7. When he was about 10 or 11, he started to really enjoy it. And because I was teaching jiu-jitsu, he was with me every day. And I quote from Andy Aspinall. And I quote, he did all the traditional sports, jiu-jitsu, boxing, and wrestling. Then I met Colin Heron from Kaboon, and it just came from there. Now, for those of you that don't know who Kaboon is, This is the team that he had trained with in Liverpool, along with Darren Till and along with Colin that he had mentioned here in the article. Aspinall would eventually get consistency so desperately craved in 2016 in full contact contender with 3 fights in 3 months. Okay. But inactivity would soon plague him as soon as it ended up going 2.5 years without fighting. Okay. So imagine this. He went 2.5 years without fighting. Aspinall ended his hiatus of his career back-to-back first TKO victories in Cage Warriors 101 and 107, which ultimately saw him to get a call in the UFC. And he's gone from strength to strength, making it to the promised land of MMA, stopping Collier, Alan Baudon, Sergey Spivak, and submitting former UFC and Bellator champions Andrei Arlovsky and Alexander Volkov. By the way, just remember, this is an article that was from 2016. So Aspinall is a far cry from where he was a handful years ago and finds himself touching the distance of a UFC title. Okay, so now he's in the UFC. Now he's on the cusp of touching a UFC title. So a solid victory over Blades tonight. And by the way, this article is from 2022. Okay, so July of 2022. So just keep in mind and keep that in perspective a little bit, okay? He said, I will take it as it comes, the same way I do everything else. You can't guarantee the future, can you? You can't guarantee what's going to happen. I will cross that bridge when I come across it, he says. So obviously we knew how that fight had ended up. 15 seconds, he was out just like that. And we move on to 2023, where he is about to come back. After his comeback, he obviously came and beat Myson Tybura, first round TKO performance of the night back in July 2023, a year after, literally a year after, like literally 365 days. Look at this. Look at this right here. Literally 365 days, July 23, 2022. Now it's July 22, 2023, and there it is, right? The Myson Tybura win right after that, okay? So, yeah, obviously now they're back in the mix, and now let's go to this article right here, right? Tom Aspinall, a proud dad of 3 on the brink of a heavyweight glory at UFC 295, almost quit MMA out of frustration. Again, literally the same article, almost the same article, but within November. This is right after the Myson Tybura fight. This is going into the Sergey Pavlovich fight now. Okay, so let's go to that article. Okay, set to make Madison Square Garden history. Okay, this was his own Madison Square Garden history that he had made, similar to John Jones this weekend. Let's get to the article. These are all the pictures that they have. Standing between the Wigan Warrior and becoming Britain's 3rd UFC title holder is the Russian wrecking machine, Sergey Pavlovich. Now, Tom Aspinall is a dad of 3. By the way, many people don't know that. 30 years old at the time, had blasted through all of his opponents since making his UFC debut in Fight Island. Okay, so we all know that. We've mentioned that in the last article. He told the Sun earlier, I've had a couple of tough times earlier in my career, stuff with injuries and not being able to get matches, and I was really struggling for money at few points, which is tough because I got children and stuff, and it was tough. And by the way, here's something you guys got to understand, right? This is a common thing that makes a lot of people quit. Obviously, you're out here trying to reach glory for being an entertainer or being an athlete, and then you have all these situations that you have to face as a struggling parent. And again, are you going to risk it all, or are you going to take the plan B? Again, the overall main theme of this whole entire story, right? But as we move on, let's get back to the article. Okay. So he told the Sun a couple of times, yeah, that's injuries, matches that was struggling for money at a few points, which is tough because I got children. He says Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad. So obviously the main thesis of this whole entire story is that Andy Aspinall did not budge one bit. Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad and longtime coach Andy and his mom, who helped him while he was enduring a financial despair following a frank and honest sit down. So they've had a sit down and they had this conversation and said, hey, you know what? You have to do this, because if you don't do this, you got nothing else, Tommy. You know what I mean? If you don't do this, what else are you going to do with your life? So you know what? That's what it is. Okay. So as we move on to the article, that conversation fortified his belief that he would one day compete for the UFC gold and eventually compete in the Big Apple. Okay, so again, the same story goes. He continued, on the other hand, I expected to be here. He said that he expected to be there. This wasn't something that Tom Aspinall doubted for 1 minute. He never doubted for 1 second that he was going to be here. So moving on. Aspinall is proud as punch. What an interesting expression of language. Aspinall is proud as punch with what he's achieved in his career, although he won't sit back and smell the roses until he calls time on his career. By the way, many people would argue that Jon Jones is sort of calling to smell the roses right now in his career and calling it time on his career, as opposed to Tom Aspinall, who's right now in his prime. But another story, another topic for another time. He said, I think about how far I've come and stuff. It's good, but I don't really have time to do all that. I think that it's something that I look at when I'm retired, because the minute I'm just in the moment, at the minute, I'm just looking forward to Saturday, which, by the way, this was the Sergey Pavlovich fight that I'm reading about. Aspinall must pass one of the toughest tests in mixed martial arts, which is Pavlovich, to achieve his dream winning UFC gold. So for those of you that remember, obviously, this was Tom Aspinall's fight with Sergey Pavlovich. The Wigan Warrior is confident in becoming Britain's third UFC champion, which he did. The Russian Behemoth was the backup fighter for the canceled fight between Jon Jones and Stipe. So how about that? Stipe and Jon were supposed to fight during that time. They never did. They did this weekend, but in came Tom Aspinall and Sergey Pavlovich. So we all know what happened to that particular story, right? Tom Aspinall had beaten Sergey Pavlovich, and then he moved on to take on Curtis Blades once again to avenge his loss from literally 2 years. Okay, 2 years of UFC London. Well, now it's UFC Manchester, obviously. But yeah, so moving on. Obviously, this isn't so much about the biography of Tom Aspinall, but rather more of his dad's perseverance to try and encourage him, which I think is an important lesson here for many people out there that are searching for glory. So Andy says, I quit my high-paying job. Now, this is a revelation that's different from the other news articles. Obviously, Andy had a high-paying job. Let's find out what that is, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. But for what we know in face value and what Andy is telling us here in TalkSport article, he quit a high-paying job to teach his son MMA in his back garden, which obviously is some things that you've seen in these photos right here, right? This is literally the back garden that Andy Aspinall is talking about right here. So let's go on to this article by Talk Sports, right? Just right before I believe this was just right before the Curtis Blades rematch. So British MMA star became the interim heavyweight champion by knocking out Sergey Pavlovich at UFC 295 in New York last November. So now we go from November to this summer in July. Okay. So right here, this is Tom Aspinall right here in this photo. But yeah, so Aspinall's journey to the top of this sport started when he was 19, when his dad walked away from a lucrative job to help harness his son's athletic ability and eventually open a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu school. Obviously, that is why we have Aspinall Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which, as you would imagine, the membership of that gym is probably at an all-time high right now.
and an all-time demand, being that it's Tom Aspinall's gym and his dad. Well, so he did 25 years in IT. So basically he is a computer engineer of some sort. That's what IT is. I was a contractor for a long time, making good money. And then I was an IT manager. I got offered redundancy payment that I didn't have to take, but Tom was very good at jiu-jitsu, and there weren't many jiu-jitsu schools open. Worth noting, Tom Aspinall's dad was the first black belt in the UK, I believe, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, at least one of the first black belts, similar to John Kavanagh in Ireland, who was one of the first black belts in jiu-jitsu in Ireland. So Tom's dad, Andy, has a very similar story. So he said that it was a bold move, but one that worked out, as Andy's eldest is now one of the biggest UFC stars, and his other son, Joe, makes a living teaching Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He added, I had some money then, so it was all right. I'm glad I did it. So in other words, the reason why he took the risk of doing this, try to understand, is because Tom Aspinall's dad had already accumulated and saved enough money from, by the way, a high-paying job. Now, look, here's something I need to emphasize, right? This type of conversation, this type of talk right now, I'm going to be honest with you, this is not for everybody. You want to know why? Because I got to be honest with you, not everybody is going to make it. Now, look, this is a once-in-a-lifetime story. This is one of those situations where, yes, he actually had made it. But to give this same advice to the same person, to different people, not the same person, but to different people with contrasting situations and various outcomes in their life, I think that would be unfair. Also, you got to recognize your talent, right? I'll give you an example. For one, why am I trying to reach the top of the heights in this YouTube industry? Well, because I think that I can do it. I think that I have the voice, I have the articulation, I have the experience of public speaking. And I think after a year or so, now I'm becoming more of a YouTube vet. So there are possibilities and reasons why I should continue. Now, if you're one of these people that after a couple of years, you've only had 10 subscribers, well, man, you got to really rethink about what you're doing. Let's say if you're a journeyman boxer, journeyman MMA fighter, and you're just getting beat every weekend, you got to start really thinking about whether this is for you or not. But if you know and you understand what your capabilities are, man, let me tell you, you got to go after it. And Tom Aspinall's dad recognized it. Now look at where they're at. The other son, Joe, is teaching BJJ. He's making a living off of that. And Tom Aspinall is one of the biggest stars in the UFC, and he's making a living off of that. So back to the Talk Sports article, right? Not just for Tom's fighting, and I quote from Andy Aspinall, I'm glad I did it because I didn't like the environment. I don't like the politics. I like the quiet life, and this has been a quiet life. Now, can you imagine that? Imagine being an IT guy, right? You're a normal guy. You're a normie. You're literally one of these NPCs that wakes up in the morning just to get a coffee, just to try and rush to work like everybody else in this whole entire human race that they're trying to get into. But you start thinking, look at these guys are in the MMA world. That's a quiet life. Indeed it is. Think about it. The only thing that you worry about as an MMA fighter or as an MMA coach is the night of the fight, worrying about that. Now, obviously, coaches have more fights to go to than the actual fighters themselves. So they're going to be there at a high frequency rate every week. That is, of course, if the other fighter is not a trainer as well. But either way, that's the only time that you really have to worry about the fight. Okay, is the actual fight itself. But overall, life of a fighter is quite peaceful. You wake up, you train, and then you go home, you eat, you sleep, and then you train again, get some nutrients, and then you train again. And next day, rinse and repeat. That's a quiet life. Whereas if you are in the corporate world, there's a lot of backstabbings going on. There's a lot of dudes that are trying to undercut each other, that are trying to kiss butt to the boss, that are trying to get in good with the boss so they can get in their good graces. And then because this guy is the boss, he thinks that he's better than you because he's his friend. And then there's a lot of biasness going on and so forth. This is the quiet life, according to Andy Aspinal. Okay, so however, Aspinall's long journey to the pinnacle of MMA wasn't without some hiccups, and he needed helping hand to push through some tough times. Now, look, you want to talk about tough times, right? Let's look at Tom Aspinall's record early on, because when you look at it from the time that he had lost in May of 2016, right here against Lucas Prawovic in May 14, 2016 in Birmingham, I think he lost by illegal downward elbow. Wow. Similar to John Jones, isn't it? That's literally the same situation that John Jones had faced. But at that point, he was 4-2. Okay. Most guys that are in this record right now, they'll tell you, hey, you know what? Maybe it's time for you to look for a job and do other things, maybe go to school and this and that. This is when you become 50-50 in your whole entire process of reaching glory. Why? Because now you're unsure. This is why I say you got to focus only on plan A. That is if you know and understand that you have the talent for it. Now, obviously, he understood that. After that, a few months later, he gets back at it in June, gets a first-round knockout against Camille, and then after that, gets another knockout or TKO by a leg injury, and then another TKO. And then next thing you know, he's fighting Jake Collier, Alan Bodad, Sergey Pavlovich. And the next thing you know, he's fighting Alexander Volkov in one of these famous London cards that they usually have in March. And then next thing you know, now he's a big superstar in the world of mixed martial arts. Okay, so that's really an interesting life story that Tom Aspinall is going through. Okay, let's go back to the article to sort of give some more context in this. Okay, from training in his back garden to changing sports and overcoming injuries, a 31-year-old contender dealt with multitudes of issues, but managed to overcome them with help of his father. Now, what did he mean by changing sports? Well, let's go back to Tom Aspinall's record. Okay, right here, he has one professional boxing bout against this guy named Thomas. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter who their name is, but yeah, the guy named Thomas, who he knocked out in the first round in Manchester. It was a fight card in Manchester. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah, it was a first round knockout. So we are talking about 2017. This was between the time that he had lost by a downward illegal elbow and then got back and won. And yeah, and then in between that 2018, he didn't really fight. And that was where he sort of took the hiatus right there. So yeah, he definitely did have some struggles along the way, right? And okay, so going back to this article with so from training in his backyard to changing sports, overcoming a multitude of injuries, dealt with a multitude of issues, but managed to overcome them with the help of his father. With the help of his father, right here, that it says right here on Talk Sports. So a couple of times he'd given up, and he admitted he didn't want to fight MMA because there were no opponents. He didn't want to train in the gym because it was too far to go every day, and he didn't want to do it because there was no one to train or fight with. By the way, very difficult for a heavyweight, obviously. We went boxing, and he had one pro fight, as I had mentioned earlier, and then he didn't want to fight because he didn't like the boxing model. He didn't want to fight people and get a padded record out of it. He wanted to fight people who were equal to him, so he stopped boxing. By the way, a very common contrasting view of boxing and MMA, right? Obviously, in boxing, they are willing to pad your record and do all of these journeyman fights and eventually put you out there when you are ready, or basically sacrifice your record when there is a bag on the line. Maybe there's a championship fight or a big name. Okay,
Let's do it. Let's risk it for the biscuit this time, right? But in MMA, you're constantly risking it for the biscuit every time. And this is the reason why there is no frauds when it comes to UFC champions and anybody that fights at that level. Okay, so going back to the article, despite his rocky road to the UFC, Aspinal's dad insists he always knew his son had elite level athletic ability and would ultimately reach the pinnacle of his chosen sport. So this is what I want to emphasize to people and what I constantly talk about, right? If you know that you have the ability to make it and reach that glory, why not go for it? Stop listening to the naysayers. They're going to constantly doubt you. They're going to constantly put you down, and they're not going to believe in you. Only you can believe in you, and only you know what is inside of you and what you are capable of. So back to the article. During his rise of becoming a champion, he was seen off big names in Alexander Volkov and Andrei Arlovsky. Okay, we talked about that. He also used to win a lot of jiu-jitsu tournaments, so I knew he could be really good at something where you take instruction. He could have been a rugby league. It could have been a range of sports. It just happened to be MMA. So in other words, the athletic ability of Tom Aspinall can take him to any sport, and it just so happens that it's MMA. And guess what? His dad is a jiu-jitsu black belt, so it was perfect. It was a proud moment when Aspinall KO'd Pavlovich in 69 seconds before dedicating his title to his father, who was reeling from a recent personal loss. Now, what is his personal loss? It was great that he won, but the whole occasion was a bit rushed, Andy said. Should we have taken it? It turned out good, so everything is all right. It was emotional for me because my dad watched the Myson Tybura fight with us and said, you'll beat that guy and then you'll win the title. And then my dad sadly passed away, which obviously is the grandfather of Tom Aspinall. So that was raw at the time and thought my dad then, but it was really good. Andy will be in his son's corner and defends the title against Curtis Blades at UFC 304 Manchester, which, by the way, had already passed, which is where I'm talking about this article. So Andy concluded, in terms of Tom fighting and getting used to the time scale, he worked out the doors 5 years and came home at 6 a.m. So hopefully he can go to bed all day if he wants to sleep, and he'll be fine. And obviously we knew what had happened in that fight. The rest was history. So going back to the main topic at hand, you can't have a plan B in whatever you want to do in life. You just can't do it. Okay? Again, let me emphasize, this is not for everybody. I can't emphasize to everybody that you should go out there and risk it all and potentially become homeless because you didn't try and reach for your glory. You didn't try. And I mean, look, if you didn't try, man, you're going to have a lot of regrets. But at some point, you got to know your limits. But ultimately, here's what it is. You can't have a plan B. Okay? I can name you several stories as to why you can't have a plan B. Okay? I may or may not have to mention certain names of people that I've trained with in the past, but I'm going to try to convey this story the best way I can, okay? All right. Well, if you made it far in this video, the next person I'm going to talk about is a dude that I trained with before, right? Angelo Trevino. Now, I was a little bit reluctant on sort of mentioning this because obviously you're not in this game to try and disrespect your friends, right? But at the same time, the truth can never be considered disrespectful, just to kind of give you a context of who I'm talking about right here, this fella right here, right? So a little interesting fact about this fellow, this kid, when I trained with him during his time of, let's say, I think being in high school, he was a pancreation fighter. What am I saying? Pancreation fighter. He was a pancreation fighter, which basically was MMA, but punching on the stomach and punching on the body rather than the head. But everything else is obviously MMA centric. And he was also a wrestler. So he was a phenom coming up, right? He was 16 or 17 at the time. And at the time I was fighting for
an amateur kickboxing championship, and he helped me train for that as well. I also trained with him in Team Alpha Male. But Uriah Faber mentioned, I believe, in a UFC interview where he had shouted out Angelo Trevino, but he mentioned something to the effect where, you know what, a lot of people have gotten into Angelo's head. He was in a Contender Series. He had lost, I believe. I believe he had lost to, I don't know who it was. I think it was Austin Vanderford. I think it was Paige Van Zant's boyfriend that he had lost to. But anyways, it was in a Contender Series. He had a chance to when he lost, and Uriah Faber sort of cited the idea that, hey, you know what? A lot of people are getting in his head. He's taking these odd jobs in between and this and that. And the reason why I brought this up is because what Uriah was trying to emphasize in that whole entire story is that, man, you have to be all in and not worry about anybody else. Okay, that's sort of the main thesis that I'm trying to emphasize here, right? But now, obviously, he's now moved into Florida. I'm not sure which team he trains down in Florida with, but obviously he trains with a new team. I'm sure he trains with Team Alpha Male as well. He's originally from Carmichael, which is basically a town within Sacramento. But either way, that was an important point that Uriah had made. Where is he now? He's on a 4-fight win streak right now. I believe his last win was at a regional scene down in, I believe, Florida. But yeah, he had one back in August. So he's on the right path. He's doing the right things right now. And I think that he sort of took Uriah's advice on being all in. Don't have a plan B. This is the main thesis of this whole entire topic is you can't have a plan B. People always want to try to throw you into having a plan B all the time, right? And I understand that. I sort of understand that. Reason being is because, look, people are just concerned for you, right? Even Conor McGregor's dad, believe it or not, he asked him to have a plan B as well. Okay. I mean, if you could imagine that. His dad asked him to have a plan B. He said, hey, listen, you got to go into plumbing. You got to do this and that. What did Conor say? He said, man, I'm not with all that. I'm totally not down with any of that whatsoever. Well, lo and behold, guess what happened? He became probably one of the biggest superstars in MMA, and that's ultimately what you have to do. Look, I'm going to end this video maybe for a couple more minutes and just go into why you should never have a plan B if you want to reach any type of glory out there. Look, here's something you got to understand. The majority of people out there are working in jobs that they really don't like, that they really hate for a multitude of reasons. For one, most people work for other people to better their situation. Okay, so in other words, if you work for Tesla, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Elon Musk? If you work for Apple, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Steve Jobs? If you work for Microsoft, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Bill Gates? And again, at some point, somebody has to be our boss, right? That's just the natural order of life. You can't get around that. So because of that natural order of life and something that you can't get around, there's only a few people in the world that can actually get away with being their own boss. And that's that is an important thing to really emphasize above all. Okay. Really an important thing to emphasize above all, because understand this. Everybody always wants to talk about being their own boss, being an entrepreneur, being a top hustler, or this and that. But a lot of people don't really want to take the anguish that comes with it. I swear to you, there's a lot of anguish that comes with it. But at the same time, there's also a lot of glory that comes with it as well. And that's something that a lot of people, they don't want to take that risk. They don't want to take that risk. They're comfortable. Most people are comfortable where they're at. And quite frankly, can you blame them? So with that in mind, we got to understand a lot of people are too comfortable with their situation and they're never going to try to get out of it. Okay. Like if they have a job that pays them right, that pays them enough to get by through the day, and this and that, yada, yada, so on and so forth. They're not going to try and step out of line. Now, look, can you imagine Andy Aspinall in this particular situation, right? He had a job that was more than comfortable. I'm talking about a high-paying job. Look, bro, a lot of people out there that tell you to go to college, they tell you to go for medical, maybe even being a lawyer or a solicitor, as they call it in the UK and Ireland, or become a computer guy, an IT tech guy. A lot of these guys in San Francisco in the Bay Area, they're making a lot of money just from IT, right? A lot of the Indians and Chinese and Asian Americans that are in that field, they're making very good money. And a lot of them live in the Bay Area of Northern California, which is the IT tech hub of the world. And they're making a very good amount of money. Now, remember earlier, I mentioned if you work for Microsoft, you're uplifting Bill Gates, not yourself. If you're working for Apple, you're uplifting Steve Jobs and not yourself, right? Obviously, there's a lot of complaints that people have about Apple and Microsoft and the evil Illuminati people behind it and this and that. Well, okay, my challenge to the people out there that are in that field of IT and technological advancements or just plain old social technology, why don't you build something that rivals that? Now, the problem is, I think there is a monopoly in those particular types of endeavors. For example, if you were to come out with another Facebook or something, I don't know how that's going to last, considering that there is only one Facebook. Although you could say that MySpace was sort of there until Facebook took over, and then MySpace was just a thing of the past, a thing of nostalgia. Literally a nostalgia that we look at in memes that talk about nostalgia. That's really the best way to put it. But overall, none of these people are willing to challenge these people because they're comfortable being employees. Okay, and that's sort of the main topic that I'm trying to get at with Tom Aspinall's dad here. He did not remain complacent. He did not remain in a job that he knew was nothing more than, how do I say this, politics or just brown nosing, for lack of a better term, right? Tom Aspinall's dad, in my opinion, I think got fired from his work. Yes, this is like a crazy revelation that I'm revealing to you guys right now. Now, look, I don't have proof of that. I'm telling you in all fairness that this is all speculation on my part. Now, why am I saying that? Well, look, here's something you got to understand about Tom Aspinall's father, okay? The man is a person that you would consider non-agreeable. I think that's the best way to put it, right? Tom Aspinall's dad is a non-agreeable character. Now, look, here's the problem. If you're a non-agreeable character, you're going to lose a lot of jobs. I'm just going to say it out frank. I've seen a lot of guys like that, guys with oppositional defiance disorders, guys that have a problem with authority, guys that are hyper skeptical about the world, people that are sometimes even arrogant or sometimes borderline narcissists. And again, not to say that Tom Aspinall's dad is a narcissist or any kind of way, but I just think that he's the type of guy that doesn't take any BS from anybody. And look, you look at the articles that we analyzed earlier, it's talking about he doesn't like the politics of the IT world. He doesn't like the fact that you have to try and mingle with this guy and try to kiss butt to this guy to try to get on top and you put yourself in the right position because you're sort of, how do I say this? Allowing the other guy to live in his own fantasy without telling him objectively what he's doing wrong. Now, I think he has every right to choose the kind of life that he wants to lead, right? But if you're trying to be financially independent,
versus a job that took you to college, got you this job because you have this particular skills that's going to get you a six-figure. Oh, man, it's kind of hard to just go with trying to establish yourself, trying to become an established YouTuber or trying to become an established athlete or entertainer. Because doing that, it's just a lot of risk because you don't have the resources around you. And again, this is the reason why I told you guys that this particular podcast and this particular video that I'm giving you right now is not for everybody. You want to know why it's not for everybody? Understand this, right? Not everybody is going to have the kind of opportunity, the kind of privilege that Tom Aspinall's dad had. I'm telling you, when you are a jiu-jitsu guy in England, I think it's fair to say you're middle class and above. Is that fair to say? You're middle class and above if you compete or train in jiu-jitsu in England. Now, look, a lot of the MMA guys in England did not start out with jiu-jitsu. A lot of them started out with Muay Thai, kickboxing, or boxing. And yeah, it's not a jiu-jitsu filled country in terms of people that are in the inner center. Imprisoned by your own company was going to quit. Now, why is this significant to bring up? Many of you don't have father figures in your life. And this is the reason why a lot of you are not in the next level that you need to be. And it may not be your fault. Some of it can be placed upon your own fault because there are certain actions that you can take. But then there are people out there that just don't have the resources to get to the next level, okay, or to get to the next thing. Look, I'll tell you something. This is a reality, bro. It really does take money. It really does take money to fight and to train. I'll give you an example. I know this white-collar boxer in England by the name of Daniel Hamid, okay? I got to tell you, this is really interesting what he had going on, right? So right now, this brother right here has a 1-2 boxing record. Okay, so I'm going to show you, and I'm going to give you an example of why it really does take money and resources to go out there and fight. Dude, this guy missed out a fight. And again, this is all allegedly, okay? I'm just going to be fair about this. You could create all types of speculation you want, but just from the face value story of this guy was left behind on the day of his fight. In other words, he didn't have the money to get Uber or to get on a taxi or to get on any type of transportation because he was promised by one guy that he was going to be taken to that fight, and eventually he didn't. Look, I'm going to play you a video with what he had mentioned, and I'm going to react to it just to kind of give you context, okay? So this is the brother that we're talking about right here, all right? And this was his whole situation that he had going on. I've been around boxing pound for pound. It's given me opportunities, especially when it takes time to find people you truly trust outside of your bubble, but I can genuinely trust these people. Okay, so he's talking about the promotion being very helpful to him. Okay, so here's an interesting post that he wrote. P. Diddy got Pac unalived, and I'll tell you why he did it out of jealousy. Tupac was an upcoming star. My point is that jealousy can actually come from your own don't trust no one. the more you rise up in life, the more people want. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll tell you why, because Diddy and Tupac were actually homies at one point. Okay. So here's a video of the stories that he was talking about. Let's play it right here.
Somebody I trust, somebody who I look up to, he let me down. I wanted to be there. I let Cheat Hazzy down, my opponent down. I'd like to apologize to my opponent, but yesterday it shouldn't have happened like that. I got dealt with and I got dealt with. I'm really upset about it. I was emotional. I was stressed the whole night. You don't understand. Step in the ring, it takes away your mental health. It takes away your dignity. Like you train for a fight. You're putting your mental health on the line. You're putting your safety on the line. So it takes a big man to step inside that squared circle. But
yeah, he's absolutely right about that. It definitely does take a certain type of individual to get in the cage, get in the ring. And as a result, well, I tell you what, this is why I have respect for this guy. But I think his story and what came about this entire video that I'm making, I think is interesting in and of itself, right? So let's get to it.
Last minute, this is what happened. I got stuck. Listen to me, people. Put yourself in my situation tomorrow. Put yourself in my situation. Who do you trust? Name one person you trust. And what if he tells you on the day, I can't take you, and genuinely you have no money to get to a taxi or a bus? You genuinely have no money to taxi.
So you see what I'm talking about? This is literally what I was emphasizing with you guys, is that it takes money and resources to get to point A and point B. Now, look, Tom Aspinal, you realize how privileged he is? His dad is an IT guy. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt, which means he doesn't need to go to a jiu-jitsu school and pay hundreds of dollars. Rather, have people pay them hundreds of dollars, okay? And he's already ahead. He already has the privilege and the opportunity to go forward. And again, this situation that Danielle is talking about right here is very common with a lot of fighters. And for those of you that have been in MMA gyms and boxing gyms long enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's continue here.
Taxi there or a bus. So put yourself in my position. Like for 1 minute, put yourself in my position. You're nowhere. You're stressing all day. So listen, I'm Dr. Apologize. TT has done a good job. He made my opponents at tickets. I made him look silly. So this one person who really wanted to help me, I let him down, and I feel so bad. I got look like a complete dickhead.
So what he's trying to say here is that his opponent had sold all the tickets. His opponent wasn't really tripping about him not selling the tickets or not having the time to sell the tickets. I'm not really sure which one, but yeah, he's basically explaining and apologizing to his opponent, but also explaining, by the way, a story that if taken by face value, I think you should really, yeah, man, I think that you should really take this story into consideration. Oh, I like this. Straight off the bat, they're going to have the fight right here. So 3 hours and 47 minutes into the stream. First. All right, here we go. First fight of 2025. All right, here we go. Joe Selecki has now been announced into Tajikistan. 3 hours and 47 minutes into this live stream. All right, here we go. Round one, guys. Ali. So both men like to grapple and wrestle, huh? Let's see who gets the better of those two exchanges within the grappling and the striking. And the reason why I say with striking, it's sort of important to understand that if you have two good grapplers, striking is the dividing point between their matchup. But it seems that right now Aliyev is the superior grappler. All right, so he's just maintaining top control right now at the full guard position with Aliyev. Now, what Aliyev may want to do in a couple of these exchanges is perhaps maybe go for a transition, maybe move the thighs of Selesky and get his thighs in there to get into a half guard position. And the reason why I'm emphasizing that, what a lot of people may not understand is how effective a half guard position is of holding a person down for a long period of time during the rounds. And that which you can use as a way of creating ground and pound shots for yourself. Right now, here's Aliyev looking for an arm bar as Aliyev is looking to advance. Yeah, very, very beautiful transition here. Here we go. Maintaining the top position right now while Zaleski had a momentary attempt of a triangle choke there. But Aliyev adjusts, continues on a full guard position. But again, I stand with what I said earlier. What he wants to do is advance. But I think he may just fall comfortable into this full guard position that he seems to be constantly dominating in. Some guys like Khabib in this position, what he would do, and I don't want to make this about him, but obviously if there's a comparison with his looks and his appearance, yeah, that's what he would do. He would go for a half guard position and maintain that and bomb from top, or at least stack guard position, meaning that he's sort of in a full guard but standing over him. Okay, there you go. Now he's looking for a transition there. See, this is a little bit of the difference between me and the other content creators is that I actually train so I can break down these little bits that maybe they may be missing. So, for example, Zaleski right here, one of the things that he's trying to do is advance his hips to the side to attempt perhaps maybe a Kimura to kind of defend himself, maybe perhaps what do you call it? Triangle. But nonetheless, just constantly maintaining the top position for Aliyev right now. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. You are listening to the most epic breakdown of mixed martial arts in the history of mankind. By the way, check out all the other videos that I have that sort of fall into those ethos that I had just mentioned. absolute epic content to the max. So here we go, to the max as Eliev is taking it on the top position, still maintaining the full guard position, not really advancing in any transitions, though did try an attempt earlier. And that is it. That is the end of the first round. Look at this. This is the Stipe, I'm sorry, the Stephen Thompson and Kevin Holland commercial. So you'll never see any of the Muslim fighters ever do a commercial like that, ever. That is not the sponsorship that they would ever take on. But I tell you what, some of the sponsorships that Khabib has taken on, such as halal banking, which, by the way, doesn't charge interest. And imagine this, right? If you were, even if you were a non-Muslim, it still benefits you because you're not getting charged by interest. I mean, wouldn't you want a bank that doesn't charge you for interest? You get to keep a lot of what you got going on. That's for sure. But that's the Islamic way of banking, and that's what Khabib has going on, and that's what he's sort of sponsoring. He's sponsoring a halal banking system. But yeah, that's neither here or there. Here comes round two with Aliev taking on Zaleski. Is that his name, Zaleski? It's Zaleski, but not like Zaleski as in the Ukrainian president. Round two, here we go. All right, here we go. Really low crouched stance in Aliev. Now Zaleski on the feet, doing a lot of fakes and a lot of feints that he's doing. The one vulnerability that I see him have right now, his hands are a little bit down in the way that Aliev is sort of moving forward, and you know, he may catch him with a counter shot or just catch him as he's moving forward with his hands down. But I think he's being aware of his distance and range now. See, sometimes when you have your hands down, it's usually either two things in the two extremes, either a sign of defense deficiency or the confidence of your speed to move out of the way and move within range. So here comes a scramble going on with Aliev and Zaleski right now. There it is, a triangle attempt by Zaleski. What's going on here? But the elbow is not behind the leg. All right, so very good job on Aliev to defend this triangle right here. So far, we're also seeing good submission defense by Aliev. Look at this. This looks like the same type of triangle that could be. Ooh, there's a slam right there. What is going on? Okay, now he's switching into the armbar, but it's back into the top position for Aliev now. Good scrambles between them. So now what Aliev is going to do, maybe he's going to look for the back while he's ground and pounding at the same time. Look, he's looking for a rear naked here, but he's not quite behind him. With just about under 3 minutes left into the second round. Very good job on the top control of Ali. And by the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. You are tapped into the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Yeah. Here we go. Nice ground and pound by Aliev right here with his live reaction right here. So wherever you are, maybe you are at work, maybe you are somewhere out in a road trip or doing other things, doing business ventures or just working, you know, your normal day to day. And you're missing out on the fights. Well, you know what? This is what I'm facilitating right now is giving you a live play-by-play action while also giving you some color commentary at the same time. So like and subscribe. Let's get to it. Very nice knees by Aliev here on his part. All right, so now he breaks away. Ooh, he hits him with that hook, and now he's down on the ground here at the second round right here. Aliev is going for those shots.
All right, so now he's looking to grab his arm, going into a crucifix position, but from a full guard position. Like he was really attempting a huge major transition there. But okay, he still maintains the full guard position right now. So I tell you what we've seen out of Aliev so far, we've seen good knockout power. We've seen great submission attempts. We've seen great transitions and top control, but also submission defense, more importantly. Because one of the biggest kryptonites for big wrestlers like this guy is somebody with great jiu-jitsu. That's what they always said about Tony Ferguson against Khabib. Oh, Tony Ferguson in his prime, he would have done Khabib in or this and that. Even though we've seen Tony Ferguson get slept so many times right after that. And Tony Ferguson still holds on to this idea of who he was in like 2016. Yeah, man, it doesn't hold weight, especially with how he thinks he's going to do against Khabib. I tell you what, man, let Khabib come back for some easy work against Tony Ferguson. That. What do you think of that? What you think of that? What you think of that? Really? I mean, Khabib versus Tony Ferguson, it would be easy work for Khabib. And at this point, he's an exploited fighter, Tony Ferguson. That's all he is right now. He's just a circus clown, uh, a punching bag for all the up and coming guys, going from everybody to Fiziev all the way down to Paddy Pimblett and even who knows, man. That's all it is. Michael Chandler, just to make Michael Chandler presentable for Conor McGregor. But how about Tony Ferguson against Conor McGregor? That seems like a very reasonable choice if you want Conor McGregor to win and have the UFC milk him for everything else first, right? But maybe they're going to go down that road, right? Chandler, maybe Dan Hooker, and let's say if he all beats them, then it just ends with, yeah, someone like that, Tony Ferguson. So at least you can sort of squeeze something out of him, get him a win, maybe another fight. Then the UFC keeps making money, but either way, here we go. Round 3, live fight. Aliev versus Zaleski. Here we go. 420, 419, 417 of the third round. So far, Aliev walking him down. Aliev looking like a Timu Islam Makhachev. Timu Islam Makhachev. Oh, nice one. Nice combination and a straight by Aliev. All right, man. You know what? Aliev throws a lot of bombs, right? Doesn't have really very good feints or head movements at all. But it's almost like Vanderlei like in the way that he throws his shots. Ooh, nice uppercut there.
Oh, good. Those are good shots right there. Aliev's doing a very good job of these shots. Zaleski is purely a grappler. He should just compete in BJJ, but he's not doing too bad with his feints and all that. But Aliev's doing a very good job of walking him down and just being able to absorb whatever, not absorb, but do a very good defense in handling whatever it is that Zaleski's throwing at him. As for Aliev, he's just really interested in throwing bombs. I think he's very anxious in finishing this guy off before the bell, obviously, because I think he'd want to get a finish on this one rather than go to a decision. But you never know. Some guys may just be satisfied with going to a decision. Oh, nice one. All right, just about under a minute left. Yeah, that's a good point by Michael Bisping. Ooh, now Aliev is the one that gets taken down at the end of the fight. Now he's got a full mount position on Aliev. So the point of as we are watching Zaleski on the full mount position on Aliev, what Michael Bisping said was that not everybody can be as talented as Anderson Silva and Wo Yu with some knockouts out of nowhere. What he's trying to say is that most people just have to go through the rhythm of the fight, and sometimes it's just going to lead you to a decision, which is ultimately what you're going to see out of this. But look at Zaleski really trying to finish it in the last 10 seconds. And there we go. That's the end of the fight with Zaleski remaining on top. Great fight. Great fight. All right, I'm going to continue the last of my Tom Aspinall video while we await the decision coming up.
Also, I think he mentions here also the higher cost of living nowadays, which I think is an interesting point, but a reality that we can't ignore.
Yes, I'll be honest with you. Yesterday, I looked like a dickhead, and that's the honest truth. Like they made me look like a dickhead, but respect to pound for pound, they've helped me. They've done a good job against me. I respect what Tito does. He does a lot for his youngsters, and now he wanted to help me. Like he don't owe me nothing. He put me in his show, and who am I that he owes something? Cheat Hazim, he does not owe me anything. Who am I that he owes something? He's doing it in the goodness of his heart. He's trying to create a legacy, and he's trying to help me for the goodness of his heart. And then he gave me an opportunity on his show to redeem myself, because on my last fight I was ill, so he gave me this opportunity to build myself back up, and that's respect. P4P is a big platform.
So what he's mentioning here is that he had a previous loss that this promotion, this white collar boxing promotion in the UK, is giving him an opportunity to redeem that. And so, yeah, that's what he's talking about here. But let's continue on. And main point here is, please understand, it takes resources to fight. Okay. And many people underestimate this notion. But we'll continue on. I think you're going to learn a lot from this video that Danielle Hamid here has prepared for us. So,
And I got let down big time yesterday. That was just ridiculous. I was supposed to go, but I got let down last minute. I got let down, and I think that's just so disrespectful. Proper disrespect to my legs and everything. And that's
now look, can you imagine this, right? Somebody offered you a ride to the fight, and they're counting on you to do that, and you're the only one that can do that. Now, how much of a scumbag would you have to be to do that? Now, look, I want to be fair on that guy, the secret guy that we don't know about, who was supposed to take him to the fight. Now, we don't know if this guy had some sort of emergency regarding a family emergency or something very life-threatening and all of that. Now, look, remember, how about this? In Cobra Kai this week, right, when it was released, one of the story plots, and I don't want to spoil this for anybody, but if you don't want to be spoiled by the Cobra Kai season 6 plot, please fast forward this part right here to a few seconds up. Okay, so here it goes. Daniel LaRusso was kidnapped in the middle of a tournament. Okay, and as a coach, his team needed him, and luckily Johnny Lawrence was there to sort of help out what was needed in that void. But anyways, let's continue with Daniel Hamid's story here.
I feel bad until now. What happened yesterday is so disrespectful. This person, I ain't gonna ever forgive him. I blocked him and everything. He knows who he is. No point in me discussing it. But I was genuinely begging this person to take me. I said, look, T Tazim, I respect him. I don't want to embarrass T Tazim. I told this person, look, T Tazim is a good brother of mine. I don't want to lose him in my life. If I don't turn up and make him look silly, look, I told him this guy has a memories and tickets. Whoever this person is, I blocked him. I'm not gonna mention. I'm not gonna mention it after this. But look, I looked really silly yesterday, and now I feel bad what I did. I feel bad for my opponent. I feel bad for T Tazim because this is his show. He's doing me a favor. He didn't make me sell any tickets, so I feel bad for him. He's a good brother. So I genuinely feel bad. I don't know what to say what happened yesterday, but it wasn't my fault. I would always step in fire. I'd always jump in the ring. I would never run away from a fight. That's not who I am. I had 3 fights. I always show up. Whatever fight I have, I always show up. Yesterday.
Yeah, speaking of rig, right? A lot of people who don't train or are not in the sport of boxing or MMA or anything like that, they always call, oh, that fight is fake, like as if they know what it is that these men are going through with training, with motivation of getting in there and getting the W. That's something that a lot of people who have never searched for greatness or have searched for glory in any kind of way will never understand. All those people that sit behind their comfortable life in their small town, in their small surroundings, and never wanting to get anywhere, that's their attitude on those types of things. And I think it's a crab in the bucket mentality, which I think this man right here is emphasizing to all of us.
Yesterday, it wasn't meant to be. I tried my best to get there. Even when I said I'd meet the train station, because train station, you have to take it to the train station, you have to pay. Then you have to pay. Then this person wanted to pay. And I asked him, can you accept from the train station? No. So I had to pay for the taxi as well from the train station. So this person, he didn't care about me, about how I got there, anything. But so it is what it is. But I'd like to apologize again to T Tazim for giving me a show, for helping me. But But I should have been more organized. I could have easily got there. But I shouldn't have put my mind on one person. That's the honest truth. Because this person had he had people in his car, and I said, I'd meet in the train station and pick me up from the train station in Birmingham. But no, he said no. Then they said get a taxi from the train station. That's too much. And you know what? It costs a lot to travel. The cost of living is too expensive nowadays. You can't travel. Everything is too expensive nowadays. Traveling costs a lot of money, and it was last minute. I couldn't travel, so I go, oh shit, no point me asking anybody for a lift. It's last minute. What should I do? So I was panicking. I was really upset. And then T Tazim, he had to go at me. Simple. I deserved it. But T is a good brother. May Allah bless his family, all his family, for give me the time of day. T, listen, brother, I'm so sorry for what I did yesterday. I apologize, and it's not my fault. And T, listen, put yourself in my position. What if somebody you love let you down?
Yeah, this is a very good point. We're going to get to the part 2 version of this, okay? So right here, let's get to this right here.
What do you say? So talent, as boxers, your coach, traveling, he takes care of that. Like, to travel to far place, it costs money.
So think about this, right? If we can relate this to Tom Aspinall, okay? How do you think Tom Aspinall was able to rise through adversity? Remember what we had mentioned in the article earlier about his parents and his mom sort of providing and helping him through his struggle while he is trying to reach the top of being an MMA fighter. So just a thought in mind that I'd like to share with you on that.
The past, not everybody could. afford it. Like last minute, nobody could afford it last minute. So travel, you know, like amateur boxers, elite amateurs, like in boxing, they have to travel. They have to like travel different gyms. It's a part of the game. You gotta travel. If you love something, you gotta travel. But in December, when I phoned the show, T had to ask T. I came in as a man. I came there. I stepped in the ring. T knows this. As a man, I stepped in the ring and I stood my ground. Whoever I faced, I ain't asked T this. T Tazim knows this. As a man, I stepped in that ring. I did not let him down. T Tazim knows this. But some people, you know, people with Peterborough, like Shide Milfield, he's a good brother. Shide's a real person. He took me. I put it on his case. You know what Shide did? Let me tell you what Shide Milfield did. When I asked Shide, listen, bro, I don't have a lift for the last year's December fight. Can you help me out? So you know what Shide Milfield did? Let me tell you about Shide. Santino Peterborough. Big up Santino Peterborough. Santino Peterborough, big up. This is what they did. So Santino Peterborough did not leave Peterborough until I got a lift. He made sure I got a lift. Not once, but twice. Once he asked Carter to bring me. Second time, he took me himself. He made sure that, because he knows how embarrassing it would have been.
All right, here we go. Round one. Klein in the black, Dubkova in the white, with the distinctive UFC uniforms. Here we go. Takedown attempt by Dudovka, the Russian. Okay, a little clinch action here, trying to get a trip out of Klein. Okay, good elbows right there. Here we go. Takedown. Corner said, put your knees to the ground and just settle. All right, here we go. A little scramble going on here. Dudovka takes the back. Oh, looking for an armbar attempt here. Okay, escapes that one. Oh, nice. Good takedown. Okay, looking for a body triangle here. Once again, what's good about the body triangle is it helps disrupt the breathing, especially when you wrap it around correctly. Get that figure four right in, squeeze right away. Okay, but now on top of the full guard position right now. Fine, looking to ground and pound from the top right now. Ooh, good elbows. Big shots right there. All right, here we go. 130 left in the first round. Or a little Kimura attempt right here. Now got the full mount position. That is a very good finish by Fatima Climb right there. Fatima wins TKO.
Is an IT guy. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt, which means he doesn't need to go to a jiu-jitsu school and pay hundreds of dollars. Rather, have people pay them hundreds of dollars. Okay. And he's already ahead. He already has the privilege and the opportunity to go forward. And again, this situation that Danielle is talking about right here is very common with a lot of fighters. And for those of you that have been in MMA gyms and boxing gyms long enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's continue here.
That or a bus. So put yourself in my position, like for 1 minute, put yourself in my position. You're nowhere, you're stressing all day. So listen, I'm Dr. Pollard. TT has done a good job. He made my opponents at tickets. I made him look silly. They took so this one person who really wanted to help me, I let him down, and I feel so bad. I got look like a complete dickhead.
So what he's trying to say here is that his opponent had sold all the tickets. His opponent wasn't really tripping about him not selling the tickets or not having the time to sell the tickets. I'm not really sure which one, but yeah, he's basically explaining and apologizing to his opponent, but also explaining, by the way, a story that if taken by face value, I think you should really, yeah, man, I think that you should really take this story into consideration about what kind of resource problems a lot of fighters have. And also, I think he mentions here also the higher costs of living nowadays, which I think is an interesting point, but a reality that we can't ignore.
Yes, I'll be honest with you. Yesterday, I looked like a dickhead, and that's the honest truth. Like they made me look like a dickhead. But respect to pound for pound, they've helped me. They've done a good job against me. I respect what Tito does. He does a lot for his youngsters, and he wanted to help me. Like he don't owe me nothing. He put me in his show, and who does he? Who am I that he owes something? Cheat Hazim. He does not owe me anything. Who am I that he owes something? He's doing it in the goodness of his heart. He's trying to create a legacy, and he's trying to help me for the goodness of his heart. And this is then he gave me an opportunity on his show to redeem myself, because on my last fight I was ill, so he gave me this opportunity to build myself back up, and that's respect. P4P is a big platform.
So what he's mentioning here is that he had a previous loss that this promotion, this white collar boxing promotion in the UK, is giving him an opportunity to redeem that. And so, yeah, that's what he's talking about here. But let's continue on. And main point here is, please understand, it takes resources to fight. Okay. And many people underestimate this notion. But we'll continue on. I think you're going to learn a lot from this video that Daniel Hamid here has prepared for us. So,
and I got let down big time yesterday. That was ridiculous. I was supposed to go, but I got let down last minute. I got let down, and I think that's just so disrespectful, proper disrespect to my legs and everything. And that's
now look, can you imagine this, right? Somebody offered you a ride to the fight, and they're counting on you to do that, and you're the only one that can do that. Now, how much of a scumbag would you have to be to do that? Now, look, I want to be fair on that guy, the secret guy that we don't know about, who was supposed to take him to the fight. Now, we don't know if this guy had some sort of emergency regarding a family emergency or something very life-threatening and all of that. Now, look, remember, how about this? In Cobra Kai this week, right, when it was released, one of the story plots, and I don't want to spoil this for anybody, but if you don't want to be spoiled by the Cobra Kai season 6 plot, please fast forward this part right here to a few seconds up. Okay, so here it goes. Daniel LaRusso was kidnapped in the middle of a tournament. Okay, and as a coach, his team needed him, and luckily Johnny Lawrence was there to sort of help out what was needed in that void. But anyways, let's continue with Daniel Hamid's story here.
I feel bad until now. What happened yesterday is so disrespectful. This person, I ain't gonna ever forgive him. I blocked him and everything. He knows who he is. No point in me discussing it. But I was genuinely begging this person to take me. I said, look, T. Tazim, I respect him. I don't want to embarrass T. Tazim. I told this person, look, T. Tazim is a good brother of mine. I don't want to lose him in my life. If I don't turn up and make him look silly, look, I told him this guy has amazing tickets. Whoever this person is, I blocked him. I'm not gonna mention it after this. But look, I looked really silly yesterday, and now I feel bad what I did. I feel bad for my opponent. I feel bad for T. Tazim because this is his show. He's doing me a favor. He didn't make me sell any tickets, so I feel bad for him. He's a good brother. So I genuinely feel bad. I don't know what to say what happened yesterday, but it wasn't my fault. I would always step a fight. I'd always jump in the ring. I would never run away from a fight. That's not who I am. I had 3 fights. I always show up. Whatever fight I have, I always show up. Yesterday.
Yeah, speaking of rig, right? A lot of people who don't train or are not in the sport of boxing or MMA or anything like that, they always call, oh, that fight is fake, like as if they know what it is that these men are going through with training, with motivation of getting in there and getting the W. That's something that a lot of people who have never searched for greatness or have searched for glory in any kind of way will never understand. All those people that sit behind their comfortable life in their small town, in their small surroundings, and never wanting to get anywhere. That's their attitude on those types of things. And I think it's a crab in the bucket mentality, which I think this man right here is emphasizing to all of us.
Yesterday, it wasn't meant to be. I tried my best to get there. I even almost said I'd meet the train station, because train station, you have to take it to the train station, you have to pay. Then you have to pay. Then this person wanted to pay, and I asked him, can you collect me from the train station? No. So I had to pay for the taxi as well from the train station. So this person, he didn't care about me, about how I got there, anything. But so it is what it is. But I'd like to apologize again to T. Tazim for giving me a show, for helping me. But But I should have been more organized. I could have easily got there. But I shouldn't have put my mind on one person. That's the honest truth. Because this person he had people in his car, and I said, you know what, meet in the train station and pick me up from the train station in Birmingham. But no, he said, no. Then they said, get a taxi from the train station. That's too much. And you know what? It costs a lot to travel. The cost of living is too expensive nowadays. You can't travel. Everything is too expensive nowadays. Traveling costs a lot of money, and it was last minute. I couldn't travel, so I go, oh shit, no point me asking anybody for a lift. It's last minute. What should I do? So I was panicking. I was really upset. And then T. Tazim, he had to go at me. Simple. I deserved it. But T is a good brother. May Allah bless his family, all his family, for give me the time of day. T, listen, brother, I'm so sorry what I did yesterday. I apologize, and it's not my fault. And T, listen, put yourself in my position. What if somebody you love let you down?
Yeah, this is a very good point. We're going to get to the part 2 version of this, okay? So right here, let's get to this right here.
And you say, so as boxers, your coach traveling, he takes care of that. Like to travel to like far place, it costs money.
So think about this, right? If we can relate this to Tom Aspinall, okay? How do you think Tom Aspinall was able to rise through adversity? Remember what we had mentioned in the article earlier about his parents and his mom sort of providing and helping him through his struggle while he is trying to reach the top of being an MMA fighter. So just all right, here we go. Next fight, Magomed versus Bruno Lopez. Magomed G, fighting out of Bahrain. All right, Bruno Lopez. All right, round 1. The debut of Lopez in the UFC light heavyweight division. Here we go. So far, both men just looking to strike. Low kick by Lopez there. Ooh, that's a good straight shot by Gads. Mm.
good knees in exchange of the clinch there. Hmm. Still just in the same clinch position for quite some time now. Looking to land some knees. But what people don't understand is that this is a very exhausting position to be in. Very long clinch position they've been on with each other. That's exactly what he wanted to do, was take away the speed with all of these clinch exchanges. Whoa, here we go, shooting in for a double leg. Wow, and he gets it. That is the end of the second round. First round, rather. My man Daniel Hamid in that video, he's like, well, as a man, listen to me, as a man. Uh, all right, here we go. Start of the second round, guys. Goes for a body shot right there, and then goes into the Superman punch. Spinning attack. There's a body lock right here, looking for a trip. Just a little under 4 minutes left into the second round right here between Lopez and Muggleman. Good elbows right there by Lopez. And now they're back in the clinch exchanges again. Body lock on Lopez. Lopez is looking for a double leg from the fence. All right, now they're in the ground. Good elbows there. Ooh. Yowzers. All right, yeah, that's what he's constantly gearing towards right here is closing the distance and just getting that clinch, which ultimately is sort of wearing Magomed out. All right, still continuing on with the you must defend tight or make him tired. All right, that's the end of the second round right there. The end of the second round. All right, we got round 3 coming up. Don't forget to like and subscribe. right, so round 3. They both need to finish to look impressive here. Otherwise, we're going to look at this and say, hey, you know what? This is what we have to expect in the light heavyweight division in the future. Meaning that there's going to be a lot of lackluster performances due to the fact that everybody is at a high level. So let me translate this in layman's terms. Technical fighting is boring for a lot of casuals. And that's the best way to explain it. Good body lock by Lopez here. Just a little over 3 minutes in the third round right here to decide this all. Or are we going to get a finish in Saidi's? Ooh, that's a nice straight shot by Magomed. Knee clinch by Lopez. Both knees. Knee exchanges. Spinning heel attack by Lopez. He goes for the shot, chases the shot down, gets a body lock on the ground, and scrambles right back up on the part of Magomed. All right, man. Yeah, I think Lopez may have snuck this fight right in. I'm going to be honest with you. It's like as if he snuck this in out of nowhere. The constant clinching, the constant grinding, the continuous way of trying to get him to get tired. It's just, you can't keep up with it. All right, so I guess that's a good UFC debut for Bruno Lopez there. All right, so next we await the decision. They got a little Popeyes commercial going on. Little Popeyes commercial. All right, here we go. So we await the decision for this fight right now. Let's see. The first fights of 2025 cracking off, starting with a really good bang. Wow. Rounds 2 and 3, just like that. I mean, look, he really snuck away with the fight, man. He really snuck away with that fight. The clinches, the constant grabbing, it was just there and ready for him for the taking. But yeah, so next fight coming up.
McGregor has recently been released by the Hitman video game, and we're going to talk about it. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So the reason why Conor McGregor has been dropped from the game of Hitman is simply because of the current case that he had ongoing with Nikita Hand, which was a civil case accusing him of rape. And by the way, make it clear, it was a civil case, not a criminal case. Nonetheless, it's kind of awkward and weird because, on the other hand, this is a crime that is punishable by prison sentence, sometimes even worse, and yet not treated as such because it was in the confines of a court that held it for a civil trial. But either way, Conor McGregor is going to suffer financially because of it. Maybe or maybe not. We will see where this road takes. But for now, the video game company, iOS, the one that hosts the Hitman video game, give you a little synopsis behind the story in the video game. So as you know, Hitman is a video game where you go around doing missions, killing different targets. And sometimes there is a different objective for each of those targets, right? There's a difference or multiple of people that are your targets, and then there's a storyline behind it, and you have to do it within the confines of a particular city on a map and a particular stage, which is on the game. And different facilities and houses. I mean, you are immersed in an absolute real 3D world. So what about Conor McGregor? Okay, so in this particular case, he's in a video game that is taking place somewhere in the offshores of I believe, the English Isles, okay, which is, by the way, in the North Sea of some sort. On any regard, here's something that I think is really interesting about that particular subject, right? He is in a room full of people that are dressed in this Illuminati type of uniform. And that is the stage that Hitman is in. And your objective is you have to go and take out Conor McGregor. Now, there are multiple ways of doing it. You can either sit from a rooftop where you can possibly shoot him, but then give away your coordinates and your whereabouts and your visibility. Or you can volunteer to be his opponent, which means you have to sneak in some kind of locker room and dress as an MMA fighter to go in there and fight him to the death. And by the way, what's crazy about the fight scene with Hitman and McGregor, there's barely any kicks thrown on the part of McGregor. All he does is throw punches, and then the same thing with the Hitman. But either way, this isn't really about the video game, its content, although it is a great concept. What's the most important topic to talk about here is Conor McGregor's brand. And where does it go from here? Who knows? You got to understand we live in a different world now where Donald Trump literally influenced a lot of people to stop putting pronouns in their name, or at least hindered certain companies to do that before he could even ascend his throne to being the 47th president, because he doesn't get sworn in until January 6th, which, by the way, is very ironic. But nonetheless, this is all that we have for Conor McGregor right now. What will happen with his brand? Is there going to be more particular business ventures that are going to be affected due to his conviction? And by the way, a conviction in a civil case, but nonetheless, a case that you don't want to lose because it's going to make you look bad overall. Well, that is all that I have for Conor McGregor, unfortunately.
All right, here we go. The two fighters are about to be announced. Catarina, Brazil. All right, here we go. Kerry Hatley as the referee. They are about to commence battle right now. All right, round one. Cagliari. Nice leg kick right there. All right, we got one more round after this. Yeah, for this remainder of All right, third and final round coming up. All right, here we go. Third round, third and final round. Double jab by El-Kheer right there. Yeah, that's a good point by Dean there, right? Sort of punch down a little bit rather than punching up. And it is a lot of energy sort of punching up in that direction. Good mix of kicks here. There you go, going for the body right there with those shots. Oh, nice one. Another body shot right there. There we go, shooting in right there. Again, constantly going to the body. All right, decision coming up next.
All right. So Colby Covington is fighting Joaquin Buckley. And the crazy part about it is that he doesn't even have beef with him, which is kind of ironic, being that it's a Colby Covington fight. However, he does have beef with Belal Muhammad, and we're going to talk about what he said, making comments about the pager, which sort of references the Israelis using a pager to blow up suspected Hezbollah members. And why would Colby Covington say that? Well, because he's Colby Covington. He's going to go for the low-hanging fruit. And I see all the other liberal media MMA members, right? Luke Thomas, maybe even Ariel Helwani, who himself is a Jewish man, but would absolutely condemn a comment like that. And I understand. The reality of this situation is that it's the fight game. We're here to hurt each other. Do you think that when people say Islamophobic comments to me online that I somehow get offended by it? No. You want to know why? Because I know that in the back of your minds that you are a loser, that you got nothing going on in your life. Because why else would you use such low-hanging fruit, racist comments to try and feel better about yourself? Now, look, believe it or not, this entire video is not really about Colby Covington, because Colby Covington, believe it or not, is exempt from this conversation. You want to know why? Colby Covington is a fighter who has to promote his brand, who has to get into the cage this coming weekend, or it's tomorrow at this point. And I'm going to make a bold prediction that it's obviously going to be Colby Covington that's going to win this fight. He is going to win this fight without a doubt in my mind. However, the story is not about Joaquin Buckley, because there's no beef there. There's not even real competition there. And second of all, I think that the bigger story is Belal Muhammad and Colby Covington. So you got to think, right? With him as a potential contender by beating Joaquin Buckley, I don't know. But his name is constantly right up there with the champions, constantly putting himself up there with Leon Edwards. Do you remember the comment that he made about Leon Edwards' father? Now, look, here's something you got to understand, right? I may not agree, and you may not agree with the lifestyle of Leon Edwards' father, but saying that is low-hanging fruit and tasteless at its best. And you got to understand, Colby Covington is that type of guy. So why would you expect anything different? I wouldn't. But I tell you what, it makes for a compelling story. It puts Belal Muhammad's name in the headlines. And by the way, it's gladly needed, okay? Because let's be honest, Belal Muhammad doesn't promote himself the way that he should. But guess what? This right here is a blessing in disguise, and you couldn't ask for a better promo. And as for Colby Covington, he's doing everything that he is expected to do. But here's the fact of the matter that you have to understand with people that support this kind of narrative and this kind of rhetoric. A lot of you hate your lives, and as a result of that, you will never be happy. And a lot of you are just projecting all of your hatred and negativity towards the world out there. But bottom line, by the end of the day, it is what it is. You guys hate Muslims, and if you don't like somebody and you hate somebody, I'm not going to go and try and change your mind. You are who you are going to be. But at the same time, you're going to show yourself through who you support and the things that they say. But also, when it comes to Colby Covington, he's just standing on business when it comes to promoting his brand and getting his name and his opponent's name and whatever event that he's a part of out there. And that is all that I have for this particular matter at hand. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next content, live stream, and everything to come, inshallah.
All right, so here we go. Jacoby Smith taking on Preston Pearson coming up right now. Wow, so the Ring Magazine has a 2024 live stream show going on right now. That's interesting. All right, here we go. Jacoby Smith and Pearson coming up. The phenom of Jacoby Smith. Let's see what the hype is all about right now. All right, the undefeated Jacoby Smith. Here we go. (5'11" with a record of 11-5. Just got to look at it in reverse. All right, Mike Beltran is the referee for this fight. Here we go, the UFC debut of Jacoby Smith. Ooh, nice. Good shot. Ooh, good shots right there. They're firing off some hard shots right here. Now they clinch up. But this is the world of Jacoby Smith, and okay, they break away. Now they're still on the feet right now. Boom, 1-2 shot. Edmund Tarvian would be going head movement right now as we speak. Ooh, oh, he just knocked out Smith. Smith just knocked out Parson just like that. What a KO, man. What a KO. He got that. He got that. I told you hey, I predicted the fight to go exactly like that. And it went exactly like that. Great knockout by Smith. Wow, what an amazing performance, man. Great performance. All right, well, huh, we got a pretty good pacing of this card so far. Next fight coming up. All right, Thiago Moises taking on Trey Ogden. Let's go. All right, so halfway into this first round already. Yeah, real good mix up with Ogden there. Yeah, the main card is a little less than an hour away right now. We've gone over the whole entire card earlier. Let's see here. UFC. First fight, Soriano. After that, Oros Medic. So yeah. All right, here we go. Round two between Ogden and Moises. Yeah, Bisping is right about that one good right hand could turn your lights
All right, there you go. Just some good shots by Moises right there. Yeah, his head position is really high on that one, right? Yeah, Ogden maintaining this top position right now. Moises, I'm sorry, is maintaining the top position right now on top of Ogden. All right, yeah, he's definitely not bothered. Look at these ground and pound shots that he's going through right now on top of Ogden. Yeah, the positioning's really good on Moises on top right now. Here's a failed guillotine attempt right here. Mm. What is this? I'm watching the Sportsnet coverage of the UFC. It looks like it's up in Canada. How about that annexation that they're looking for, where they're possibly going to buy Canada as part of being the United States, as sort of like maybe a province, maybe sort of something like Puerto Rico, or maybe something that would be similar to what the British have with Canada, but only this time it would be a lot closer. But who knows? Who knows? A lot of different and exciting times going on, not just in the world of combat sports, but obviously the ever changing dynamic of the geopolitical world that we are currently living in. So, there we go. So, round three, the third and final round of this fight. All right, here we go. He is pressing the action right here, Ogden. Now he's got him down on the ground. He's got the back, but then he ended up getting put on the bottom. We got 2 more fights in the prelims after this before the main card starts. Is that right? Yeah, that's what it seems like. Okay. All right, so he's just still keeping his head down right here, and yeah, same position as from the previous round. Nothing too different. I think maybe at this point right now, Moises is feeling content with his performance, maybe ready to ride this out. A lot of guys who are just 3 minutes away from victory on top like this don't really have the highest sense of urgency because they feel that they have already got it in the bag. But again, you never know what these judges are thinking as these fights and these rounds go on. So here we go, 233, 232, 231 of the third round. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's see if Ogden can get up out of this position. And by the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. People forget, man. People forget. People forget to like and subscribe. So don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, still same in the same position right now on top. Moises is really content in going to a decision on this one, and that's what it looks like is going to happen in the next 40 seconds.
All right, so here we go. We are now concluding 2024 and going into 2025. But first, let's take a look at the UFC that has gone on from 2024 all the way through the end of December till this year. Now, we may catch every single card, we may not. Now, certainly, we are definitely going to catch all of the pay-per-views in UFC. I don't know about the whole entire fight night, but let's go through with it, okay? Let's start it off from the very beginning. 2024 in the UFC. What do we have here? So a couple of things to really remember about this year's 2024, okay? Let's see here. Okay. Class action lawsuit was one of the most important news that we could sort of look at here, right? August 9th, 2023, U.S. District Judge Richard Boulware granted a class action status to more than 1,200 fighters, former UFC fighters who competed between December 2010 and 17. So that was a big deal during this time of the year. Drug-free Sports International Partnership. Obviously, USADA was causing a lot of problems for fighters in terms of creating a lot of different loopholes, creating a lot of difficulties, and also just borderline harassment. As you know, the UFC was also acquired by TKO right around the same entire year. But at the same time, it was also the same year that Vince McMahon had to be taken out of the equation. The same year that P. Diddy had to be taken out of the equation, maybe even Jay-Z, maybe even all these other people that were just running roughshod all throughout these years in terms of industry power, and now finally having to face accountability of some degree. And the UFC was now a part of this. Earlier February last year, they opened Mexico City. That was very big. Also, something that I've covered briefly in this channel, the acquisition by Silver Lake Private Equity. And this was around April 2nd, 2024, announced by TKO Endeavor. Privately taken 100% by its largest investor, which is Silver Lake. 3 years after Endeavor had a 3-year run as a public company where Endeavor purchased the UFC for over $4 billion. Now, with the UFC partnering up with the WWE and TKO, we're talking about $10 billion now, where their whole entire net worth is at. The new gloves was also something that was introduced to the UFC, only for the gloves to be changed during the John Jones fight with Stipe, which is ironic and, by the way, very suspicious. New MMA rules was in tact. By the way, other things that a lot of this favored John Jones in a strange way, right? The 6-12 elbow was favored for John Jones. The gloves were favored for John Jones. And again, I'm not the type to really create this into this situation where, hey, you know what? John Jones had something to do with this. I'm not one of those people that believe that at all. I don't believe that for 1 second. Because I know that the UFC does not care whether they accommodate for John Jones or whether they accommodate for the next guy. They are going to operate in the same particular matter, whether it is John Jones or whether it is anybody else. At least I would like to believe that. At least I would like to believe that there is a fair competitive architecture within the UFC. TKO Group Holdings acquires new assets from Endeavor. Cannabis removed from prohibited list, just to name a few of all the things that have happened in this year. So let's take a look at the awards for UFC.com, right? Alex Pereira, #1 fighter of the year. Number 2 comes in Ilya Topora, Carlos Pratt. How about this? Wins the newcomer award. Knockouts, Holloway, obviously with Gaethje. You can't forget that. That was a serious knockout right there. Ilya Topora defeating Max Holloway. That was a serious fight. Knockouts. Alex Pereira defeating Khalil Roundtree. Diego Lopez is number 4 fighter of this year. Okay, that's interesting. Merab Dvalishvili obviously won against Sean O'Malley at the UFC's Noche, now taking on Omar next month in Los Angeles. Renato Moicano was a big part of it. Bilal Muhammad, his win against Leon Edwards this year, that was very big. Slamming him on the head. Right? You remember that? Man, slamming him on the head. How about this? And then the releases of this year, you had AJ Dobson, Abu Azaitar, Abu Bakr Nurmagomedov, part of Team Nurmagomedov, Albert Durev, Alexander Gustafsson this year was released. Alexander Munoz was released this year. Alexander Romanov, that's pretty interesting and crazy. Anton Turklov, that guy was pretty interesting. He got released. Blake Bider got released. Brendan Murat, Brian Kelleher, that's quite interesting how he got released. But hey, at some point, it is what it is. Brianna Fortino, Brian Barberena got released. Kai Machado, Carla Esparza. Okay, she retired. Carlos. All right, next fight coming up. All right, here we go. Round number 1. $185 matchup. Here we go. All right, they touch gloves. 455, 54. Southpaw position. Swinging off in this one. I have a feeling this could end very early. Supposedly, they have 2 more fights in these prelims before the main card. Or maybe they just don't care because it's not a pay-per-view that they don't really need to have the main card at an exact time. All right, here we go. Time in. So looking for a little eye poke there. Ooh. Good shots to the body there.
Nice little Superman punch right there. Ooh, little low blow right there. The action stops. Yeah, that was a serious shot. Heavy knee direct shot right on the money right there. But an illegal blow nonetheless. Let's see if he takes all 5 minutes. Okay, looks like we got a little bit of a pause of an action here from that. Let's see if he... No one actually really takes the full 5 minutes ever, if any at all, right? Unless, of course, there's a strategic choice or, matter that you can take advantage from. Sort of like, I mean, not exactly the same, but a little bit similar with Yoel Romero sitting at the stool a little bit longer during the Tim Kennedy fight with that big little controversy they had going on. But yeah, most people, they don't take all 5 minutes, but Ihor here is really taking all his time. Okay, he looks like he's getting up right now. Looks like he's recovering. And you know what? Sometimes even the referees sort of try and encourage you to get back. No, you're all right. Yeah, you're okay. Yeah, you're okay. That's kind of like what they do, I guess, sort of like to incentivize action because it is an entertainment sport by the end of the day. And weirdly enough, in scholastic wrestling, even though it's not really a full-fledged entertainment sport, they still penalize you for stalemates, which, by the way, is where you get a lot of the stand-ups from in terms of mixed martial arts officiating. So remember what I was saying about how this is the one of the final fights for the prelims. Obviously this is taking a whole lot more time because look at the time right now. 235, 236, 237, the time out that he's taking. And it looks like someone's yelling something in the Apex Center. And because it's such an intimate, small space, you can hear everything. That's why they don't just let random idiots in there, I suppose, Unless, of course, you consider Mark Zuckerberg an idiot, who, by the way, rented out the whole entire Apex for one show. I believe it was a Ribas fight, if I remember. All right, but anyways, back to the action right now. 242, 241, 240 of the first round. Nice high kick. Oh, good shots. Oh, he just knocked him out. He knocked him out. He finished him on that one. The low blow definitely affected him a little bit, and he got caught in the chin right there. But, yeah, Tulio's looking for a ground and pound finish right there. But look at this. There it is, another ground and pound shot. He's really going for the finish after rocking him and knocking him down like that. Okay, that is it. Mark Smith stops the fight. That is the end of the fight. TKO victory by Tulio. That was great. That was great. Because not only... Look, sometimes when you knock somebody down or when you hurt someone like that, it's not always a guarantee that you finish. He did a very good job of getting the finish right there. He got the hook straight to the chin. He followed it up with a left hook. He falls to the ground. After that, he gets on his back, tries for a ground and pound position, and he had to work just a little bit more after that. But then once he took his back, he just had no answer with just constant unanswered shots. And then Mark Smith had to step in there and finish it
Candelero, Carapampos, Jurio, Casey Kenny, Christoph Giagos, Corey McKenna got released. That's interesting. How about Cynthia Cavallo? So this is a tough business, right? Because you got to remember Cynthia Cavallo was sort of a star, right? Team Alpha Male person that fights out of here in Sacramento. Da Woon Jung, Daniel Lacerda, Damon Jackson, Daniel Pineda, Daniel Wolf, Danny Henry. The list goes on. Jack Shore got released. Jamie Pickett, Jared Gordon got released. That's interesting. I mean, considering that Jared Gordon gave Paddy Pimblett a hard fight. Muhammad Makayev was also released. How about Mahmoud Murderov? That guy was sponsored by Mayweather, and Mayweather claimed that he was the best MMA fighter ever, but anything that Floyd does, obviously he's going to claim is the best. Mark Diakase has been released. Mike Grundy, Ricky Glenn, Sergey Morzov, Stephanie Egger, TJ Brown, Tyson Pedro. Tyson Pedro, okay, he retired. Tyson Pedro retired. As a matter of fact, I had a video on that particular matter. It was also with Canelo, because obviously I was talking about the comparison of, let's say, Canelo retiring as opposed to Tyson Pedro. So the debutante fighters of this year, obviously Carlos Pratt stands out the most because most of these guys don't even have a Wikipedia page. John Silva, Jonata Deans, Kayla Harrison. Let's not forget she made her debut this year. Michael Venom Page made his debut this year. Rainier De Ritter, ONE FC double champion, makes his debut this year. And then these were the suspended fighters that got caught for anti-doping. Walt Harris came to mind. He's eligible to fight again in 2027. Wow. Okay, those are some serious. Yes. How about Khalil Roundtree? He got cleared. Okay, when did he get cleared? It was on July. Okay, so Bruno Silva, Armin Sarukian, $25,000 fine. Additionally, it issues an anti-bullying public service announcement approved by the Nevada State Athletic Commission. Sentence can be reduced 6 months with fight eligibility of October 2024. Azmat Morzanov, second violation under the UFC, won't be eligible until May 2021. So the Ultimate Fighter this year, we had just a whole bunch of unknowns, okay? This year, we had the title fights. Some of the title fights that we had going on this year. Women's bantamweight, Raquel Pennington versus Buena Silva. That was a good fight. Really good fight. Oh, for a women's fight, it was a good fight. Dricus du Plessis against Sean Strickland. That was a good fight. Split decision. Could have gone either way. Not mad at it, which is the reason why they have a rematch now. We got Khamzat waiting in the wings. Ilya Topora against Alexander Volkov. Standard. Sean O'Malley finally gets his revenge against Marlon Vera as one of the title fights of 2024. Zhang Weili taking on Zhang Yanan. First time that Yan and Zhang, both Chinese, representing in a championship fight for the women's division. Alex Pereira defeats Jamal Hill. That was an interesting fight, obviously, for UFC 300, replacing Conor McGregor. Alexander Pantoja, Steve Erceg. A very undeveloped 125 division, right? Erceg probably had one fight, a couple of fights in the UFC, and they're like, hey, good enough. Send him in there. Islam Makhachev versus Dustin Poirier, a very good fight. Dustin Poirier made a great account of himself. By the end of the day, Islam is the status quo of the 155 division and may prove that once again next month, July 18th, in the Los Angeles card for 2025. Alex Pereira, again, back at it. Second round, 13-second KO, head kick and punches. Tom Aspinall finally gets his revenge against Curtis Blades after being finished in 15 seconds due to a knee injury, or I believe, a shin injury of some sort. One of those, a leg injury. Let's just simplify it as that. And then Bilal Muhammad and Leon Edwards, as I've mentioned earlier. Now, obviously, for a long time, Bilal Muhammad has been knocking at the door for a title shot. And once again, he sort of got a revenge against Leon Edwards. Now, it was a no contest in the first fight. But in the first fight, man, let's be real, Leon Edwards is winning that fight. But none of that mattered when Bilal Muhammad went in there. And now Bilal Muhammad was supposed to fight Shavkat Rakhmonov last month, but all of that fell through. We'll see what happens next. I think Shavkat and Bilal are going to be next. All right, here we go. The final fight of the prelims, and then going on to the first main card of 2025 officially. Here we go. Who we got in the lineup? We got Jose Johnson taking on Felipe Buenas in the the flyweight division. All right, here we go. We'll be back. If not somebody else that is going to rise in the 170 division. And it could have been Ian Gary, because obviously Ian Gary just fought Shavkat recently. Ian Gary made a great account of himself. Not only did he make a great account of himself, he rose up his stock through a loss. And this is one of those situations that happened. Valentina Shevchenko finally gets a decision win against Alex Grasso as another revenge tour. Merab taking on Sean gets a decision at UFC's Noche, a very big card, by the way, a card that I had just mentioned earlier in the live stream. A lot of expenses being paid by the Saudis, while on that same day, Canelo was fighting Berlanga. Juliana Pena against Raquel Pennington, finally defeating Raquel Pennington, getting her title back. And then Alex Pereira again taking on Khalil Roundtree. 4th round knockout. Ilia Topuria knocks out Max Holloway. Not many people can do that. Again, putting new levels into the game of Ilia Topuria. And then here comes John Jones following up last month against Stipe Miocic. Spinning back kick. We all wondered what type of shape John Jones is in. We all wanted the Tom Aspinal fight. We now understand that there's a lot of negotiation ploy that John Jones was trying to make. And now that fight between him and Aspinall, I believe, is going to be projected for International Fight Week in July of 2025. Because you got to remember, right? There's always an International Fight Week every year. They got to fill it up. There's always a New York card every year. They got to fill it up. This year, it was John Jones and Stipe. It was supposed to be John Jones and Stipe in the previous New York card in the previous year, but it was replaced by Tom Aspinall against Sergey Pavlovich, and here we are as a result of it. So like I said, the final championship fight for 2024, Alex Pantoja taking on Kai Asakara. Now, obviously, the last MMA that goes on every year in the world is Rising. So what do? They bring in a Rising champion. And by the way, there's a little bit of some collaboration going on with Rising and the UFC here. If you notice, Sean O'Malley was in attendance in Rising. And in the Kai Asakara fight with Alexander Pantoja, the owner and the CEO and the president of Rising was present there, which is really interesting. And that kind of shows you where the 125 division was at, or where Alex Pantoja is at in his career. He was beating everybody, sort of cleaned everybody out, where they had to bring in new people from different organizations in order to create new competition, create new blood for him. So that is what we had for the whole entire year when it came to championship fights. Now, obviously, there were a lot of great fight nights. This is also the year where many of the past events, when it came to, let's say, the Apex, we're sort of moving away from that, right? Look at the last UFC fight that we had this year. It was Covington versus Buckley. That was in Tampa. And then the other fight night was in China. They had a fight night in China. Yan versus Figueroa. The Apex, obviously, the Apex will always be there. They had a fight night in Rogers Place in Edmonton, Alberta. The 308 was not a fight night. That was a pay-per-view. Another fight night in the Apex, another fight night in the Apex, and then they had a pay-per-view in UFC 307 against Pereira and Roundtree. UFC Fight Night against Moicano, that was in Paris. So a little different now. Every year they started escalating it. You remember during the pandemic, they had to have the Apex. All of the fights were in the Apex. And then Abu Dhabi was the second home after that, with all the quarantine having a bubble that they built. Well, speaking of Apex in 2020, here we are. Back again with another Apex card. Kicking off the year. So here we go. Felipe Buenes versus Jose Johnson coming up right now. Oh. All right, here we go. Starter round one. Wow, that's close right there. He's about to get this armbar right here. He caught him. He caught him. Felipe Buenes just got the submission right now. That was awesome. Great submission. Great submission. Let's see the replay on that. Yeah, unbelievable turn of events, right? Johnson was looking really good. Out of nowhere, Buenes gets an armbar submission. That's why you never blink in MMA. You never know what's going to happen. It's like a coin toss, and that is the quintessential prime example of that.
Yeah, that was a great arm bar. And it was in the first round, too. All right, let's hear the post interview right now. That's good. That's a very motivational speech there. He said, believe in yourself, believe in your dreams. That's very good. And he got that submission right on time, too. Can you imagine? Now, I know it's not a pay-per-view. It doesn't really matter of getting into the main card straight away, but yeah, he just made us wait a good 10 minutes for the next fight. Not only that, the main card, when the main card comes on, they got to play all these fluff theatrics, all these different video packages that they got going on. And then you got to have Michael Bisping and Paul Felder up in there talking to each other. And, so again, it's not really the exact, top of the hour where the main card starts, at least not in pay-per-views. Now, with main cards, I don't know, sometimes they tend to want to make the pacing a little bit faster. All right, Felipe Buenas gets the win. All right, next fight coming up, which is the main card. So we can go on a little bit of a video break in between that. Sort of a blueprint for other professional sports, but then as a couple of years went by, they had to start developing different markets out there. So obviously, Paris, China, what else? Perth, that was a UFC pay-per-view. Sanhagen versus Nurmagomedov, that was a fight night, but that was in Abu Dhabi. And then I mentioned earlier about the Edwards and the Muhammad fight. That was also a fight where, that was where Tom Aspinall had avenged his loss against Curtis Blades. By the way, that was a great fight. Now, I predicted every single fight of that night down to the T. I urge you guys to check out my UFC 304 coverage. Really good stuff. Lemos versus Jen Dirboa, that was in the Apex, obviously, still in the Apex. They had a fight night in Colorado. And then, how about this? Saudi Arabia, first Saudi Arabian fight night card. It was supposed to be Khamzat, but obviously Khamzat had fell through. In comes Ali Askarov, a guy who Khamzat had experience fighting before he knocked him out. And so did Whitaker. Whitaker knocked him out as well. Louis v. Kentucky was also another fight night setting. UFC New York, New Jersey. Yeah, that was Dustin Poirier and Makhachev. So they also had one in St. Louis. And then a pay-per-view in Rio de Janeiro. So the Atlantic City card was also a fight night.
Mexico City, that was also a fight night. Toronto, very early in the year. Once again, back full circle again, here they are. And how about this? They opened this year with Ankalaev and Walker. But where is Ankalaev in all of this? That is a question that I would like to ask, right? That's the question that I would like to ask. And by the way, for those of you that are tapping in right now, New Year's has now concluded, right? It is now New Year's here in the West Coast, 12 a.m. in the morning. After going over all of the UFC, going over all of the fights that have happened, all the different developments that they've made with different cities of the fight nights that they've been putting on, I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to 2025 because I feel like there's going to be even bigger matchups escalating on a constant level. Because here's the thing, right? We always notice every year the UFC keeps getting better and better and better. And we got to ask, why is that? Well, it's because the competition is getting better. The level of skills are getting better. And not only are all of those things getting better, the events, the partnerships that they're building around the world, whether it's with TKO or the Saudis, or maybe even India next with obviously Conor McGregor possibly fighting Logan Paul. And then you got John Jones versus Tom Aspinall, possibly the biggest heavyweight matchup in all of UFC's history, without Francis Ngannou in the mix. And who knows, maybe we'll get Francis Ngannou in the middle of that. Or we'll also get Alex Pereira finally fighting Ankalaev, considering Ankalaev did start off the 2024 as a headline for Fight Night against Walker. But either way, this is a great year of fights, great year of MMA, great year of boxing, which is something that I also cover. I can't wait for 2025 and what comes next. So this is a great year. I wish everybody a great night, and I will see you in the next one, inshallah. For everybody in the chat and everybody staying, please stay. And don't forget to like. All right. So as we wait for the main card, let's preview or review rather the prelims. So starting off tonight earlier, and by the way, I think this is the first live stream where I did a prediction show on top of a reaction show on top of a post review show all in the same stream. Maybe not the first time, but either way, the first fight of the night, Nurul Aliyev taking on Joe Zaleski, 5-round decision. Sometimes you're not going to get these crazy finishes. That's just the name of the game. Fatima Klein gets a TKO second round. Magomed Gad versus Bruno Lopez. By the way, very interesting matchup, right? You would have thought Magomed was winning this fight. Out of nowhere, Bruno Lopez keeps chipping away every little by little. Out of nowhere, just a constant grappling, clinch exchanges was winning him that fight. Very Randy Couture style type of body lock, Greco-Roman style that he was sort of implementing with those clinches, but it is what got him the victory nonetheless. 5 takedowns out of 14. No takedowns for Magomed, but a higher striking percentage on Magomed. But sometimes, as always, wrestling and grappling wins fights, even if the other person has a higher striking percentage. Nowadays, if you want to win a fight where you're getting out grappled and you're the heavy striker in the matchup, you got to really implement serious damage. And he just didn't do that in this fight. So they gave it to Bruno Lopez by the end of it. Ernesta Krakolite versus Nicole Callery. Decision by Ernesta on that one. No takedowns. Obviously, the takedowns were on Nicole's part, but she didn't win that fight because it was one of these fights where the striking damage was more significant. Pearson versus Jacoby Smith. So
this is exactly what I had predicted in this fight. And you could look back at the preview show in the live stream. I said that he was going to get a first-round knockout. What happened? He got a first-round knockout. He also showed his wrestling skills. Then he goes and calls out Bilal Muhammad, maybe premature for his career, but an interesting fight in the future nonetheless. That is if he makes it that far. But from the looks of things, he probably will. So next matchup coming up after that, Marco Tulio taking on Ihor Topuria. Knockout by Tulio out of nowhere, right? He knocks him with a hook and then follows up with another left hook, ground and pounds him, finishes him. And as I was saying in a live stream, look, sometimes when you knock somebody down or when you hurt someone, it's not always a guarantee that you're going to get the finish. Well, from the ground and pound position, he was very patient, picked his shots, and got the finish with some punches and elbows by the end of it. So the last fight we just seen right now in the final prelims of the night, heading into the main card, Jose Johnson doing very good against Felipe Buenas until out of nowhere, he catches him with a submission, and that was all she wrote, or at least that was all he wrote. But yeah, not too whatever. Yeah. Great job on Buenas on that one. I mean, that was just straight out of nowhere, and it was a great performance. Now on to the main card. And in this Saturday night, I am watching UFC 310, reacting to the show, right? And I find out that Tommy Fury has pulled out of his fight against Darren Till. I'm thinking to myself, why did he do that? And the reason why he did that was because of the fact that Darren Till had threatened to kick him in his face. Darren Till went on to the Ariel Helwani show, and I believe he told him that, hey, you know what? I was just talking trash. I was just bantering. And then you also got to take into consideration all the bullying that the Fury family has done over the years. I mean, are you going to deny that these guys are bullies, that they try their very best to intimidate others? Well, now for the first time, you got an MMA fighter in your crosshair. John can't do none of this. Oh, no man alive can do anything to me. Start taking his shirt off or start yelling or anything like that. None of that. He can do anything with an MMA fighter, especially somebody that is as seasoned as Darren Till. Now, I know a lot of you are saying, oh, well, Darren Till sucks. He had this situation going on. He lost to this guy or this and that. By the end of the day, Darren Till is an accomplished mixed martial arts fighter. And as such, he's going to beat up literally 80, if not 90% of anybody out there, and that includes boxers. So now here's Tommy Fury. Interesting enough, I see a video of him and Tommy Aspinal training. He had Tommy Aspinal in a stacked guard position while he was raining punches from the top, sort of simulating and training ground and pound positions. And I'm like, wow, there's a position I never see Tommy Fury train in. Obviously, you never see boxers train in this capacity because all they do all day is just work on their punches. That's just the reality of boxing in contrast to mixed martial arts. So I thought to myself, well, you're talking about a proper fight. He fancies himself a proper fight. He's obviously training MMA. And by the way, I'm going to tell you something about Tommy Fury. I think that he has the body to do MMA. He's long,
He's big. He's got a wrestler's frame. Obviously, the learning curve of trying to catch up to the wrestling, the jiu-jitsu, the kicking will take a while, but he has a base for boxing and has attributes in his body, and he's long. Longer guys, taller guys with good reaches do well in MMA and kickboxing, and those two sports are important to MMA in and of itself. But for him to pull out like this, I think there is an excuse going on. Darren Till said something to the effect of, well, you know what? I think that he pulled out because he has an injury going on or he hasn't been training as hard. And so therefore he thought, hey, you know what? I'm just going to pull out of this fight and use the excuse that he was going to kick me in my face. Here's the thing. If he kicks you in your face, he gets disqualified. He gets fined, and you look like the biggest BICTH in the world because you got knocked out in front of the world with Darren Till right there knocking you out with boxing shoes on. I can never even imagine kicking somebody with boxing shoes on. They're not meant to be kicked. I would imagine they are a whole lot harder than wearing shin pads. There was this boxing fight in Russia where a guy threw a head kick. Oh, wow. Just like that, Doo-Ho Choi just got a stoppage by ground and pound in a crucifix position against Nate Landier right now. Like I said, as I'm making this video right now, I'm reacting to Doo-Ho Choi and Nate Landier at UFC 310. And yeah, this was literally just the fresh and first time that I had found out that Darren Till is pulling out, or Tommy Fury is pulling out due to Darren Till's reason of threats. But in reality, let's just call it what it is. He's not fighting because of the fact that he has injuries going on, or maybe he hasn't prepared and needs time. This doesn't mean he's afraid of Darren Till. It doesn't mean that he is never going to fight Darren Till. He just doesn't want to fight Darren Till at the assigned date that they had previously arranged for. But will they fight in the future? Yes. When he is a lot ready, when he is a lot in better shape, when he has better preparation and he doesn't have the underlying injuries that he may have going on. That is the reality of Tommy Fury and what he can do in this current moment of time right now. In fact, I think that he could probably even fight MMA at some point, maybe not at the level of Darren Till, but he did say that he wants to fight Jake Paul in MMA and he fancies his chances on it. So I would be curious to see how that goes in the near future, inshallah. I will see you guys in the next video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you on the live streams, on the videos, and all the contents that I'm going to have in the future and in the past. Like and subscribe and watch all of my content from top to bottom. So right now we are about to be in the 9th round of the So Brendan Schaub has mentioned something to the effect of, if these American athletes that have chosen basketball, football, and things of this nature were to choose MMA sometime in the early stages of their career or their life, they would absolutely dominate. Now, this conversation right here is not about American athletes, but rather the difference between the Dagestanis and Ireland. And the interesting aspect of this is that the whole entire argument is based on
two contrasting lifestyles of people in the Western world as opposed to people that are in Dagestan or maybe even in the Iranian Olympic system of Iran. You could even throw Afghanistan in there. I know Egypt is very deep into the whole wrestling, as well as, I would say, yeah, a lot of the Eastern European and Central Asian countries, to be exact. So what is significant about that in contrasting to the Irish people? Well, when it comes to the Irish, many of them, and like many other Western fighters, they sort of use fighting as a way of escaping, let's say, a 16-year-old type of job that they don't want to do. They don't want to clean windows. They don't want to wait tables or anything like that. So what is the next goal to make is MMA as a particular career to get out of whatever situation you're at. Leon Edwards is a prime example of that. Diego Sanchez will tell you that he's also a prime example of that. Nate Diaz will tell you that he's an example of that. And Conor McGregor will tell you that when he was a plumber, he said, this life isn't for me. I got to go out there, get up, get out, and get something. And that is jumping in the cage, jumping in the ring, and making something out of yourself. And that's what a lot of these guys had to do. In contrasting to the Dagestanis, since 3 years old, they were trained in whatever compository sport that is relevant to MMA, whether that would be wrestling, boxing, judo, jiu-jitsu. Now you see strikers such as Sharaputin, Magomedov, and things of that nature. I mean, this is the reality of their system in the way that they raise children to be Olympic athletes from a very young age. So as a result of that, you got to understand there is two different sides of the world that we're looking at here. We're looking at the Irish, who have a different lifestyle and a culture in and of itself when it comes to the Dagestanis, right? Obviously, one is a particularly Muslim-dominated country, and the other one is a Catholic country, depending on what your metric of exactly what a Catholic is. Because a lot of people in Ireland right now really don't claim a religion. And to be honest with you, maybe that is the problem. Maybe the problem is that there isn't this sense of religious purpose higher than yourself to motivate you further into your training modules, or the way that you go about your life trajectory, such as drinking outside or smoking or doing all of these recreational drugs that really are not beneficial to your enhancement of the sport. So as a result, this is what you get, right? You got a country such as Dagestan that, ironically, you got to be honest with this, right? They are dominant because they are experienced. But it's not just that. There are other factors as well. Obviously, there's a lot of different factors and attributes that we can give one people or one group of people over the other when, let's say, if they were to be predispositioned to a certain high vertical leap, right? Or a certain level of strength, which, by the way, may translate a lot into the cardio that comes from living in the mountains, such as the Dagestanis, right? This is just the reality of the situation. But the other reality of the situation is the sports preference between the nations. And that is something that is really important to understand here. Now, why is it important to understand? Well, take this into consideration, right? In America, in England, in Ireland, there's too many sports. We can name all of them. There's baseball, basketball, football, hockey, soccer. And then when you go to England, there's soccer, there's Gaelic football, there's rugby, and then there's cricket, and then there's horse racing, and then there's all these other types of sports that, quite frankly, make a whole lot more money than fighting. But with the Dagestanis, this is all they know. Now, look, do I know of any particular Dagestani or Chechen that has came out of there to, let's say, play for the Premier League
or play basketball or this and that. I tell you what, MMA Guru said something very interesting, which I thought was sort of mind-blowing, but at the same time really telling. And it goes something like this, right? What he mentioned is a lot of these Dagestanis are winning because of the experience that they've had, as opposed to, let's say, look at Dustin Poirier, right? He gave Dustin a pretty good fight. And this is a kid who literally grew up from the time he was a teenager and then started training.
All right, here we go. Round one. Soriano versus Medic. The way that you read his name, it looks like Medic, but it's actually pronounced Medic. But in the English-speaking, letter sequences, it's Medic. But where he's from in Croatia, it's Medic. Oh my goodness, Soriano just knocked him out. Oh, he just knocked him out cold. He knocked him out cold. He knocked him out cold. That has to be a record. I mean, that's some Jorge Masvidal, time right there. Against a K1 boxer, a kickboxer too. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's just doing push-ups now because he didn't really put out any energy for that fight. Let's see this. Let's see the replay on this one. Look at this one. Punches in the stomach, counters, bang! Overhand right, follows it up with a ground and pound, finishes him off. All right, here we go. That is a great knockout right there. All right, well, a little intermission on that one since that fight ended a little too early.
You look at the Olympic athletes in and in destitute situations. Absolutely. This is a reality. But you got to understand, their reality of being poor is a little bit different when they are state funded. And you know, the Russians, they were once communists at some point. As a result of that communist mentality, it sort of seeped into the post-Soviet era of their nation. And what did they do in return? They started funding the athletes. You look at the Olympic athletes in Russia as opposed to the United States. What is the difference? The big difference is that these American athletes have to scrape for every dollar that they earn to go and compete, whereas a lot of these Dagestani foreign athletes are state funded, and their whole entire purpose is to dominate and win. So here's something that I want you guys to understand. Obviously, this is in reference to the Paul Hughes and Usman Nurmagomedov fight that is coming up, which, by the way, I think Usman is easily going to dominate. But I think Paul Hughes is going to make a great account of himself. And just like Conor McGregor, he made a great account of himself against Khabib. But what is the difference? The difference, once again, is the time and effort that these guys have decided to put themselves into as a result of that. So all I got to say right now is don't forget to like and subscribe. And I will see you guys in the next one. I'm going to end the video with giving you guys a little bit of a tour
in downtown Sacramento, which is in S Street. This right here is Rock and Soul Restaurant in front of me. If you guys want to tap in, a lot of good food, a lot of good stuff here. So here it is as I sign off. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Versus Colby Covington has now been concluded. And we are going to go through the entire card from top to bottom, giving you some analysis and giving you the results of the entire card. So first fight of the night, Piera Rodriguez taking on Josephine Kunsun. This was a unanimous decision win for Piera Rodriguez. The next fight after that was Davy Grant versus Ramon Tavares. Davy Grant was doing great with front kicks and just using the distance and the range in this fight. Moves up 14 and 17 up to the 135 division. Miranda Maverick taking on Jamie Lynn Hort. This was a three-round decision, I'm sorry. Miranda Maverick had the height disadvantage, but in any regard was able to use her aggression, her forward motion to win the fight, and that was all that she wrote from there. So moving on to the card of the night, let's see here. Hold on just a second here. Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay. So right after Miranda Maverick, it was Felipe Lima taking on Miles Johns. So great fight right here. Most of the takedowns were on the part of Lima. That's what won him the fight. 42% out of his strikes, 60 out of 140. No takedowns for Miles Johns. The grappling won this one for Lima. Sean Woodson, constant boxing, constant just jabs in your face, using his length, using his size. 53% out of the total strikes that he had, 70 strikes that he threw, sort of equal to Padilla. The only difference was the percentage was on Sean's side.
what made that a significant difference was the fact that he was able to out-jab him, use his height, use his reach. That was all she wrote. First round knockout with just 2 seconds left for Sean Woodson. Joel Alvarez, the same thing. Knocked out Jakar Close in the first round. Okay, Jakar Close had 1 takedown, could not keep him down. The striking of Joel was just too much. He was able to finish him literally in the first round. Okay, first round for that fight. Flying knee and following up with some ground strikes right after. Michael Johnson versus Ottoman Azatar. Now, obviously, like most high-level fights, they're going to have a feeling-out process. They're going to look like they're trying to see what each other is going to do or this and that. And then when you catch openings, it is exactly what you see out of Michael Johnson. He's capable of knocking people out like this. He's knocked out Dustin Poirier. And as a result, he gets a right hook following up with some ground and pound. A little controversy there. A lot of people thought that it was a little too much right after the fact. But either way, great win for Michael Johnson. Moves up 23-19, a veteran, right? Just a journeyman of a fighter, but at the same time, a veteran of the sport. He's fought everybody. He's 50-50 with a lot of the people that he fights. And it's just really what it is with Michael Johnson. But nonetheless, he shows up to fights like this. He shines through, especially against Ottoman Azatar. But shout out to Michael Johnson for this win. Next fight, unanimous decision by Navajo Sterling against Tuco Tucois. Really interesting name, right? That's the beginning of the prelims. I'm sorry, the main card. 3 takedowns for Tucois, yet didn't win. Why is that? Maybe the percentage of the striking. Navajo Sterling was using his height, his reach to get the job done, and I think ultimately that's what won him the fight. Daniel Marcos, undefeated, remains undefeated against Adrian Yanez. 3-round decision on this one. 2 takedowns out of 4. 60% in his striking percentage. Significant strikes. 86 that he landed on Adrian Yanez. Adrian Yanez just didn't have enough of the striking percentage or enough of the grappling to really win this fight. Daniel Marcos remains undefeated. Justin Jacoby knocks out Vitor Petrino in the 3rd round. Now, Vitor looks like an absolute unit, but that's not what wins fights. The fact that this brother right here, Justin Jacoby, was a former K1 top-level kickboxer, really helped him along the way. So, 3rd round knockout by Dustin Jacoby. And how did he do it? How did Justin Jacoby win this fight right here? With a right cross. Laid him out right there. Manel Cap, ground strikes, 3rd round against Bruno Silva. Now, obviously, we know that Muhammad Makayev yesterday just won a fight in Brave FC in Bahrain. But Manel Cap lost to him, and yet Manel Cap is here. So it's just really interesting how all of this unfolds. Manel Cap looked really great in this fight. The way that he moved up and down, he looked like Conor McGregor in 2016, the way that he was dodging in and out, the way that he had his hands down, the way that he was using a lot of elusive movements. So big ups to Manel Cap on this one and this win. Cub Swanson taking on Billy Quintero. Right cross for Cub Swanson. He lays him out. I mean, it was an even fight at that point, and then out of nowhere, Cub Swanson takes him out with that heavy shot. No takedowns for Cub Swanson. 3 out of 11, Billy shot for the takedowns, but ultimately Cub Swanson won this fight. Now, on to the main event of the evening, Colby Covington versus Joaquin Buckley. Colby Covington had a hard time trying to get Joaquin Buckley down, and I thought to myself, you know what? There's something very suspicious going on in this fight. Why is it that Joaquin Buckley is considered the heavy favorite when we know everything that we know about Colby Covington? Colby only loses to guys in championship levels or top contender levels. Could it be that Joaquin Buckley is a top contender? This is his 4th win in a row in welterweight right now, so who knows? As for Colby Covington, it was a doctor stoppage. just a lot of blood. And the blood was so gruesome to the point where Joaquin Buckley had his blood on his knees, if you can really put that in perspective. So nonetheless, it was a great night of fights. What's next for Colby? Where does Colby go from here? Does Colby become a gatekeeper? Because that's the trajectory that he's going. Is he going to retire from here? Who knows? We don't know. We're not going to know until sometime down the road, or maybe in a couple of weeks. But nonetheless, this was the last fight of 2024 in UFC. Next week, what do you got? Tyson Fury versus Usyk. And then obviously the holidays right after that. Oh, and then there's Ryzen in December 31st, New Year's Eve. There's always that. But either way, great night of fights. Was very surprised of the results. I obviously had Colby Covington winning this fight, and I thought that he was going to win this fight. But just the way that he attempted 8 takedown attempts, Joaquin stuffing all of them. And there was even one point where Joaquin was on a mount position. He let go. He either let go or Colby may have alleviated from it. But either way, staying on the ground would not have been the best decision for Buckley. But what did Buckley do in the process? Well, he went and finished Colby Covington. He finished him with a right cross. I'm sorry, with a doctor stoppage and a cut right above his eye. It was really bad. I felt bad for Colby, but he walked out with Hulk Hogan. He walked out with Chael Sonnen, almost as a way to symbolize the fact that he wanted to let people know he's still a star, even if he were to lose this fight. I don't know. I felt like Colby knew something that we didn't, and maybe the rest of the world knew something that we didn't. Maybe an underlying injury. I don't bet. I don't do gambling or any kind of thing like that. But the way that they were conveying the betting lines, it seemed sort of odd and weird. But either way, I'm happy for Joaquin Buckley. I'm happy for the UFC for the rest of the year. And I will see you guys next year in the next fights, next fight nights, pay-per-views, and everything in between. Oh, and of course, I'm going to be here for the boxing, UFC Fury versus Usyk. That's the last of the UFC fight. I'm sorry. Usyk versus Fury. And then there's Ryzen. So that's what we got to look forward to. Great night of fights. And from here on, even though it's the last fight of the year, the UFC goes on in next year. And then there's UFC 311, so on and so forth. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I hope you guys enjoyed the rest of the fights tonight, because I did. And it was fun to see Colby Covington in the main event, and Joaquin Buckley. It's always fun to see him get down and have one of the biggest wins of his career currently right now. So like and all right, here we go. Fight is about to start right now. Back at it live. Austin Bashi versus Rodriguez coming up right now. Top prospects. Rodriguez has a win over Rojas, and now Austin Bashi is that next big name coming up. Let's see if he can repeat the same. Maybe he's going to be known as the prospect killer. We're going to find out right now. See how this goes. Ponzinibbio versus Harris. That's also a very important fight I'd like to see later on. Obviously headlined by Dern and Ribas too. Don't really understand why they needed to have a rematch on this one, but I suppose that's just the competitive architecture that we have. But here we go. All right, here we go. Round one. Now this fight has started. Ooh, nice leg kick by Bash. Ooh, there's a knee right on the head of Bash right there. Shoots in right away. But stuff by Rodriguez here. A body lock goes away. Good scramble. Still very good scrambles. And Great defense here on the part of Rodriguez, not allowing Bashi to get that easy takedown. Now, usually in other opponents, whether it's in grappling competitions or MMA, Bashi is able to get these takedowns straight away. He's got to work a little bit against this guy. Again, Rodriguez is definitely no punk coming into this. Oh, there's a guillotine attempt right here. What is going on? Is he really going to get this submission? Is he really going to get it? This looks tight. Oh, this looks tight. This looks tight. I can't believe it. Oh, okay. No, no, he's okay. He's okay. He's got one arm in there. One thing you never want to do is allow your opponent to have two hands on your neck. You always got to keep them separated. He did a great job of that. Now they're back on the feet, squared up. 3:25 left in the first round. Rodriguez looks really calm. He's not concerned at all that this kid is a highly touted prospect. There he is, catches his goal quick right there, takes him down, takes him down. Now he's on a butterfly guard position right now. You're constantly maintaining this butterfly guard right here, using it to get himself back up, scrambling up. As soon as he gets up right here, he's going to look for a knee. Boom, right there, right in the stomach. Now they're broken away. He's got his back right now. Yeah, he's looking to get a body lock from this position right here. He's trying to shake him off. It's not really doing anything. And here's Bashi right here trying something else, a half Nelson of some sort. All right, so now under 2 minutes left in the first round right now. Could he slam him back like that? Yes, he can, but it would be vulnerable in rear naked position. Credit to Bashi for knowing how to really use all his weight and leverage while being on top, right? Most people, when they take a backpack position, usually it's just for especially for very inexperienced grapplers, right? They just look like they're trying to hang on for their dear life rather than actually trying to make successful transitions in that position. But yeah, Bashi was doing exactly that. I mean, he wasn't just hanging on, he was trying to find different sequences. And look, he's trying to go back at it again. Look, right here from this body lock. Okay, he gets a takedown, but had he not, there it is. Now is he going to take the back or the front? Okay, a little scramble position here, but now it is Rodriguez on the top position with Bashi in the butterfly guard position. He likes this butterfly guard position. Every time he gets taken down on the bottom like this, he always maintains butterfly guard position, not necessarily to attempt any submissions from there, but more as an escape plan. Ooh, nice. Very strong 135er in back. Reminds me of like Uriah in his earlier days. All right, so that's the end of the first round. Here we go. Round number 2. Nice body kick by Bashi right there. Nice high kick by Rodriguez. There it is. Single shot. Goes for the single shot. Rodriguez doing a very good job of stuffing those takedowns. A little scramble there. I got to be honest. I thought the grappling would have been a high disparaging. Man, I'm telling you, man. Okay, now we're seeing Bashi dominate in the grappling department as he should, but Rodriguez is not doing too bad in that department. There it is, looking for the backside again. Got him clinched up. Boom, nice elbow by Bashi. Nice single leg attempt right here. Rodriguez trying to stop himself from grabbing up against the fence, but it seems to be the only natural choice at hand to, for just a natural defensive mechanism. All right, now here's Bashi in the half guard position, looking to transition in the side control. But you don't win fights defending takedowns, though, and the high amount attempts on Bashi's pretty high. All right, so here we are, half guard position now. Rodriguez has to sort of shrimp out of this position. He's doing the right thing there, but to no avail. Yeah, little signs of fatigue there by Bashi, but what do you expect with a high grappling output on his part? All right, that's the end of the second, going into the third round right now. Let's go. Yeah, man, I can't wait for this Arman Saruki and Islam Makhachev fight. But from what it seems, the fight is still on, because remember, this fight is in LA. And they're not talking about relocation or anything like that as of yet. Now, if you've heard anything, let me know. But I know MMA Joey has a video out where John Anik says that he's claimed to have talked to Dana White, saying that they may cancel the card. But again, you never know, because everybody in the MMA game will try and clickbait. I mean, that's the name of the game, right? You look at the title and you're like, oh, wow, Dana White is going to cancel. Oh, wow, Anik has talked to Dana White and he said they're going to cancel LA. Oh, no. All right, here we go. Round 3. Bashi versus Rodriguez. 257, 256, 254, 53. Nice front kick by Bashi, and then goes in for a single leg. That's quite good, right? Using a front kick and then following it up with a single leg shot. I mean, you can do it, but you got to have the right speed and explosivity to be able to do it. And that's the thing, right? If you want to fight a certain way, you have to train for it. So if you want to fight explosive and you want to be fast, you got to train to be fast. If you want to fight and train to be strong, you got to train to be strong. If you want to fight to be strong, have stamina and have speed, well, you got to work on all of those and try to find the right sports science to put it all together. Now, once again, boom, back into the butterfly guard position. Bashi constantly finds himself in a butterfly guard position because every time he gets compromised and taken down, that is what his muscle memory tells him to do, to hit that butterfly guard straight away. He's got a Kimura lock attempt right here. He's looking for this Kimura lock from the, I believe, from the half guard position here. Half guards are the best positions to try and get Kimuras. Probably a whole lot better than full guards, I would believe, with the guy on the bottom. Well, Rodriguez got some good combinations there, hitting Bashi. There it is, Bashi with a single leg. Just looking to peel that hand back right there. Ooh, that was a good duck by that shot right there. Man, he's constantly sprawling on Bashi right now. And you know what? There's a good chance that he could, he's looking for a finish right here. Third round with just about under 2 minutes left. Nice. Good elbows right there. Yeah, Rodriguez is looking loose here in his in his striking approach towards Bashi. We've got about a minute left into this fight. Yeah, very good shot selection by Rodriguez here. All right, the final seconds of that one, we're going to find out the decision between Rodriguez versus Bashi coming up next. All right, here we go. Let's find out the score for this fight. Here we go. Unanimous decision. Christian Rodriguez with the win. Now, that is an upset of the night right there. Let's listen to what we have to say here. All right. Well, anybody surprised of that result? I mean, I certainly was, right? I did not expect Rodriguez to win that. Nobody did, but that's the reality of it, right? You know, when you have a top prospect like that up in here, you think that they're the ones that are going to win. It's not boxing. It's a very unpredictable sport nonetheless. So always keep that in mind.
I'll put my money on David. That's all I gotta.
Saying what I said yesterday. Let me see what this is. Somebody said.
All right, so just listening to the world famous boxing voice with none other than Nestor Gibbs. Wanted to give him a shout out because I have called in his show before. So, you got to show love to the channels that show you love and appreciation and whatnot. So now let's talk about the two best 168-pound fighters in the world right now, which is who? None other than Canelo Alvarez and David Benavidez. Now, what's great about this fight? I got to tell you, what is even more awesome other than their accolades, the fact that they are both world champions. Obviously, Canelo is more than just a world champion. He's an undisputed champion. And, well, David Benavidez is literally Tom Aspinal. And if you understand MMA, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The guy is an interim champion, not really a real champion, but nonetheless, a championship belt is a championship belt. And they are on a course right now to collide in front of the world to give us another one of the best boxing matches possibly in that particular division, if not the entire sport. So what is significant about David Benavidez and Canelo Alvarez that I could tell you that no other content creator out there will tell you? They're going to talk to you about the kicks and the punches or the technicalities that come along with this fight. They're going to talk about the range of David Benavidez. They're going to talk about the power of both men and how both of their powers are going to translate against each other. So we understand that. I can talk to you about the technical aspects of that, but I want to talk to you about something that can really get your dopamine high when it comes to understanding both of their history. And I think this is where this particular video shines the most. So when you look at Canelo Alvarez, what do you think of him? One of the things that you think about Canelo Alvarez is that he's a redheaded Mexican. What does that even mean in terms of growing up in Guadalajara, Mexico? What does that mean? I'll tell you what that means. For one, you look different than everybody else. You ever lived in a place where you look different than everybody else? Guess what? You're going to have some static. You're going to have fights in your hand. You're going to have people calling you names. You're going to have people doing this and doing that and everything in between. But guess what? It forged you into a tough competitor, just like David Benavidez. What's significant about him? Well, for one, David Benavidez, I got to tell you, was a former 270-pound fat kid during his teenage years. So why is that significant? This brother has some serious chip on his shoulder. And guess what? Fighters who have the biggest chips on their shoulder are usually some of the most motivated psychopaths that you will ever run across. And I don't mean psychopath in a negative way or in a psychological way, but in a way where you are crazy for the sport and you will literally die for it if need be, right? So that's how I'm describing David Benavidez in this sense. Also, you got to take into consideration, Mike Tyson says that one of his favorite fighters right now is none other than David Benavidez. And what a great way to get some sort of legend's approval of some sort, right? This is what you get out of Mike Tyson. He's approving you as the man that, well, he favors. Just like what he did when he anointed Tyson Fury. He's like, oh man, there's a 6'9" English guy that's named after me, and his dad was a big fan of mine. Same age as his dad. His dad was going through the same things that I was going through during that time frame. He could relate to that. And there was love for that. And then, of course, there's Francis Ngannou. He had to pick Francis Ngannou over Tyson Fury. And rightfully so. You look at the storyline with Francis Ngannou, the struggles that he had gone through, right? With going through different border customs and then having to sneak into France and living homeless and things of that nature. And the story goes on with Francis Ngannou. But nonetheless, it's great having Mike Tyson approve you. But one of the things that motivates Mike Tyson to being such a big David Benavidez supporter is that he looks at him as someone like himself. Now, is Canelo somebody that Mike Tyson can relate to? Maybe. I mean, yes, both of these guys, like any other fighter out there, you grew up fighting, especially if you come from a rough background like Guadalajara, Mexico, or Brooklyn, where Mike Tyson is from, where he's gotten to a lot of street fights as a kid, and it forged him into the man that he is today as somebody that, well, knows how to trash talk, somebody that knows how to roar up a crowd, how to incite an opponent into anger and into.
All right, here we go. We're back at it live right now. Chris Curtis taking on Kopylov. Let's see how this fight goes. Chris Curtis being announced right now. I believe, no, I don't see Sean Strickland in his corner. It's only Eric Nixick and the rest of the Extreme Couture guys. All right, so here we go. Fight's about to commence in a matter of seconds. Action Man. I mean, for real, he does live up to that name, though, for certain. Yeah, Kopylov in a southpaw position right now. Looks like Chris Curtis got hurt on that one. A really good exchanges here between Kopylov and Curtis. Yeah, Kopylov's looking extra fast in this one. Those are great combinations by Kopylov right there. Now I'd be curious to see what kind of response Chris Curtis got with this nice low kick right there by Kopylov. Yeah, nice high guard by Curtis right there. Boom. Nice body shot by Kopylov. Some really good jabs here by Kopylov. Dominic Cruz said on a commentary that the strikes are pretty even. I don't know about that. It just seems Kopylov may be just a little bit one step ahead over him. Yeah, it rocks him right there. You know what? I'm very surprised. There's very few takedowns. So, well, a little here and there in the first round, not so much in the second round. But, ooh, that's a good elbow by Kopylov right there. Looks like Kopylov's caught up right here. I don't know what caused that. Looks like a little low blow there, but yeah, the referee's warning him. Good left hand right there by Kopylov. Stop at the action there. What's going on? Is it an eye poke? Looks like some fingers got into the eyes of Chris Curtis there. Chris Curtis is asking for a towel there. All right, less than 2 minutes now. Yeah, they said that this is the fight where Chris Curtis is supposed to wrestle, but there's really none of that going on. All right, so here we are. We're still on the third round right now with Kopylov and Chris Curtis. Here we go. Yeah, I like this. I like this little chill vibe music they got going on. Shout out to StreamYard, man. Shout out to StreamYard for hooking this up. Boom, 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 boom. Guess it's a nice little chill music to listen to while you're watching some fights, huh? Whoa, that's good, man. These are some good shots by Kopylov right now. Yeah, really good fight right here, man. Really good fight that's going on right now. Ooh, nice shots by Kopylov. All right. Ooh, that was a good kick by Kopylov right there. Ooh, these are some hard strikes by Kopylov, man. Yeah, I think Kopylov won this fight right here, hands down. Yeah, they definitely didn't hold anything back on this one. They emptied out the gas tank. Now we find out the decision between Kopylov and Chris Curtis in a matter of seconds. Ooh, that's a nice head kick. Wow! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! At exactly 1 second left, and he finished him off. That is amazing. He finished him off with just 1 second left. Wow. That is a TKO. Wow. Wow. Unreal. Unreal how that fight ended, man. You know what? Just when I thought, hey, you know what? This is going to go to a decision. Nah. They're like, no, it's not going to go to a decision. We're going to keep it going. Next fight after this. You know what? He was not in danger. It's almost like as if Mark Smith wanted to get that knockout, that late knockout, just for the heck of it. I mean, most referees would not have stopped that, to be quite honest with you. Oh, Chris Curtis is mad. He's saying, what the F are you guys stopping this for, man? All right, well, there it is. Starting off with a controversy this year already. Well, there it is. Roman Kopylov is now the official winner. Congratulations, Roman Kopylov, for getting the 459 finish. Controversial finish at that. All right, let's hear what Michael Bisping has to say to Roman Kopylov. Diego Lopez, I absolutely agree with your comment right there. And for the simple fact that, you know what? I really was curious to see what kind of decision the judges were going to make on that one. I mean, look, Kopylov, Kopylov was on his way to getting that win anyway. I think it would be irrelevant whether that would be a finish or whatever. You know what? This is how I see a fight like this, right? It is a fight that went to the distance, but a fight that went to a finish. That's what you get out of 459. Remember that. Every 459 is a fight that went to a distance that became a finish. All right. Well, we got a couple more fights left. All right. Well, Cesar Almeida taking on Abdul Hassan Razak coming up. All right, and we are coming up on Al-Hassan Razak taking on Cesar Almeida. I don't know why, but this music compels me to want to speak in such a DJ kind of voice. This is DJ Easy Kyrie. Ha ha! Stay tuned. Next fight coming up. All right, coming up, we have Al-Hassan Razak taking on Cesar Almeida. I am excited for it. Hassan Al-Razak, live with Jazz 101.1. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, chat, let me know what you guys think of the new background music. It sounds like DJ Jazz 101.1.5 FM. All right, here we go. They are being announced right now. All right, here we go. Almeida has now been announced in the cage. And this matchup is being officiated by none other than the great Mike Beltran. Yay! DJ 101 Point Jazz FM. DJ Jazz 101 Point. All right, here we go. First round. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, let's calm down with the background music for a bit. All right, here we go. Round one, Razan Al-Hazak. By the way, somebody with great Taekwondo prowess. Great, well, you know, kind of goes back and forth, switch stances as you see right here. Looks very relaxed in the way that he's going about against Almeida right now. Almeida looks very relaxed as well, but just a little bit more flat-footed. Oh, here's a double shot. Back in a clinch position now. Boom, 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 boom. Abdul just sent him down right now. Knockdown in the first round with just about over a minute left in the first round. Good knockdown by Hassan. He's looking to finish in this one. Let's see if he pulls off this finish. Oh, wow. Yeah, oh my God, out of nowhere, Hassan gets knocked out. That was out of nowhere. That was so out of nowhere. He was doing so good, and then out of nowhere, he knocks him out. Yo, that is crazy. Son, that is crazy, bro. Straight crazy. Wow. Wow, that was an insane knockout. Look at this. So he knocks him down. Check out this sequence right here. He knocks him down. And, okay, now he's throwing the right hand. He's throwing bombs. And then, boom. He's not thinking about what's coming back. He counters him. You know what? You know what that looks like? It looks very similar to Carlos Condit and Dan Hardy back in 2010. Ooh, look at that. Bang, out of nowhere. Wow. Wow, that was shocking. He's still laid out, man. Yeah, I hope he's all right, man. That's, wow. This is why. Oops. This is why you got to be very aware of your defense at all times, right? Look, when you're throwing something, somebody is always coming back to throw some shots right back at you. So you got to be very careful. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, Abdul Hassan was out for a while, man, but yeah, he's barely getting back into the stool right now. That was a very brutal shot. Cesar Almeida. All right. Shout out to Cesar Almeida. So far, we've probably seen 2 knockout of the years here. I mean, let's really analyze this, right? The Hassan Razak knockout by Cesar Almeida is one of them. First round, 14 seconds in. What was another knockout earlier tonight that was quite prominent? The Felipe Buenas fight. No, that was a submission. The Jacoby Pearson fight. Okay. That was there was something quicker than that. I remember seeing a knockout that was quicker than that, or was that the Jacoby fight? Main card. Yeah. The Soriano fight. 31 seconds in it. Boom. Finishes Medic. It's crazy. He goes in there and just bang, finishes him off right there. So yeah, Soriano and Cesar Almeida right now are probably the top 2 knockout of the year so far. 2025, that's the first 2 knockout of the year. So all in the main card, by the way. So what we got coming up next is Santiago Ponzinibbio and Carlston Harris. So, okay. Let's break this down, okay? All right. Let's go through and give a little breakdown of the entire card. So, first and foremost, starting at 8 minutes and 33 minutes, we're going to give the full main card breakdown. So, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here it is. Full card breakdown, all right? Starting with the main card portion of the night. So, as I was saying, there's 2 knockout of the years that we got out of the main card tonight. So far right now, we got Soriano with a 31-second knockout against Medic out of nowhere. And by the way, Medic, you got to understand, is a K1 level kickboxer. He was able to do him in like that. Christian Rodriguez, how about this? An upset. We really were expecting Austin to win this fight. But what won him this fight? He was up there with the takedowns. He was going takedown for takedown with him. Spamming takedowns doesn't win fights. Attempting submissions after submission, obviously that wins fights. Also, the striking percentage is what wins fights, and that is ultimately what led Christian Rodriguez to win and get the upset tonight. Now, Chris Curtis taking on Roman Kopylov. Out of nowhere, you thought that this was going to go to the cards, right? And Curtis was really upset going into the final stages of the 3rd round. Guess what happened? He ended up getting a knockout. Mark Smith stepped up in there with the protest of Chris Curtis. That's the name of the game. Roman Kopylov got the knockout with a late stoppage, a 4:59 stoppage. You know what I equate this to? This is going the distance while getting a finish at the same time. Let me say this again. This is like going the distance while getting the finish at the same time, because you literally are going the distance. You just didn't make it for that 1 second so that you can officially get the knockout and the knock TKO or whatever you want to call that. How about this? Cesar Almeida versus Abdul Hassan Razak. Now, this fight right here, I got to tell you, there was a chance that Hassan could have won this one, but unfortunately, he played 50-50. He played the brawling game, and when you do that, you put yourself in a coin toss, and there it is. Cesar Almeida possibly with the knockout of the year so far, because you know there's going to be more knockouts coming in throughout the year. But so far, Cesar Almeida and Soriano are the 2 guys to do that. Now, moving on to the co-main and main event of the evening of 2025, the first co-main event and main event of 2025. So here we go. Coming up right now. Dang, that's crazy. Ponzinibbio got a grandmother that's 101. All right. He said grandma likes to drink stuff with love. Boom, 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 boom. All right, here we go. All right, we are about to begin. All right, and so here we go. Round one, Ponzinibbio taking on Harris, the co-main event. Reacting while giving a preview, while reacting live to the fight that is going on right now. So here we go. Ponzinibbio at 4:33, 4:32 of the first round. Ponzinibbio's trying to walk him down. Nice little leg kick right there by Harris. Nice jab by Harris. He had a 7-fight win streak going into this fight. And he's had this gnarly leg infection, and here he is back at it, trying to get at Harris. He's walking Harris down right here, right? Let's see how Harris responds to being walked down like this. Now, most guys that are great movers, they often don't like being stuck in these types of positions where Harris is at right now. But he's allowing Ponzinibbio to sort of close the distance on him, but at the same time backing him up against the cage. Now, if Ponzinibbio was a grappler or somebody that shoots double legs or something to that extent, he would absolutely take advantage of that. Just change levels as soon as you get him near the cage, because, hey, once you get them near the cage and you can shoot in for a double leg, they're at least going to hit their back onto the cage and you can work something there. But the way that it's going right now with just 2 minutes into the fight, Ponzinibbio looks like he wants to continue striking with Harris. Maybe he sees something in Harris's game right now that we may not see it. Okay, there it is. There's Harris right there shooting in for a takedown. Now they're in the clinch position. Okay, great. That was a great way to break the rhythm right there. So sometimes when you got a striker like that walking you down, it's the best way to kind of offset them, surprise them with a little bit of a takedown and go from there. Nice high kick right there by Harris. 2:25, 2:24 left into the first round. He swung and missed on that one. Ooh, he had a body shot right there. Good body shot by Harris. Now, 2 minutes left into this first round right here. Let's see how each man responds as we go on. Nice low kick right there by Ponzinibbio. Yeah, it is in the first round very tentative on their part, but now they're starting to kind of open up an exchange right here. Yeah, Harris is starting to find a rhythm right here just at the end of the first round. After the whole first round, him getting walked down the way that he did. Oh, that was a good jab right there where he hit him. I think he rocked Ponzinibbio in that one. Oh, there's another one. Now he's walking Ponzinibbio down. Now the tables have turned at the end of the first round where it is now him walking Ponzinibbio down. Ooh, and it looks like he may finish him right here. He's looking for a finish. He's got him rocked. And it was in the back of the head as well, just so we're clear on that one. That was a clear back of the head shot, and that was noticed by Michael Bisping right there. Now, with just 20 seconds left into the first round, let's see where this goes. Good jab by Harris right there. Ooh, he just rocks him right there. He's looking to get the finish right here. After he got the knockdown right there, look, is he going to try to finish? He's going to try to finish swinging for the fences. Look at this. He missed. What was that? What was that? Oh, okay. So a little review on that first round, right? Ponzinibbio was doing a very good job of walking him down. As he was walking him down, eventually the tables have turned. Now it was Harris that's walking him down, rocked him at the end of it. So let's see how he's going to react to this in the second round. Second time around, let's see. I have a feeling that going into the second round, he might get clipped and he might get hurt. And so his coach is saying that you're leaving your chin real low out there. Yeah, real frantic end of the round right here. Boom. That's a right hand right there. He throws it at a different angle. It's like, let's take a look at what kind of angle this. It's very weird. It's almost like it was hard for him to see that coming, the way that he sort of curved that shot. All right, here we go. Ponzinibbio, round number 2. All right, here we go. Round number 2. All right, so as we continue on, 1 minute down onto the second round right now, and looks like they're a little bit more even going into this now. A whole lot even. There's a lot more feints from Harris. He's doing a very good job now of just moving from a different direction as he was before, especially moving away from the cage, more importantly. And he's got long legs as well, right? Which really helps him in these exchanges. Look, I think he sees an opening here for Ponzinibbio, and he's looking to get a finish right here. At least Harris at this point of the second round is sensing a finish. Ooh, that was a good shot right there. Real good shot. I don't know why I had that co-main event coming up. This is the co-main event as we're already covering this right now. And yeah, reacting to it live. But in the future, while you're watching this, you're probably going to see this same audio in a recorded form, right? But obviously recorded from this live just to preview this whole entire card. So here we go. With about 2 minutes and 19 seconds left into the second round. They're just swinging away at each other right now. At this point, significant strikes for Ponzinibbio is at 37 and 46 for Harris. He sort of knocks Ponzinibbio down with a little bit of a slip there, but nothing too much to really worry about on the part of Ponzinibbio. Now they're fighting in the center of the octagon right now, as opposed to the beginning of the first round where it was Ponzinibbio walking him down, and only for Harris to come back and mount an offense on him as well. Well, now here we are, 142, 141, 139 of the second round, 137. And it's really good sequences on the part of Harris going to the body like that. Ooh, nice body. Ooh, those are some nice exchanges right there. All right, low kick right there by yeah, Ponzinibbio gets dropped a lot in a fight, right? I mean, that's fair to say, isn't it? He gets dropped a lot. Now we're heading into the third round right now of Ponzinibbio versus Harris. Here we go, going into the third round as we speak. Nice jab by Harris there. And at the same time, even at the end of the second round, look at Ponzinibbio here. He's really trying to go for that knockout. Look, there's a nice shot by Harris at the end of the round. Caught him right there. Now, at the end of this round, second going into the third, Harris is being told by his corner, hey, look, we don't know whether you're winning this fight or not, but you need to fight with a sense of urgency. And again, this is what most real good corners will tell you going into a third round. One of the worst type of corners you have are the type of people that will say, nah, you're doing good, bro. Nah, you're doing good. Bro's doing good. And then you're really not, or it's really close. And yeah, you know, it's really good that his corner is giving him that sense of urgency. Now let's head on to the third round, see how this goes. By the way, this is one of my most anticipated fights of the evening, by the way. So here we are going into the third round. And by the way, I was surprised at this point that this would even go to a third round. And then there's a takedown attempt at the beginning of the third by Harris, only for him to get pushed away and literally thrown away by Ponzinibbio. And now he's on the ground in an up-down position with Ponzinibbio throwing leg kicks at him from the top. And these kicks are going really good for Ponzinibbio. Welcome to Jazz MMA. Giving a little jazz flavor to MMA, huh? Don't you think? All right, very good. Nice scrambles right there by Ponzinibbio and Harris. Here we go. 405, 403, 402, 401. You know, I'll tell you what I like about this this little background music. Shout out to StreamYard for providing this, right? Kind of gives it a little bit of a FIFA feel to it, right? Like FIFA sports, NBA, you know, that type of professional sports feeling. They like using all these jazzy type of music. At least that's something that I've sort of experienced playing NBA Live and all these other games and whatnot, you know, other sports games, soccer games as well. But nonetheless, speaking of soccer, Ponzinibbio, as you know, comes from Argentina, the best soccer team in the world internationally, led by none other than Lionel Messi. So he's looking to sort of stamp Argentina's name in the MMA scene. A couple of Argentinas that are out there right now in MMA, but Ponzinibbio is one of the biggest guys in that country when it comes to MMA. So here we are, third round. 250 left, 249, 247. Now Harris is being walked down again, sort of backing up. Not really as elusive as he was. There it is. He gets caught by that shot right there by Ponzinibbio. Now Ponzinibbio's looking to finish him off right here. Ooh, he's looking to finish him right there. It looks like he's about to finish him. Nope. It's a lot of close finishes. Oh, he just rocked Harris. Harris is badly hurt right now. Harris is down. He's going to finish Harris. He's finishing Harris right here. That is it. That is over. And out of nowhere, Harris just thought that he had this in the bag, right? He went a little bit aggressive. Maybe his corner should not have told him to just press the gas the way that he did. But you know what? Here it is. Ponzinibbio's really looking for this finish. If not the finish, hey, guess what, man? You know, he's at least got some good points here that he just rocked the right there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The referee stops the fight. A standing TKO knockout by Ponzinibbio. All right. And that right there concludes the co-main event of the evening. Welcome to MMA Smooth Jazz. Because in MMA, there's nothing smooth about getting punched in your face. And that is the co-main event. Now, on to the main event of the evening. Well, now you see why I was looking forward to this fight right here. I mean, this was one of my favorite fights of the night. That with Soriano, obviously the Soriano fight ended a whole lot earlier than what I would have expected, but nonetheless, it delivered. I mean, look, Harris was in there, man. At any given night, Harris could have finished off Ponzinibbio, but tonight it was Ponzinibbio that was able to do the damn thing, and that's all it is by the end of the day. You know, it's a 50-50 fight. That's what you get. It's just the nature of the game. All right, so we get the official decision right now. Great win by... Look, I'm going to be honest. I didn't think Ponzinibbio... No, actually, I did predict Ponzinibbio to win this. And the reason why I picked Ponzinibbio is I just think that he had the higher experience, okay? He had experience in terms of world-level MMA. Look at the names that he's fought. Who has Harris fought in this trajectory of his career? Plus, they're the same age. Even though they're the same age, it's way different for Ponzinibbio as opposed to Harris with the level of competition that they face. And sometimes facing that kind of competition puts you in these tough clutch positions. So, all right. Well, shout outs to Santiago, and great win on his part. So there it is. And once again, just like that, this could be fight of the night right here. So, it's an awesome night in Vegas tonight, I would imagine. Obviously, you're seeing the daytime portion of Las Vegas. Man, really sad for people in LA, bro. Like, I really feel bad for them. He's calling for another fight in Argentina. He said, we're going to talk with the boss. Haha. All right. All right, so here we are. We're about to get the main event of the evening right now. So we are about to start as the main event of the evening is going to commence. So here we are. How about that? Tatiana Suarez taking on Weili Zhang. All right, here we go. First round. Nice leg kick by Mackenzie Dern right there. Another leg kick by Mackenzie Dern. As Ribas is looking to close the distance, there was a good front kick right there by Mackenzie Dern. There's another leg kick right there by Mackenzie Dern. Very good starting off the fight with calf kicks and then continuing on from this point right here. There it is, 1-2 shot by Mackenzie Dern. Okay, good leg kick. So now they're just going back and forth with the leg kicks right now. Very aggressive approach by both of them. Good start. Good 1-2 shot by Mackenzie Dern. unfortunately, a lot of people do forget that Mackenzie Dern was pregnant and then had to come back very soon, very early into her mixed martial arts career because people are sort of pushing her to be the next Ronda Rousey. Well, here's the thing with Ronda Rousey. She sort of did the right thing, right? In terms of, hey, you know what? I'm going to fight right now, not have kids, and then worry about having kids later. Whereas with Mackenzie Dern, what she did was she had kids and then she wanted to continue on with her career. And that begs me to question just overall different lifestyles outside of the octagon. I mean, obviously there's this aspect of, pressuring people to go into the workforce, certain genders and whatnot, but whatever, right? But here we are, right here. It's doing her some good. Obviously, the first fight, it was Ribas. Now Dern is trying to redeem herself in this situation. And here she is on top right now with 2 minutes and 19 seconds left into the first round. And so far, 1 for 1 with the takedowns in the first round. Yeah, very creative on the part of Mackenzie Dern and Ribas right here. 1 minute and 35 seconds left of the first round. So in comparison to the first fight and now in the second fight, right, how will, let's say, Mackenzie Dern look on top as opposed to the bottom? And right now we're sort of seeing the opposite end of that as opposed to the first fight with just about 1 minute and 13 seconds left into the first round of this fight. She's really not trying to give up any positions to Dern at this point. And at this point, we're going to start seeing Ribas keeping that guard close as Mackenzie Dern just maintains this top position. And by the way, great job on both of them so far, not really taking a lot of damage, but also not allowing Dern to pass guard from this position on within the last minute of the first round. Yeah, this is a good ground control time by Dern. And we do have 5 rounds of this, so let's see how this is going to go, all 5 rounds. Now, you know what? The fact that Dern was on top, what she wants to do is create as much damage as possible. Now, did she do that? Maybe not so much, right? And I got to tell you, the more damage that you do when you are on top, the more that you are able to, let's say, zap out their stamina, zap out their energy, and creating more advantages for yourself. Now, right now, Amanda Ribas' corner is telling her in between the first and second round, you got to use your kicks. And the corner is saying that she does not want to punch Ribas or get into a punching match with her in any kind of way. And at this point, they were honest with her from the first and the second round, saying, hey, you know what? That last round was hers. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Yeah, definitely a Mackenzie Dern round on that one. There it is. There's Mackenzie Dern with a takedown right there. Takedown attempt only for Amanda Ribas to defend it with her scrambling, getting on top. Now you look at the difference between the jiu-jitsu of Dern on the bottom as opposed to Ribas on the bottom. That kind of shows you the difference of their jiu-jitsu abilities and the discrepancy between their skill levels in there. I mean, Mackenzie Dern's dad grew up doing nothing but jiu-jitsu with her. She's used to being in these positions. She's comfortable being in these positions, being on her back, and also being able to create these little mini wizards that she has going on. Look at the way that she's trying to escape from that wizard that Ribas is putting on her from the top position. Now, at this point, with 3 minutes and 44 seconds left in the second round, I'm not really sure if Ribas is trying to transition into perhaps a half guard or just continue to operate on the full guard position. I got to tell you, it's a lot harder to keep somebody off when they are on a half guard position, especially in MMA, specifically MMA. I'm not talking about pure grappling matches, because there's a lot of opportunities in half guards and just pure grappling matches. However, in MMA, half guard is awesome because you can rain punches and stay there all day and remain top control as long as you're punching. Because in regular grappling, guess what you can't do? You can't keep yourself at a stalemate position, because then you'll get stood up. Wrestling also requires you to not have a stalemate. They'll make you stand up. So, yeah, Dern has been now taken down by her last 3 opponents. Look, she's not a wrestler. So we got about 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the second round. Yeah, Michael Bisping just said in the commentary right now that cracking somebody in the face is really what sort of discombobulates your plan. Obviously, my word, not his, but nonetheless, yeah. He says when you crack somebody in the face, that changes you. It definitely does. Just like that old saying, right? When you get cracked, a black belt becomes a white belt after you crack them. Oh, wow. Here we go. She's going for an omoplata right here. We're just about a minute left in the second round. Wow. She caught her out of nowhere with that. Very unconventional in the way that she set that up. Yeah, the flexibility of Ribas is what's able to really help her handle this. Right? Because otherwise, yeah, she would have caught her from this position. Okay, now Ribas rolls back. She rolls her back. It's good elbows there from Ribas. Oh, wow. Look at this. Wow. That is... Wow, man. That is a crazy position. Wow, man. This is high-level scramble right here. Wow. So both of these ladies at this point of the fight right now have experienced both being on top and being on the bottom at the same time, and then just switching great grappling and scrambles. I'm going to expect that this is what we're going to see out of Islam Makhachev and Arman Tsarukyan coming this weekend. And again, there's still no particular updates yet. Or maybe there is, maybe in the future, but not in this particular live stream or recording that you are listening to right now. There's no confirmed word as of yet what will happen with the UFC 311 weekend fight that's supposed to take place in LA, obviously because of the wildfires that have been going on in California in the recent events. All of that remains to be seen and still in question. Mackenzie Dern's corner is telling her she's doing very good, doing very great. Now heading into, I believe, the third round. All right, so there it is. They're advertising Arman Tsarukyan and Islam Makhachev, so that means that it's still on. Because they're not saying anything otherwise. Maybe the area that they're at, the Sophie Stadium in LA, maybe that's not affected. But anyways, here we are, third round, as we focus into the review of Amanda Ribas and Mackenzie Dern. At least a review that you are watching in the future, in which this is being live recorded right now for a recording later on to a review, which is what we're doing right now and what you're listening to, at least in the present time and in the future, regarding UFC Fight Night, Mackenzie Dern and Ribas. Here it is, third round, 420, 419, 418. If you guys are syncing up, boom, there's a nice kick right there by Ribas. If you guys want to sync up, 411, 410 in the third round, 408, 407. There's a body lock with Mackenzie Dern clinching up. Very good job on the part of Ribas to sort of defend that with a wizard and the strikes at the same time. Yeah, I like this vibe. Hey, by the way, shout outs to StreamYard for providing this particular soundtrack right here, right? It's a nice, cool little beat. And you know what? I'll be honest. A lot of the different content creators that I'm inspired by, such as Hatman Strikes Back, Boxing Ego, a lot of these boxing guys, right? Zayn Musa Boxing, they sort of give me a little bit of that inspiration, right? That cool vibe feeling. Because, you know, I usually like to do content that's wild and crazy where you got to expend a lot of energy into things. And sometimes it's cool to just do things in a chill way, or I do a little bit of both. Like the flow of jiu-jitsu, which is what we're witnessing right now with Amanda Ribas and Mackenzie Dern. 250, 249, 247, 246 of the third round. Now she's throwing in the elbows right there. Very Tony Ferguson-esque like. And very good job on Mackenzie Dern throwing these elbows from the bottom. Here in the third round, 230 left, 229. 227. There it is. More elbows. And you know what? It's not the worst idea for Ribas to take Mackenzie Dern down. But guess what? When you take her down, this is what you get. Look at this. There's a submission attempt right here with a armbar. Look at this. This is deep. This is deep. Is this going to sink in? How deep is this? Let's see. Is this deep enough? Again, like I said, jiu-jitsu, yes, a sport that can rip limbs, but reality is that you got to be a very relaxed person to really express yourself in that art of jiu-jitsu. And right now, Mackenzie Dern is trying to throw some knees there. Yeah, so she needs to stick her knee right in her backside right there to be able to get out of this armbar attempt. But Ribas is being very patient. Like I said, that is one of the essence of jiu-jitsu, is patience. And she's doing a good job. Look at this. Now, there it is. She just swept her. She just swept her. Now Mackenzie Dern is on top right after that. Now there's about 1 minute left. Dern has 3 armbar submissions in MMA. Could this be the 4th? As we are witnessing right now here, right here in the mount position that she has her in. Very master technique in the part of Mackenzie Dern. Technique sounds like George St. Pierre with the French-Canadian accent. By the way, another conversation for another time. How about America possibly unifying with Canada after Justin Trudeau forfeited his position? And speaking of forfeiting your position, here's Mackenzie Dern making Ribas forfeit her position in the last 15 seconds of the 3rd round. There it is, another armbar attempt. And there it is. Is she going to get it this time with 10 seconds left? Banging on her while she's attempting that armbar attempt. There it is. She's got it. Oh, she tapped. She tapped. She has tapped. She has tapped. And that is the end of the fight right there. Submission by Mackenzie Dern. That was Jiu-Jitsu 101. Basics done to an incredibly high level for Mackenzie Dern. And this is the first time Amanda Ribas has been submitted in her whole entire career. Only 4 months old after her pregnancy, she came back to fight her. And here she is winning once again. Amazing story. Amazing story. So now that we broke down the technique of everything that we had just witnessed, right? Limb by limb, scramble for scramble, punch for punch, scrap for scrap. Now that we went through all of that, what did we learn here as a life lesson in the win of Amanda Ribas? Or the loss of Amanda Ribas with her first win against Mackenzie Dern. Now Mackenzie Dern coming back winning in the rematch. MMA is an extremely unpredictable sport. And as a result of that unpredictability, you can never count anybody out in a rematch. Whether it is a rematch or a rubber match or a quadrilogy. Just like Manny Pacquiao and Marquez. Did you expect that to happen? No. Well, did you expect this to happen? No. But what did we really learn in terms of understanding factors of athletes and what it is that they go through? Well, here's one thing that we learned out of this, right? Is that number one, circumstances are a real thing. A lot of people like to call them excuses, but in reality, are they really excuses? Can we really doubt the fact that, hey, you know what? There is a good reason why this person is going through whatever he's going through, and it is a reason why he's performing like the way that he's performing in a subpar way. Nobody likes to take that into consideration because I've said it in previous live streams. I've said it in previous videos, is that people only care about the results on paper. And most of the times, they don't even look at the game. They only look at the highlights, not even the highlights. They just go on Google and look up, hey, Manchester City versus Salford City. What's the score? Matter of fact, let me take a look at what that is. Okay? What is the score for that, since it garnered my curiosity about that. Let's see. There you have it. Manchester City versus Salford, 8-0. Now, when I look at a result like this, do I say to myself, hey, you know what? Maybe Salford had an excuse. What excuse is that? Well, I don't know. Maybe they're just not that good. Was that true? Are they really not that good? No, the reality is that no one really cares. No one really knows. But the reality is that there is only the result, and that is all that we see. And sometimes not even the highlights or the whole game, but just rather what is on paper. And that's what I meant when I compared the John Jones Matt Hamill loss as a blessing for Matt Hamill and his inspiration to people around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Stick around, chat, because we got more to ride. All right, guys, welcome to the bonus content. Ponzinibbio versus Carlston Harris. This was my favorite fight going into this card. You want to know why? I just knew that the experience of Ponzinibbio and the athleticism of Harris was going to be a great fight altogether. So that is why I looked at this as my favorite fight of the night. Soriano, no doubt, got the knockout of the night. Mackenzie Dern got submission of the night. These two guys, I think they got fight of the night. At least they should, in my humble opinion. But again, that is up to the promoters if that's how they want to see it. But yeah, man, you know, this is just an outro to the fights that we had just witnessed right now. How about this? Adesanya versus Imavov, Dricus versus Strickland 2, Zhang versus Suarez. That's going to be in UFC 312. Fight night, Cannonier versus Rodriguez. And then obviously we got UFC 311. That's still going on. Okay, so that's still going on. That's good. That's good. Listen, I just wanted to take this time out for anybody that's listening out there. Yeah, you know, pray for LA. But at the same time, also pray for people around the world that are also being oppressed. And it's not something to really talk about. We all know what it is. We all have iPhones. We all have news in front of our faces. We know what's going on. Also, just pray for everybody equally. Because, you know, I do hear the conversation of, well, you're mourning for these people, but you're not mourning for these people. Look, the best and fair way to really put it is pray for everybody in the humanity that is in front of you. And hey, listen, sometimes it is okay to feel for people overseas or anybody else out there, right? But at the same time, the one thing you got to understand also is that we can only handle what is within our proximity, because the modern world sort of designs us that way, right? You just have to worry about paying your bills, minding your own business. And then maybe if you have a few luxuries here and there, you can worry about world geopolitical issues. And that is normally how a lot of rich people that have too much time on their hands are able to get themselves into these ideological messes. But that's the reality of the situation. That's the reality of the world. But I got to tell you, man, above all else, I'm really glad that the UFC is back tonight. Look, I'm not like these other people that are like, oh, I'm so distraught because there was no UFC going on or this and that. You know what I say to that? Honestly, my man, get a life. For real. Really. But reality is this, right? There's better things to do than just watching MMA all the time. I understand why people had this feeling of not nostalgia, but feeling the missing of a void. Oh, there's no UFC or this and that. Bro, I'm telling you guys, if Muslims ran the UFC, there would be no problem having fights during Christmas. And you know what? It's not like there aren't any other boxing organizations that don't do that. They do. But I'm just saying, the way that the UFC does it, they go by that calendar. So they're going to chill from a certain time in December all the way to the mid-January if they could. You know, and a lot of people take long vacations like that. You know, a lot of people don't know that there's still a lot of people that have not gone back to school yet, depending on, what, grade level you're at, or, what year in college you are, what kind of college program you're in. But yeah, man, there's still some schools that are not back. There's still some people that are still not back from the Christmas vacation. And you know what? That's all right. But I got to tell you, man, this 10-hour stream that I just did, you know how I started it from the very beginning? We talked about beef, rivalry, and, problems out in the streets and all this and other that, right? But I tell you what, I do understand what people mean when they say, hey, you know what? Life is too short to quarrel. You're absolutely right about that. Whoever said that, or anybody that holds those sentiments, that's the reality, right? You're absolutely right about that. You have every right to feel that way. But what are you supposed to do if it immediately comes at you? Do you just sit there and, take it, or do you stand up and sort of stand on business? Because standing on business doesn't always mean being, so prideful, right? I mean, at some point, you have to have boundaries. You have to have set limits, and you have to have an understanding of what you see as a mutual respect for not only yourself, but for other people. But once again, man, this is one of the beauties of mixed martial arts, right? Whenever you end an event like this, you start and reflect about real life, because, hey, for those people that were so obsessed with not having MMA during the winter break, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, you got to think about, what is your higher purpose in life? Because even though MMA is great, you know what it really is just good for? It's good for exercise. It's good for learning a little bit of self-defense. It's good for learning a sport. Let's be honest, because MMA is a sport. It's not a complete mechanism of self-defense, especially when you're talking about the whoop-de-blam, blickily-blick, blah, blah. Okay, you know what I mean? Like, there's that. So it's not a complete way, but it is a great life lesson. And even watching these events and witnessing these athletes, witnessing greatness, or witnessing people attempting greatness and come into a failure, I think is the greatest life lesson that you can get. And not only the greatest life lesson you can get, also a great reflection on your own reality. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, let's take a look at Mackenzie Dern. See, everybody can just over nights like this and say, hey, you know what? Not really inspiring, very lackluster, not really the most interesting card or the biggest storyline. Well, not so fast. Here's what I took out of it. Mackenzie Dern comes back after 4 months, okay, of you know what. Is it too soon? Well, there it is. There was a result against Ribas. But this time around, she came back a lot stronger because she was peaked and was in a different physical state. So being in that different physical state that Mackenzie Dern is in, and being as heartbroken as she was in that first loss against Ribas, shouldn't you look at that as an inspiration and motivation of jumping back from whatever adversity you're facing in life? That's the way I look at it. That's the way I look at combat sports. Now, here's the unhealthy relationship with combat sports. And the number one people that I want to talk to in that aspect are the gamblers. All the gamblers know that they are, I mean, look, from an Islamic point of view, if you're Muslim and you're listening to this, yeah, it's haram, right? But if you're not Muslim and you don't care, well, obviously, it may not be haram to you because that's not how you live, but it's still damaging to your life, and there's a reason why it's haram in the first place. You understand? It's damaging. It's the most unhealthy relationship with combat sports. I've seen people lose their mortgage over it. I've seen Drake lose millions of dollars over it. Not that it really matters, but by the end of the day, it's still millions of dollars, and all of that adds up. Just imagine what happens if Drake ends up with more lawsuits and having to pay his homies to stay out of jail, right? What if all of that continues on? Then what? And then he runs out of money. And then after running out of money, then all of that he bet on these UFC fights and he has no business putting himself into made him broke. I'm not saying that's happening right now, but hey, look at Conor McGregor, right? Ooh, this is a great segue bonus content that we can push into. Conor McGregor. In all honesty, do you understand that the reason why Conor is taking this fight is out of desperation? I mean, imagine that. This is desperation for Conor McGregor. That is the only reason why he's taking this fight. You think he's taking this fight because he loves fighting or he loves fighting guys like KSI? Look, I think there is a genuine hate for KSI, but at the same time, it's still also a lot of money. While also sort of settling his beef with KSI, he's also going to make a lot of money out of it because look at who KSI is. He's the partner of Logan Paul with Prime. He's a big superstar in the internet, in the sports world, now even in the rap world, doing songs with Stormzy and all these different rappers from the UK. This is what you got going on. This is what you got going on with Jon Jones. I'm sorry. Yeah. Wait, with Conor McGregor. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say Jon Jones. I'm saying Jon Jones because right now in TNT Sports, at the end of this Mackenzie Dern and Ribas card, they're playing a cinematic replay. Not the actual replay, but a cinematic replay of Jon Jones and Dominic Reyes. It's a flashback. And only people that are in TNT Sports in the UK, I think, are seeing it. But how am I seeing it on my end? Well, I guess I'm picking up on their VPN, let's just say. There it is. There's Holland right there, Manchester City. Yeah, how about that, man? 8-0 they did against that team. They really spanked them hard on that one. But anyways, guys, listen. In all honesty, that is all that I have for this particular stream and this particular time. I want to thank you guys for tapping in and, yeah, supporting the channel by throwing the likes, throwing the shares, and giving it a watch, and also checking out the other content as well. So, with that in mind, I wanted to leave off with some dedication to California. Thank you guys Have a good one. Enjoy. I'm going to throw an extra 5 minutes into this one and then we'll end it. But yeah, this is the end right here. See you guys. Like and subscribe.
neutral. Starting off the list of good. Oh, actually, he's gonna go into neutral too because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes. But he's I'm telling you, El-Kheer, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild. But he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like El-Kheer. Fucking so what?